What's up, everybody, and good evening. So, you may have had fun playing with your friends and toys growing up. In today's day and age, we have just as much fun talking about them. It'll be a long discussion that often goes into the wee hours of the morning, featuring a charismatic rotating cast of legends from across the awesome verse. This is the clubhouse where friends gather to share their passion, insights, and even some critique. So grab your favorite drink and let's get into it. Enjoy. Joining us tonight, we have Bud from My Buddy's Customs. We have Aaron, Payne's Toy Samples. Largo, all the way from the lair. We have the Thanos Copter in the house. We got a punk with toys. Larry is joining us. And now given a newly revised full-time spot on Let's Go Off-World, Joe Gonzalez in the house joining us. We have Tony Romo, not the football douche. We got the good one.
The good one, yeah.
We've got our man Hyperdelic here hanging out with us. And first time to the clubhouse tonight. If you guys are on Instagram and you follow some toy photography, you probably follow this guy. We've got Skydro Walker joining us live.
What's up?
What's going on? How are we all doing tonight?
Groovy.
Fantastic. Awesome. Breathing, woke up on the right
Pretty
side
good.
of the cooker. Take your pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Full mark on my face, but I'm rested.
We've all survived another week of adulting to make it to the wonderful weekend where we can relax, chill, kidult for a while, have fun with shit. And man, we've had some serious news drops like in the last 2 weeks from just about everybody. The news WonderCon today from Hasbro, friggin' nuts. And then, we had all that crap drop from Mattel last week. It's been huge.
It's been huge.
That's what they said.
Yeah, exactly. He set y'all up, and nobody said it. I was just like,
I've never heard it.
Look,
give me the secondary prompt, and then they catch us on.
Were we supposed to say semen?
Semen all over the place for at least another 24 hours.
Yeah, it seems like there was kind of a news drought there for January and February, and now we're kind of getting some goodies. It's nice,
right? Oh man, it feels good to have like
goodies,
big toy news again. It's like they've been piecemealing us with like little bits of info here and there, and now it's like bam, we're hitting you with everything. Look at that. There we go. We got some of that mermania, mermen all over the place. I actually just got a very, very awesome merman this week. If you guys hadn't had a chance to see it, check out The Frenzy from this past Thursday, where I showed off a grail piece to the collection. I'm not going to break it out again right now, but maybe, who knows, maybe later I'll pull it out again. All right, let's jump into the chat real quick and say hello to everybody who's here tonight. Thank you all for hanging out. We got started a little bit late, but that's because we were all talking about the news so much in the back that it was like, all right, guys, we got to go live. And then it's like,
we go live sometime tonight. Yeah.
You're supposed to, but whoever pays attention.
Yeah, fun bunch in the chat tonight.
I agree. Well, to start things off, we had Largo himself pulling double duty, joining the chat and being live with us. We got Frankie Rivera saying, "What's up, fellas? Let's go." That's it. Fandom with Reploid Bill here saying, "Interesting." That's right, because we're going to dive into whether it's curation or whether it's world building. I think it's all about how you feel about it, but we'll get into that. We got Anryu here hanging out with us. We are officially a toy stream as we have Nolan hanging out in the chat. Crusty Old Crow, good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Kenny, what's going on, brother? And Joe also pulling the double duty here. We've got Fat Red Foo hanging out with us. Skydro Walker was in the chat, but now he's pulling the double duty, joining us live, man. It is great to have you here with us, man.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, it's always an open invite to you, brother. I know I've been trying to get you to come on with us for a while, and I'm glad tonight you were able to make it.
Catering life keeps me busy on the weekends.
Right.
Totally get it, brother. Totally get
Death
it.
for life.
We've got Terrence St. John. Thank you for being here, brother. He's actually helped out with quite a bit that's going to be on next week's episode from doing some good hauls in Toylanta and helping out. I'll announce that a little bit later. Speaking moist, that other cringy name in the Toy Tube verse.
Yeah, Bud had to comment on my photo the other day, looking moist. It just was like, oh. Really? Really?
A
Yep.
little moist. Highly articulated joining us this evening. He'll probably be jumping online with us a little bit later. Oh, crusty old crow was saying, chat's going to just run the show for now. What was the best release in March? Go. What is that, news release or actual toy release? Because it's been a pretty damn awesome March.
Yeah.
We got Chris, Shiny Plastic People here joining us as well. All About the Villains is hanging out. And I'm sure there's like 1,000 more now that I had to go to that screen. Because anybody who hosts a StreamYard, when you star, it puts it in a separate chat. But that's so I don't have to keep looking through the actual chat to find everybody. But then I can't see the regular chat. So we've got, figuratively speaking, with us here as well, Cobweb Collector. What's going on, brother? Glad to have you here with us. K-Roll in the house joining us. We've got Duchess of Darkness saying, hello, Oz and gentlemen, and the wonderful people in the chat. Thank you for being here, Duchess, who just launched her merch store. So definitely go check that out, folks.
You beat me to that by like 3 seconds.
Well, we got to give the credit it's due, right? Got to put those announcements out there for people. If you've wanted some Duchess of Darkness merch, she now has a store set up. So definitely go check that out. All Music Fan is here with us. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. And let's
Did you get Christoph Scuba?
What?
There's a new name, Christoph Scuba.
Christoph Scuba. No, we got Christoph Scuba saying, what's up, guys? What is going on, Christoph? Good to have you here, brother. And we've also got... chat just jumped on me again. All right, we've got the Collecting Brothers in the house. Well, at least one of them. We've got John with us. Good to have you, brother. Thank you for being here. Man, it is nuts. Glad to see everybody. All right, we've got some shout outs here, making sure everybody back the AWA Kickstarter. Guys, if you hadn't seen it somewhere in ToyTube in the last week, back the Kickstarter.
Great new body styles they're working on.
Oh my god, those reptile figures! Yes.
I gotta have that. I gotta have that chameleon. That chameleon. I gotta have it. It's
the eyes are
cool.
articulated. The eyes are articulated. It's something that only like Hot Toy quality does, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that would still disturb me because you'd end up putting him on the shelf and his eyes would go different directions and then just be like,
That's it for sure.
My OCD would kick in and then we'd have a problem.
But it's okay because his eyes can go different directions.
I know. But I don't like it.
All right. Up here.
I just put something in the private chat.
Yep, I just saw it pop up, and I'm getting it over here. So, all right, you know what? Let's just roll out the door here. Let's get it going. We're gonna talk about this real quick.
Oh, those are better.
All right, All right, guys. Hopefully, trying to share screen. I had technical difficulties on Thursday, and I might. I'm hoping we got a thunderstorm going outside. And I'm going to try this, but I did run a diagnostic on my computer and cleared up some stuff. So hopefully this won't be too bad.
You want me to try?
Fingers crossed.
You ran a diagnostic.
I had to. The computer wasn't connecting at all. So then I had to switch to my cell phone for the rest of the evening on Thursday until my friggin' phone died.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So
Who are you going to
Wow.
call?
Hasbro announced today at WonderCon, we're getting 1/18 scale O-ring Ghostbusters.
Nice.
So Skyler Walker had sent me the pics. Larry found the link for the news here. These are the actual figures. That's right. That's right. I got that Slimer too.
I love that.
Oh man,
The
such a
actual one
good
looks
looking
really
Slimer.
cool. I like the detail.
Butt's weird though. It's such a weird
What?
butt.
I'm glad they
Yeah,
kicked
yeah, it's
off
got
with the Ecto one
The
too,
cheeks
because the
on that
Ecto one
friggin' Slimer.
is
The
the
cheeks on
Ecto
that
one is
Slimer.
definitely
Right.
yeah. He's a character. The vehicle's a character. It should be included.
Yeah.
Plasma series dropped the ball by not giving us the Ecto one. These guys, it looks like this time around they got the memo.
Right?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have, I mean, they definitely wouldn't.
Yes.
I don't think they would have sold as
So-
many of the Plasma Series ones, but yeah. I mean,
1/18 is a better scale for vehicles. It just is.
yeah.
Yep,
But
it is.
Do you have the vamp? Don't tell me that.
Yeah,
you get a lot. You get a lot more variation with the vehicles. You get a lot of the
Don't have the vamp.
it's right here in front of me.
vamp is outstanding.
I'm playing with
I
it.
have not
Wait a
picked
minute.
up a vamp yet, but if I
Tony-
do, I'm going to pimp it
He's
out with some
working
of
on a
those
vamp.
gridiron.
And you know what?
goodies.
Are there any 1/18 scale grocery getters out there? Any
No.
soccer mom vans? No. But you can
With,
get that in the 1/12 scale.
With coffee holders.
I know I'm gonna
Lock
piss some
makeup?
people off by saying that. I know.
I love it. I love it. You said it, and I didn't have to.
Changing them too.
Hey, there's
I
nothing
just-
wrong
you know,
with
I wish I
representing
had
the
that.
soccer moms, you know?
Hey, listen, I'm 48 years old. I'm looking for a soccer mom. All right.
Well, then you got to buy the vehicle.
And listen, if it's that oversized,
For anyone.
listen, if it's that oversized, there's a lot of room in the back to do things.
Whoa.
Lawrence,
Remember that junk
Penny
in
eater
there?
fish, I'm telling you, that kind of honesty, you will get some bangers. Okay, dude. Seriously. I'm telling you, if you're just honest on there, it'll be great. People will come out and be like,
Bob,
Dude,
everyone was looking for some guy over 6 feet.
Oh, that's cold.
there's all kinds of people out there. You stop that.
Stop that right now, Aaron. Aaron.
Be positive.
You know, I got to start stuff.
I know.
I so want these. These are so, and I just started doing like stop motion photography with the exact scale of figure. I'm like,
Nice.
whoa.
Those are some badass looking O-ring Ghostbusters.
Yeah, they look good.
They
They
look
look
good.
good. They look better with their thumbs snapped and their
Right?
crackers.
Like these things.
Don't be crusty, Lawrence.
Mm.
We need them to
Price
be like
point's even
Skeleton
better
figs,
at
man.
We're gonna have
$45.
some
Asking Lawrence to not be crusty. It's like asking the sun not to rise every morning.
Crusty
I'm just
Lawrence.
telling you. There's a
Damn it, Crusty Larry.
Guys, it's Ghostbusters, man.
I know. I don't mind Ghostbusters.
schedule. What was that you were saying, brother?
The price is even better
Yeah.
Mhm.
at $45 for all
Yeah.
4 of them.
I
I'm
thought
pretty
it
sure that was
That's
2
not
of
bad.
those little rubber troopers from GI Joe that we got.
It was.
Yeah.
Again, kicking the balls. Kicking the balls, bent over dry.
You get all
Bothered
from
you to
Bent
do.
over dry. Jesus.
Hope springs eternal, Lawrence. Hopefully, if
Oh,
this
no, that's
does
okay.
well,
That's okay.
GI Joe
They
will
said
get their due.
Super 7 will give you O-rings. Thank
Rubbery.
you.
Well, yeah.
Super 7 will give you O-rings at $30 for one.
Is Super 7 doing like they're doing the cartoon?
Yeah. Yeah. 'Cause
Joe's?
they're better than the reaction figure, so
That's fair.
You know, it's a lot like how it's a lot like how the movie theater sacrificed a working winch on the Ecto one for light on this popcorn bucket. So you know, it was a big gamble. It was a big gamble, not including a winch, because I know that's what everybody wants is that winch.
Yeah.
They went with the light.
That's right.
I do like a winch, but more
The
in the
fact that-
Renaissance fair style.
A win. A win.
Preferably in Victorian
The
clothing.
fact just the simple fact though that they gave lights to the popcorn bucket was a huge thing though.
Oh, I'm huge.
Considering my Ecto one that's sitting off screen all the way over there for the toys does not have lights.
I got the Playmobil one. I've got that one, and that one has lights and sounds.
Nice.
See
Yes,
what
but it has that Playmobil price tag too.
I know, right?
Yeah, I know.
They've been
This,
doing
this popcorn
Actually,
bucket was
that stuff was going on
$45.
clearance for a while. Like,
This popcorn bucket was 45 with tax, so it was 40 before tax.
See,
Right.
I got the other
Did
one
you
too.
pick up the
Hey.
Ghost Trap popcorn bucket
was
as well, or
badass.
just the Ecto?
No, just the Ecto. But I've been using this with my Mezco Ghostbusters for shots,
Nice.
and
I've been seeing those.
Yeah.
Good stuff, man. I always appreciate your photographs.
thank you, Aaron. Thank you. But I don't understand how you can charge $100 for the VAMP or $185 for a soccer mom van and not include lights. How do you do that? How do you do that?
You put a Hasbro sticker on.
Well, they thought about it and they realized people would pay it.
It has
So
road.
they're like, nah, fuck the lights.
look, I will say
And you don't want to
this,
screw up the
right?
secondary market. People out there make light kits, so you're helping the economy.
$100 a pop.
Brilliant.
All right, so I am highlighting some more chats here, trying to. We're going to bring them up here in a second and say hey to everybody that has joined in a little bit late. We've got some other news we're going to drop.
Well, that was a short movie.
Can I say
I
something
think
really
I've
quick?
highlighted just about the new people. Of
Can I
course
say
you
something
can.
really quick? So anyone that is watching on my channel, I'm not ignoring you. I cannot highlight yours. So understand this is Oz's show. I'm just rebroadcasting it. So no one think that I'm ignoring you. I can't highlight if you say hi to me or whatever. Just so you know.
Just say hi, everybody, from Lawrence on the chat.
Hi everybody.
Yep, I was
Well,
going
come say hi. I'm here. Don't worry.
Well, I was going to bring
I'm
that
here
up as well.
I'm sure I'll
here.
get angry at some point during this stream.
So,
I hope not.
oh, you will. The rage is coming. It's coming. All right. So we've had Bobby dangerously jump in with us, pumping out the new Decker Northcutt case files #2. Again, go subscribe to his channel if you have not already. Every Friday, he is putting out a new segment to the new case #2 of Decker Northcutt case files. And it's awesome, especially if you like old time noir-esque detective stuff. And he's got the whole supernatural twist in it too. We've got vampires, we've got werewolves, we've got mobster werewolves, which is actually even scarier. So they're organized.
Yeah, those stories are fun. Definitely.
Coming over from Larry's chat, we've got Rhino BMW. We also have Hustle SM. See, I wasn't forgetting about your chat, my brother. I was getting them too. And we have the dawning of a decade. So some of that news that I wanted to bring up, Dawn has posted over on her Facebook page a little bit about what's been going on with her. And I'm going to get that link and try and drop it here, folks. She posted earlier. Actually, I guess maybe I should ask her while it's here. We want to spread the word out, though. Over on Dawn's Facebook, she has posted a link that you can follow right now. She's been having some issues with the health and finally been approved for being put on a donor list.
Awesome.
And since she has been approved to go onto the donor list on her Facebook page, which I just dropped the link to her Facebook. If you guys want to go check that out, read the post, and there's a phone number there you can call, other links as well. trying to help out. We are sourcing for a donor. So anybody who can try to help out, please go get the information from her Facebook, and let's try to see if we can broadcast this far and wide. Like, the community that surrounds the Frenzied has always been about trying to help each other out. We do random acts of kindness where we all will pull together and try to get some really cool things for a lot of people. And this is one of those things where this is not something of monetary value we're looking to try and do. This is where we are actually just really trying to do some genuine good. And if there's any way that you can assist, even if it's just, again, trying to get the link and broadcasting it out to try and cast this net as far and wide as we can, we're looking for a donor, folks. And that's a big ask. I'm not eloquent enough to speak exactly as to what could happen here, but the good news is it's not like, they need a whole organ. They just need a part of it.
Wow.
So this is, we need a liver donor, and we just need a part of your liver. I mean, I'll come over and cut it out myself, but this will go through medical professionals where they know a little bit better of how to preserve the organ, not just destroy it.
Yeah. I was going to say, I've thoroughly pickled mine over the years. I don't think it would be viable.
Unfortunately, right? I'm the same. I cannot really donate myself because of alcoholism. So, yeah, really sucks. But we want to cast that net as far and as wide as we can, just to try to get her some help. All right, so we did have a couple more people popping in here. I think we got some more comments coming in. I know Dawn really appreciated seeing that Ecto 1. She said, love that Ecto 1. It's great. 1/18 scale Ghostbusters is genius, right? Because that Firehouse playset for the old toys was massive. This is a great way to get, it doesn't have to be nearly as big, but think of how much more you could do with the 1/18 scale in that Firehouse. Like, that is cool playset. So, all music fans asking if that was for plasma series size figures. No, that Ecto 1 is not for plasma size. These are new 1/18 scale O-ring plasma, or I don't even know what series they're called. Yeah, we're going 3 3/4.
GI Joe scale. That's what size it is.
Right. That doesn't help. Classifieds.
Not classified scale.
The old Ghostbusters.
So, Hylian saying the worst Ecto 1 was the Afterlife Pulse one that couldn't fit the figures. That's kind of the one that's sitting over there, and then they basically just re-released it for the new movie, but now they've got that drone trap that can plug in the top, and it came with the Slimer. I still need to pick that up. So, Hylian Dread, thank you for being here tonight, brother. Good to see you. We've got TJC popping in saying, good morning, legends, and happy Easter to you all. Happy Easter to you too, brother. Thank you for being here. Crusty old crow said, not worried about Punk ignoring me. I'm worried about him paying attention for the wrong reasons.
So, is it better to be feared or loved, Lawrence?
I don't know. I don't think I'm either.
He's neither.
No, I'm not.
He's neither, except by Roman.
Oh, that's true.
And big shout out to Heavy Metal Toy Box saying, what's going on, everybody? Good to see you.
And he also said cross subscribe to everybody that's here.
Oh, did he? Where did I miss that part? Well, thank you. I mean, that's definitely one of the best things about, doing these big streams. Tries to cast that net as far as we can, just on pulling as many resources as we can together and get people to see all around ToyTube or all around the awesome verse, for us at least here.
There is a tremendous amount of good content out there. Having the connections that you do, it really helps to see what people have put out there, see new content, because otherwise it's hard to keep track.
It's tough, man. It is tough because there is so many people doing content. It's hard to keep up with everybody. But the best part about YouTube is, like, even if it's not a live, you can always go back and watch a replay. There's no shortage.
And if you get tired of good content, come over and check out Offworld on Friday nights.
I was going to say the same about my channel, Joe.
Oh, Thanos,
Or you can come
I'm waiting for Wednesday.
whenever I get back to doing that
Thanos' ice
sometime in April.
Hey, Oz, can I ask you a serious question?
Always.
Has the collapsed bridge affected anything that you or Ziggy have to do?
So right now,
wait, better question is, did I cross over that bridge at any time while I was there?
not before you saw me. Where did you head after me?
I went right back the same way.
You went right back the same way. So you would probably went north, not south. The bridge is south of me that collapsed.
Yeah, I went because I went right back through the tunnel.
Okay. Well,
so
if you were going through the tunnel, you probably shouldn't have gone over that bridge.
Do
you guys? Do you guys
No, you would
recall?
remember because it's a huge bridge.
I think it was 2009. The bridge in Minnesota that collapsed.
Yeah, I-35.
I crossed that bridge 3 hours before it collapsed. Yeah.
So close. So close.
Right? So close.
Damn it.
So-
3 hours. Fucking 3 hours.
Fortunately, the bridge collapse had not affected my family or Ziggy's family. There was no loss of life from that. It is a major thoroughfare for a lot of shipping because that bridge is directly over the Chesapeake, which deals with the Port of Baltimore, which is huge for distribution, not only to us here locally, but all up and down the East Coast. There is a lot of stock and inventory that is supposed to be getting shipped out through the Port of Baltimore from the United States to go out. And that's not going anywhere for a long time right now.
Nope.
It's going to be quite a long time that they have to remove all the metal and debris from that area of the bay. But again, fortunately, none of our families were affected personally by anything that happened with the bridge collapse. So far as I know, none of my friends at large had anything, to deal as far as their families were affected by that. But it is going to seriously reroute a lot of not just shipping through the water. That bridge is also a major thoroughfare for trucks because they cannot go through the tunnels.
Yeah.
And
makes you wonder if this speaks to our lack of, maintaining infrastructure for our highways and bridges and whatnot, or if this was just a fluke occurrence.
Well, it was that
that
tanker had issues, kept smoking, and then it just ran right into it. So obviously, he wasn't doing maintenance.
Well, they definitely lost power, regained power, and then lost power again. Managed to avoid the pylons that are in the water there to prevent such things from happening with it colliding. And still managed to smash into it. And the way the bridge is supposed to break apart, it should have only broken apart a small section. So that one section would have been out, but the rest of the bridge at large should have remained whole. But the whole thing came down. And it is a huge tragedy, massive loss of life from that. And speaking of Ziggy, I do want to take a moment to send a lot of positive thoughts and prayers out to him and his family who are suffering a tragedy right now that is not bridge related. Ziggy, as some of you may know, and several of you have met either when we all were at PowerCon. Larry's had the pleasure of getting to hang out with him a bit more than everybody else, having come down and visited both of us while he was here. But unfortunately, Ziggy's family, his uncle Wade died, who I was very, very close to. We worked for a number of years together with the moving company. I've traveled quite a bit with him. We spent a lot of time together. The man, I looked up to him. He was a bit of a father figure to me. And he has passed away this morning. And so for him, just a moment of silence and So I will say though, as a toy channel, this is also depressing in the way that Ziggy's Uncle Wade looked like Santa. And we used to jokingly say that we were Santa's elves because we'd wrap and load the truck. So we'd wrap all furniture and load the trucks. It's like wrapping presents and loading the sleigh. He used to check the inventory list. So we were always joking about, guys better be good. Santa's checking the list. He's checking it twice. We had a lot of fun with that. And the man did. He looked just like Santa Claus. So it's a little bit like I've lost to Santa Claus today, which you guys know I love Santa, and it's a big bummer. But I'm definitely always going to remember him and all the fun we had and the crazy adventures we went on and crazy adventures in moving. Because anybody who's had to move, you do it for yourself. It's always a pain in the butt, and it's never fun. And now imagine doing it for everybody else for 8, 12, sometimes 24 to 48 hours for other people every single day of your life. And that kind of stress every day of moving somebody else's stuff. Never fun. Being told from a guy how he got this antique French headboard that spent all this money on it and everything like that. And as we moved it and we lifted it, there was a sticker on the bottom that said made in Taiwan. Those those favorite stories ever. Like either he was trying to blow up with his stuff for us, or somebody fooled him and he never looked.
Yeah. Looking for an insurance claim.
Yeah, exactly.
So that screams.
Appreciate it, everybody, for all of you sending your condolences and positive vibes towards Ziggy and his family. And I jokingly will say, because of my name, like often, that I am the man behind the curtain, but there are a couple people here that are more so behind the curtain than that. Ziggy is normally not on camera with me ever, but he is always a big part of Ostradamus Toys and the Adventures. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have probably got back into collecting as hard as I have. And he's always the driver for all the toy hunts and all the crazy adventures we go on. So he's a big part of the channel, even though he is not always seen on the channel. So now that we've gotten past the more depressing news there and some of the good news, again, Dawn is on the donors list, and that's great. We're going to get that information out to everybody. Posted her link in the chat to her Facebook. People go check that out. And please try to help out in any way you can. Click on the links, get the information. I know someone is trying to jump in right now. Unfortunately, we are full at the moment. So whoever it is trying to jump in, will definitely, as the show goes on, we will have,
You'll have
more room.
About 20 minutes.
Oh, see, there we go. There we go.
God damn, your bedtime gets earlier and earlier every time.
Structure and discipline, Lawrence. Structure and discipline.
That is a sweet setup.
I was going to say, just wanted to pop up what Skydro is working on here. I love catching Skydro's lives whenever he's setting up shots and stuff on IG. It's fun to pop in and check it out. And, love that motto. Let's wake, bake, and create.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Great use of lighting, too.
Nice. His shots are phenomenal, and all the extras in the Dio building ties right into tonight's topic of world building, right? So for some of us, right, as we collect, we display on shelves. Some people are mint on card collectors, and other people, they display more in a world. So are you,
or there's a mix,
or a mix, because I kind of like to do the mix, right? How is it that you feel about your collections? Are you curating a collection, or are you building a world?
I prefer to build a world. And that's just because I started building dioramas. So I can do both, but I mean, I don't like stale, stagnant, everybody standing in the same position with their arms at their sides and they all look like they're, it's dull. That's not interesting.
So you're saying my setup sucks? Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Saying my setup is shit.
I know, bud.
Specifically.
Put some
He's
posing.
saying my vanilla posing is for shit, Tony.
Tony, you don't do vanilla posing. I've seen. There's some that you are, but there's overall.
I don't think either of you guys' stuff is vanilla. I wouldn't call it vanilla because the amount of work that the custom work that you guys put in your shelves that you guys are making, you guys are doing more of a work of art that you like. To me, it's like a museum quality piece in a way because you guys are building art with your customs, right? To me, that that's how I look at it, right? On the Frenzy, a lot of times we discuss about how artistic the community is, right? This community is one of the most artistic communities I've ever seen, whether it's doing shots like what Skydrow's working on right now, or painting things like Bud has at his desk right now. Painting in these little details and everything else. Like some figures are like a work of art right out the package, but then others are enhanced. Aaron the Toy Enhancer, big time supporter of the show, love watching his work and what he's doing. And he's not the only Aaron around that's doing that kind of great custom work. This guy right here next to me, this other beautiful bald lad, is another great customizer and things that he works on. He recently built a custom Emerald Knight to go to our buddy John Emerald Knight, who had joined the chat a little bit earlier. And it's like, that is just phenomenal.
I definitely enjoy watching Aaron create because you can see when he's really into it. You pick up that energy. It's like he's really having fun seeing how it's going to go as he's doing this organic landscape or diorama thing. It's cool to watch.
Yes, it is.
Right. And again, that comes to what Bud's doing. To me, like kind of like what Bud does is like he's curating that collection, right? He gets in this piece. He does his thing with it. He customizes it and he displays it in a way that maybe would be seen in a museum, right? Damn, Bud, that is looking good.
Those little details really help.
Again, there's a lot of sculpted detail in Masters of the Universe that they're less than stellar paint apps. I shouldn't say less than stellar. They've got good paint apps.
Time with that paint, yeah.
Right? The detail there is just phenomenal. But then for me, I like to build out a world. Like I've been talking about my graveyard scene with the Ghostbusters and Boo Berry and that whole glow in the dark scenario. Like I want to build a world, because I do enjoy playing with the toys and having fun adventures with the toys. And when Connor comes over, we have a blast building a world and having fun with the toys.
Yeah,
If I had more room, I would like to build more.
Yeah, when you have a large collection and you put everything you have on a shelf, it's kind of like you can't see the trees for the forest kind of thing. When I started curating more, where you take a shelf and you build a scene, you don't have as much space for all your stuff. Some things end up in tubs, but what you end up with is a much more enjoyable, tangible thing that you can, manipulate and change the scene around a little bit. And I rotate things because, shelf space is at a premium, but I definitely enjoy the idea of each shelf has a scene. It's kind of a theme thing. It's eclectic, but it works.
Right. And I know Ed, who I think it might be Ed trying to jump in. Ed, don't worry, buddy. Ed loves to build a scene, right? Like he's got that cabin and he's like building that scene in his shots and everything. And again, there's all kinds of different ways to really do and enjoy it. But oftentimes I feel like in our own ways we are building our own museums and curating a collection, because I know when you go to some museums they have dioramas built for their displays too.
There's so many third-party options and different things you can use to enhance a collection now. You can create your own story and add in characters that may not have been part of the official mythos, but they fit.
Yeah. Well, even beyond that, even just doing simple things like going to a dollar store and picking up, whatever, you can find good stuff at, prices to make a scene.
Especially like fake foliage and stuff,
Yeah, one of my main shelves is just dollar store finds made a little jungle.
I mean, boring in real life, if not just the
My wife
internet.
picked me up a bathtub today. It's like big enough for a 6-inch figure. I was like, ooh, the possibilities.
Was that a hint?
You hear that, Thanos?
Was that a hint, Hyperdelic, that you need a
I'm
bath?
still on the lookout for a good bed.
Wait, what'd you say, Larry?
Was that a hint from your wife that you need a bath? Hey, I found this
No,
bathtub
if
for
anything,
you.
she complains that I spend too much time in there. She's like, oh, Mr. Pretty.
Where are you going with that torpedo and eels?
Where you going with those eels in Storm Shadow?
Yeah, I'm thinking a bathtub and some bubbles will give us plenty of fodder for Thanos Copters Thursdays. It'll be nice.
Wednesdays.
Wednesday.
I mean, that's a crazy.
Just make a thirsty Thursday, Thanos. It'll be all right.
Yeah.
Ooh, Wednesdays are the horny ones, and Thirsty Thursdays, everybody's drinking. Well, when you put that title up there, Oz, the curating a collection of world building, I started thinking, it's like, damn, I think I'm curating a collection because they're all on the acrylic stands. There is not jam packed in there, but Joe is certainly taking over, and the JLA and the Avengers, Marvel Legends, and DCUC and Data Toys are fighting for their own spot. But like I was talking to Larry, and there's no room for the world building and dioramas unless I redo them. You know what I mean? But now they're all in there, so I can stare at them. I lit it up really well, and I only have like 3 detoffs full of stuff, so. It's just I sometimes I'll sit down and just stare at them when they're lit up, and just stare at them and stare at them and stare at them. Okay, what else can I do? But then
Dude, I do the same thing, man. Literally. Yeah,
I've got
I got the shelf all lit up, and
I've got the what you call it, the his tank is coming. I got the round cycles. But getting vehicles is world building. You know what I mean? You're putting the figures in there to drive, to shoot, to do whatever. It's like, well, so I'm curating a world and building a collection.
That brings up a good point, Tony. Do you build a centerpiece and then build around it, like a vehicle or a particular figure or a diorama piece?
For now, I wanted just for the 3 detoffs I have at my side. I wanted them to be a background piece for like lives and stuff, and sometimes you get lazy and then you just see my room back behind me. But sometimes I'll get the other table, put the laptop there so everybody can see. I just didn't do it tonight. It's not really a centerpiece. It's just I'm really into GI Joe now, and I had to make, since I got more. I only had we only had Fei Long and Ryu for Jada, right? But now more is coming out. So now it's like, oh man, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. That's good to make. There's my first start in action poses, and I mean the ability to have them on display in action, other than just lining them up to where you're just showcasing how they look. These ones, Ryu and Ken are throwing the fireballs at each other. Fei Long's in a Bruce Lee pose. You got Chun-Li doing her kicks at Dalsum, and then M. Bison just standing there with the glowing fist, and they're coming. Jada Toys is bringing them. So
the wrestling figures convertible they did makes good for if you want to do the scene where they're smashing the car from Street Fighters.
Yeah.
That'd be
awesome. You know, and with them, their backgrounds look like the arcade games. So maybe we'll get that.
I do like the way that they package those too. Those look really cool.
I can imagine like Guile and DJ in a 2-pack. I hope they don't do that, but with the car in the middle getting crushed, you know what I mean? Something like that. I mean,
Jada has been pleasantly surprising. They've always done great with metal vehicles, but when they started to figures, it was like, can they really pull this off? I got their Universal Monsters. I was really happy.
Yeah,
Mega Man, sweet.
God, they're Universal Monsters.
Oh yeah,
I love these Mega Man figs. Like they're super cool.
They are knocking it out of the park with those things.
I missed out on the Cheshire Cheetah. The Cheshire Cheetah is awesome.
Yeah, even the cereal mascots are cool.
Yeah,
Count Chocula and all
Tiger,
that.
I'm all over that.
Like I passed on
I'm
Chester
holding
the
out
Cheetah
for Twinkie
a few
the
times
Kid.
now, and it's
There
like
you go.
so hard.
Count
It's
Chocula.
so
They
hard
haven't
to walk
done
away.
Count Chocula or anything, haven't you?
Yeah,
they've done Count Chocula,
Count
Blueberry,
Chocula,
and
Frankenberry, and Boo.
They got to do
Blueberry.
Snapcrackle Pop.
They did something else.
Chester Cheetah.
Chester
Right?
Cheetah was awesome.
Yeah,
I love the fact
it's
that they all
such a cool
come
looking figure.
and world building, right? Because now I've got a freaking
Nice.
box of cereal.
Yeah.
Did you
that's
go for the
awesome.
glow in the dark version, or did you go with the standard?
Oh, I went glow in the dark. Come on now. We
Hell
all know
yeah.
better than that. These eyes here. It's got to glow, baby. It's got to glow.
See,
He's-
if he was a customizer, he would have bought the regular, gone to the store,
If it-
got the
It
neutral
was
glow-in-the-dark thing,
$20.
took the count
What
off.
am I? I've got no complaints.
Yeah.
Right,
Full
Lauren?
screening course
How
for
much did you
Valentine's.
spend for your Blueberry while you were here?
It was $20.
I got quiet.
That's what I'm saying. Like $20 for a glow Blueberry?
Well, it's not. They have good
It-
pricing.
He's killing it, right?
That's not
Like
bad.
that's amazing.
No, and it glows. It doesn't glow great, but
Not as good.
it glows good. But the
Mhm.
box, the cereal box, and the box that it comes in glows
Right?
amazing.
Yeah.
So I have no complaints with it, especially for $20. All right.
Yeah. Like you
You
can
got
kind
that,
of get
Joe.
a hint of that glow just from holding it up to my
Yeah.
ring light right here for a second and bringing it back down. The figure itself, it's almost not like it's infused plastic. It's almost like they kind of powder coated it with a
Yeah.
glow dust.
But it looks like that's how it's supposed to be, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like how
Yeah.
he is actually supposed to glow in real life.
Right. You know, it's not like a scare glow or, you know, one of those guys. It's a different kind of glow. But like I just can't wait to have him on the shelf with my glow in the dark plasma series Ghostbusters fighting it out. Like that's gonna look incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jada
Yeah.
Toys is absolutely. I mean, they're knocking out of the
They're-
park. They have
they're
no
just
business
killing
doing this
it,
stuff right
man.
now.
You know, it's like I kind of want to give them a shout out. Like I want to do it the other year, like right after they released the Street Fighter figs, and they'd already kind of put out the Chester Cheetah and the Count Chocula and the Frankenberry. It was before Blueberry was even out. They had announced it, but it wasn't out yet. Like I kind of want to call them like Rookie of the Year, but the thing is, they've been making toys for years because they've always done the cars.
Yeah.
But it's like, yeah, but they've never entered this action figure world, and they're hitting it, you know, full force like a storm. They're pumping out Street Fighter after Street Fighter. That Dulcim is amazing. I've
It
seen
is
some
so much
great
Their
fun.
shots,
articulation is
too.
sweet. It's like
And I don't
they've-
even have his long limbs on yet. I'm just these things. This dude is awesome. And then his earrings are metal, and then you know,
Nice.
I mean, they're
quality
insane.
toys.
This is so cool. It's like ripped right from the game, dude.
Yeah,
it's
that was
insane.
good.
So, Joe,
got
did
those
I get? I'm swapping the bracers out for my half jack. I think I'm going to take these other ones, spikes, and throw it on there. Is that right? Like pop off the other one, and then
You just
put the wrist
yeah,
on?
just pop off the hand and it'll slide right off. And the other
Got
one
it.
slide.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Apply heat first.
Let me.
The
Yeah,
the
I'm
M Bison's
good
one of
with
my
that.
favorites. You know,
It's-
even the Raul Julia version was fun, but he's just a
Yeah.
great character.
Yeah, I mean, the movie
Raul
was
Julia was a great M Bison.
but it was good.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
It was
That-
good for what it was. Yeah.
That movie gets a lot of a lot of crap.
He chewed those lines in the best way.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
The only thing about that movie that made it better for me afterwards was once I learned how much cocaine Jean-Claude Van Damme had been doing. I was like, oh, that makes everything make so much more sense.
And we got to see Kylie Minogue.
Hey, you know
blood,
him.
so.
You know him and Kylie Minogue messed around in there too.
Hell yeah.
Look,
They both
Ming-Na
admitted
Wen
it, yeah.
as Chun-Li was friggin' awesome.
So
too.
Ming-Na Wen, right? Ming-Na Wen.
Yeah,
Yeah, Ming-Na Wen,
long
yeah.
before
That's when
she
I
was
first
like
started having
really
a
big
crush
here
on
in the States.
She is still beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
True.
She almost doesn't look like she's aged at all. Oh, it looks so good. I can't wait to get mine all done up.
Nice.
So Jean-Claude Van Damme's line of "Now who wants to go home and who wants to go with me" became a phrase and a line for myself and all of my friends for many, many years.
It was
Because
so
it was
horrible.
so bad that it was good.
Yes,
that's fair.
I just like it when he said the line that the game hasn't written in words. It says, "Are you man enough to fight with me?" That's what Guile said.
I'm loving that Warhammer on that, Joe. That's cool.
Ooh, Thanos got the
yeah.
Optimus.
We're about to get into that.
The goat Warhammer.
Sorry, guys.
Pretty
That's
slick.
cool.
Actual goat heads.
So this set
Finally
was
got 'em
designed by
together.
Nate Barch. He actually does a lot of the art for Masters of the Universe, the
yellow
box
part.
art and stuff.
Freaking
And he designed the
Optimus
extra
looks so
pieces
good.
that goes on. So
Yeah,
The only
he,
thing that could make those look better is if it transforms. That's the
Right.
only thing. Like those yellow part things are so good. Like
Megatron is fantastic looking.
Yeah, Brick was showing off the Megatron not too long ago, and now we've got the Optimus. Hold on, there we go. I found it. Sorry, I got so many little screens at the bottom there. That Optimus does look good.
I like the colors. They did a good job on that.
Yeah, he's a lot more assembly than the Megatron was. The Megatron was like just a couple of parts. He was like literally
Three
every piece had to be assembled. But he looks good.
Yeah, it's a loose model, as we would like to call it.
Yeah.
Can't call it an action figure because then they wouldn't give you the license. But you can call it a model.
Right.
You got to put it together, right?
Brilliant. See, that's what McFarlane should have done for World of Warcraft, right?
You know, speaking of that I might as well just bring it up now. Like, I've been kind of getting into a Warcraft kick lately. No, I'm not. Anybody who's watching that maybe used to play World of Warcraft with me, I'm not getting back into World of Warcraft. That is not happening.
New expansion will start
Never again. Never again.
Yeah, we'll just start the war crack all over again. No.
It is a time suck, that's for sure.
Oh my god, yeah. I spent like over a week and a half hunting freaking whelpling drops because I'm an idiot. Hey man, they sold high on the auction house. I was trying to get gold for my guild.
Get it.
You can't go wrong with orcs, man. Orcs are always awesome.
Well, you know what? I was an orc, and I love the orcs. Thanos and Brick have been like taunting me nonstop with those amazing freaking 5K orcs, and they're
really good
pricey.
one coming.
I gotta say, I prefer 40K orcs just because they're so fucking cool. But orcs are
Well,
orcs are fun.
I've decided, and really part of what really made me go over the edge on this decision was definitely the fact that they've got that new brute scale coming out, which is a little bit more the scale for what I think an orc should be compared to like a normal human.
Yeah.
Now with Poxus, they've got the brute scale Tharnog, I think the name is. So you can correct me on that.
So. Yeah, Tharnog is the brute scale. Shaman.
Yeah, so he's out now, and I've been looking at him, and I really kind of want him. He's like that full shaman, which I feel like orcs should be. And it ties in with the lore from. Hold that back up again, Thanos.
Oh, it just comes with a
That's
little Megatron.
Sweet.
That's It's great. Now, when they come out with a Soundwave or Starscream, then they can hold Megatron.
Yeah, I'm just Optimus and Megatron. I'm not going like crazy on those, but those two are like really cool.
So
Yeah,
Megatron Inception. Megatron holding Megatron.
There you go. He's playing with himself.
Exactly.
One thing I've really enjoyed about what Mythic Legions has done is the fact that with each of the different factions they've put out, they've created different characters with the different body styles that all, what you want vampires that are, big brute size or normal size, you got it. You want orcs that are giant, you got it. So
Right.
that's cool.
Well, because I knew I was going to take some of these parts and swap them on Desabolus.
Nice.
He's sitting here with me. Now, like the vampire style armor that he's got on, like, because his gauntlets, I kind of want him to have the spiky ones. That's why I actually took them off. But you know what? Now that I'm looking at them, yeah, I might put those on him. And I was just going to use those leather bracers that you just saw me put on my half giant, but I might actually just swap them out for these ones because I think these ones look pretty nice.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep one on like that because that's the ones I swapped them out with. But he got the big spiky ones. Now they both had the same boots, so I don't have to do anything with that. But now I'm cracking open this beast of an accessory pack, as Joe was talking about earlier, from Nate Barch designing all these. Nate Barch, I'm a huge fan of. As Joe was saying, he's done art for Masters of the Universe, and he also is now under contract with the Four Horsemen and Mythic Legions. He's been doing all their card art and all the boxes the whole time, and I mean, his artwork is just phenomenal. Even on like simple stuff.
Definitely partial to the skeletons, but all their stuff is sweet. These are awesome. They're just so much fun, and they fit with so many different characters. I can put them on the shelf with Conan or anybody else. It doesn't matter.
Motu.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah. Okay, I am going to go to bed. I will see you next week.
Aaron, thank you for joining us, brother. Always good.
Aaron.
Later, Aaron.
Aaron. Happy Easter, bro.
There's a Walter the Mad. Again, if people are not familiar, Walter Hagen, the guy who started the Cabal, which is like the huge official, group on Facebook for Mythic Legions.
His banner's a little heavy for his hand, and the bottom part falls off all the damn time. It's kind of frustrating, but he looks cool when you set him up.
Can I say something really quick?
Yes.
No.
I didn't realize I was on mute. So I wanted to say to Payne before he left, I just want to say thank you for him coming on Thursday. That show is actually done really, really well. And people want to see him. So people don't watch that show to see me again. They tune in to see other people. So I think that show, I was actually telling Tony, I think the show is finally catching on to what it's supposed to do, which is introduce everyone to someone else in the community.
Well, it's the false advertising, Lawrence. I mean, it's called Thursdays with a Friend. We all assumed you didn't have friends, so we were confused. Now we understand.
It's the clickbait to log in. It's like,
I really like the suggestion. Who gave the suggestion of what was it? Fridays with it was Random. Friday with an enemy.
Get it right. Friday with a nemesis.
That could be
no,
fun.
it was Friday with a nemesis. Okay, sorry.
Friday with a nemesis. So
Saturday with a stranger. Oh wait.
Just randomly invite. Look, we all know what happens when you invite strangers onto a live stream.
Yeah. I'm still trying to get Wood Bunny to notice him. Every time she's like, "Does somebody?" I'm like, "This guy."
Anytime I see myself get tagged, I'm like, "Oh, I know it's the Wood Bunny."
Hey.
And never once am I upset other than she doesn't.
I don't know what Wood Bunny is. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I want to say thank you to everyone that watched, who's been watching. Like I said, I think the show's finally doing well. And also, the guy sitting right there,
Tony.
In less than a month, he's hit 500 subscribers.
Sweet.
Nice. Man, see, that's why I got to get my short form content out because everybody else is blowing past me now.
Thank you so much.
I've been
Congratulations.
going for over half a
Thank
year,
you
and I
so
got
much.
80. So
I gotta say, Lawrence, your other show, the Friends with Benefits on your OnlyFans, that's really picking up steam.
Well, you know what?
There you go.
It's
I know,
I
Megatron's
think
awesome.
it does help out, and thank you for being a member.
All that
Don't
foot
think I
stuff.
haven't noticed your
Got
name.
Bud real excited.
What did you do out there, buddy? Do it again. I can't. Wow. I
Oh,
didn't know
Bud
what
was so excited.
Is that a shield? God, show that again.
Oh,
That's where all the
What
Tony's
stream are we running here? Look, you guys
what's
gotta
happening with
pay
the
extra for
subscribers came
this.
from was Lawrence's OnlyFans.
Butt naked on a skateboard.
Hold on. Where's that comment? We gotta highlight that one.
No, no, but thanks to Lawrence. I'm listening to him a lot and what I need to do with the channel and stuff, and I'm having fun doing it. I'm like, well, Lawrence said to do this. Let me type. No, I'm having fun. It's really fun getting in there and putting content together and all that stuff. It's pretty crazy.
Listening to Lawrence makes one person that listens to Lawrence. So,
Well, and kudos to Lawrence too for teaming up with Matthew. Matthew really, he really makes the show a lot of fun when you guys, hang out together and you bounce off each other. It's good to have a co-host that really gets you.
Yeah, sure.
It's true story.
Thank you. I mean, and Matthew's been, from the beginning. I mean, there's been other people, but from day one, he has helped. And listen, guys, and I know I've talked about people that want to do streams. Take constructive criticism. Listen. You don't have to do what somebody suggests, but listen to the reason why they're saying it. There may be something behind it that you go, okay, well, that makes sense. Or
and
something
they just might have the credentials to back it up.
Or just maybe you have to tweak something that they're saying. But it might not just be them that is seeing it.
Ed, did you lose a bet? Is that why you and Travis hooked up on Tuesdays, or?
I was gonna ask that, but
I thought he was cute, and I wanted to be like Lawrence and Tony, so I thought we could be successful.
Listen, I still think Travesty Tuesday is a better name for your show.
I don't know. I like toilet. I mean toilet.
That's right.
Yeah, but Toilet was something he named myself, him, Action Figs, Realm of Toys, and then Hella Dope Toys.
Yeah.
So I haven't given permission to use that.
Well, I think he came up with it, so he has license to do that.
I don't think anybody patented.
Well, Brian Flynn came up with a lot of that Super 7 stuff. But he doesn't have permission to do shit anymore.
He's got permission to find a job. He's been promoted to customer.
Well, he can buy all that. Now he can buy all that shit that no one wants.
Damn.
You like it, right?
Oh man.
Oh,
Just remember, friends don't let friends buy Funko Pops. I'm just saying.
Speaking of things nobody asked for, how about the name only reveal from Classified today?
I didn't watch any of it. You guys got to fill me in on that. I was at a toy show with.
I was once a man, Cobra Commander.
He's coming, baby. He's
All that
coming.
fucking Cobra Law bullshit.
There's Thanos's Funkos. Hey, Lawrence,
You get a pass because they're Thundar, man.
I was just gonna say you can't really complain when it's Thundar.
That's right.
Cannot knock Thundar.
Lawrence, does your daughter Olivia, does she still mess with Funkos?
Yes.
Get him. Gonna get him.
I actually talked to the Funko Pop store, and I will be doing my walkthrough in 2 weeks for them and having a conversation with them. So, if you guys saw the Instagram, you kind of get an idea of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I think we talked about that. But
Are we going to see a punk pop with his custom skateboard?
No,
It would only be an inch and a
don't
half
think so.
big. You can't do pop.
Well, it'd be life scale, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Lawrence, when you walk into a Funko store, what's it like seeing life size figures?
Yeah, and
It's
they
very
they show it
interesting.
an awful lot.
Lawrence,
Love it.
are you wearing platform shoes when you do the show with your son?
Ouch.
Wow. You guys are so
You're
mean.
getting all the love tonight.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I need to go check my subscriber count again. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Where am I at again?
Yeah, stand on their shoulders, Larry.
4,078. Okay. I just wanted to check really quick.
Well, you know, we
The
all
numbers
still know
don't
you had
lie.
to get the step stool out to see that high.
No, I have the monitor tilted down.
Got the little mirror.
Everybody
I don't
thinks
know how
that
you got
Roman's
all those
just his
Russian
dog,
bots,
but really
but-
he's his mount.
We love you, Lawrence.
This is how you know we love Lawrence, though,
This is
because
true.
we certainly would not razz him like this if we didn't.
Well,
Not to mention the
will
fact
say
he can
that-
dish it out as well as he takes
Yes.
it. So.
He's probably an easy target in high school too.
No.
He's too short to be an easy target.
That's what I mean. He's small.
I'll tell you,
I
when
will
I was in
say
the army,
this.
the guys that were low to the ground were hard to hit, man. So
Good
Yeah.
center of gravity.
Hey, what you do in the army is your business.
that's not what you said last night when you were bent over my pillow.
Whoa.
Yeah. And then you woke up.
With you on top, riding bitch.
That's not what they meant by stop loss, Ed. That's a
Oh.
different thing.
Damn.
So the post that I shared today on Instagram, Matthew hit me up and he goes, "You can really see how short you are in this picture." There's no hiding it. Like there's no hiding how short I am. I mean,
Oh, the one we're just bullshitting with you.
Yeah.
oh no, there's no hiding it. Like it's
No, you're in the store and with Andrew and you're just a short guy, so what?
I like
I-
Fat
well-
Red Foo's comment. He's like, Lawrence is scrappy. Yeah, he's a scrappy guy.
Yeah, he is.
We like that.
Scrappy
Because
cooler than
he
Scooby-Doo
fits
anyway.
right in with the rest of us.
Or like one of my exes used to say, fun sized. Just call yourself fun
there you
sized.
It's what Punk's ex-wife said. You know, he's short and fast.
You got to bring the ex-wives into it. No. We
I
don't
was
need to
never
be
married. I was never married.
Ex-girl, I'm just playing with you.
Okay. I know it's okay, but I just like to clear that up. Never married.
That's right.
Had
Lawrence
bad
wasn't dumb
children.
as half of us. That's all.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Hey, what?
So for the shoulder pauldrons, can
Yes,
he
sir.
actually wear that harness and the pauldrons?
Yeah,
I can't.
yeah,
seem
it's
to
on
have-
there.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I
It
can't
does.
seem to get.
Oh,
I can't get it in the hole. Oh, okay. It's the other strap.
them.
Got it.
yeah. You might have to heat it up.
Okay.
Relax.
Oh,
Buy him dinner
yeah.
first.
I gotta get the other
Yeah,
strap.
take
on
off the
first.
harness. Take off the harness that he came with and put the strap from the noble barge.
I've got so many of these giants
And-
now. I got the two dragons. I got a
And be
Rakavor.
forewarned
I've got-
that shield will not want to stay on its handle. I've actually been tempted to just glue it on there because it falls off constantly.
I was gonna say, like, I already know that peg is not big enough to support the extra weight with those tusks on there.
Yeah.
To say, I haven't seen all the accessories. Is there an alternate head for the giant or half giant?
Yes.
I mean,
So that's the
Sweet.
shield, and you got to put
That looks
those
good.
tusks on it. They're a separate piece. You have this head with the accessory set that has the beard.
and the
Which
antlers are awesome.
Yeah.
Well, the antlers were also extra because it comes with. Let's see, we got the. I'll pop them out here. It's the larger, not so large really when it comes to the giant, but it's in the scale. So, like a steer or a bullhorn comes with two of those that you could swap out and put on either side, but they just. Let me play with myself a little bit here and get myself biggie.
Whoa.
Oh, where do I send the money?
Osley fans.
Those are cool. That's kind of like the ones they had on some of the demon figures.
Right. Like these are more like, again, it's supposed to be like a steer horn. But I think the base of these would be too big to fit in the regular helmet, but Joe can confirm that for me.
No, they're universal. Oh, you mean on the 6-inch figures?
Yeah,
They're
like on the
too
smaller
big.
figs.
Yeah, they're too big up for the 6-inch figures, but like the Ogre Legion builder, it'll fit in there.
Yeah,
the Half-Orc Legion builder will fit in there. Both are the tower. All of those head ports on the ogre scale figures.
On the ogres are the same size. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can definitely I've got some options here for mixing and matching now between the different ones. Like I'm thinking that harness might go on to Sabalest because I do want to do. So here's that strap that Joe had. It's just a very large version of the belt. Because I want the shoulder pauldrons on this hat, on my half giant. Like he's going to be.
Is there a spot on the harnesses, Oz, to slide a weapon in the back, or no?
Yes, and it is big for this one because their weapons are big. Oh, look, Hyperdelic's got a co-pilot.
Maximus Prime.
Maximus Prime. Look at how tiny Maximus Prime is.
Just chilling.
Wait.
We used to have a little spiked collar for him, but he hated the damn thing. No deaf boy. You can't hear a single thing. It's so funny. You can put a vacuum right next to his head running. He won't budge. He's like, what's going on?
He's like, hey, hit that massage chair in this part.
And he cleans up his own messes too. It's always nice. It's great. Those are the kind of pets you want.
Eating his poop.
Oh, Lawrence has a new friend.
See? No, he's actually a mount for one of my, Dungeons and Dragons figures. It's
good scale, yeah.
So Ed, is that a Batman you were holding up there?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That is a good
Meshco one.
Nice.
Oh, that explains the good soft goods.
I was gonna say, is that the stock cape or did you get a custom?
No, this is a stock one.
Ooh, that looks good.
When it's Mezco, yeah, that's stock.
It came with a draped cape and then this wired one. But of course you gotta have the wired one.
Got to do the wired for the dynamic shot.
Yeah.
Yep.
So is that like a Keaton head?
No.
But okay, it almost
kind of looks like
it.
Keaton though, but this one is the
it's like the older bat.
The Supreme Knight one. So
okay.
This is a gift from my buddy Rob, Teflon 3.
Does he have like clawed feet?
They're like boots that are kind of
I
like
see.
Got it.
They do kind of look like they're clawed, but they're
I think it was just the angle that I saw it at.
I like
Gorgeous.
the two-tone on the cape where you've got the blue on the back and then black on the inside. It's nice.
Yeah.
That really grabbed my attention as he was moving it around. I was like, ooh, that is really nice soft goods. Because we don't always get that.
Oh, you don't want to get caught on camera, huh?
We got to outsource it. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to
So
buy
I
it.
really like what Mafex did with their Hush Batman, but the cape was it was good, but it was too big. It really
Yeah, that cape was way oversized.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But wasn't the Mafex supposed to be like the Nightfall where he does have the oversized cape?
It
Not
is.
that big, I think. I mean,
Yeah, it was still way over big for that one though.
yeah.
All right, so I'm probably going to have to heat these up a little bit before they will permanently stay in there. They're just a little
There
too
you go.
large.
Yeah, I got the Batman and I got
I'll hold that for you. Hold on. Sorry.
this came in the mail finally.
The vamps.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
everybody who's got one, hold up your vamps. Let's do a vamp tour here because I opened up all my vamps the other week. They weren't these vamps.
They were the 118.
They turned out really good.
They
It's a really
are
nice looking vehicle. man.
amazing. Tony, hold yours up because yours is going to be unique.
Oh, you put the doors and the roof on there? That looks awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, don't tell nobody. You know, there's Pixis Designs, doors and roof.
I want to
KJ
get that roll bar from Gridiron. That's
And
on
then
the
there's
back. That looks great.
And then there's Gridiron's roll bar
Yeah,
with
that
the
thing is
feed
awesome.
with the feed chutes.
I put
very nice.
I put Mutt's goggles on Clutch. It looks awesome.
Oh yeah, I had put. Check this out if you can see it. You see where they
Nice.
put the what do you call it? The fire extinguisher thing.
Yeah.
Holder back here. I took the tools off of Clutch's leg and just hung them on there, so he's got easy access to his tools.
That makes sense. That works.
And then there's
Larry,
the roll cage.
You got yours?
Of course, I have mine.
Now, did they fix the height on the roll bar? Because, like on the old, 1/18 scale, the roll bar was always too low, where you'd be banging your guy's forehead on it. Did they raise it up a bit?
It's really nice. You can see on Larry's.
Yeah. That's better.
Yeah, it's still having the same concept, but
yeah.
I mean, it's so when Snake Eyes has Scarlet in it, she bangs her head on the roll bar.
Well, she's got to have something to hold on
to. And Duke is watching in tears.
Yeah.
Hey, in some circles,
No,
that could
this
be
thing is-
foreplay. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think they.
But hey-
I think they did a great job, and
It's an
That
iconic
thing-
vehicle. They did roll well with it.
They did a good job with it. Yeah. I was actually
and the fact that
really surprised.
yeah, we already know that a Stinger's coming out, so the Mark II is going to come out. So
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
only
it just
a matter of-
guarantees more down the line, which is always a good thing, right? We're never mad when we know there's more coming until something gets canceled early.
Hey, Oz,
Like
can you blow
Brian's
this
point.
up big so Tony can see it?
Yeah. Hold on. There it goes. Yeah.
Nice.
There we go.
Ed, why didn't you just show him that yesterday when you were banging him?
I did, but his eyes were closed because it hurt so bad.
Okay.
He was
I don't
facing
know
up.
what the hell they're talking about, but okay. Yeah. Oh, is that the little the neckerchief from Action Force Big or something?
Yeah, one of them. I think it's blowbacks, maybe.
Yes.
All right. So now I'm finally assembling the last part to the accessory pack,
Nice.
which is that friggin' Warhammer head
Oh,
that's two goat heads.
That thing's cool.
So
Nice.
I had to have it. Hold on, Thanos. I got you, buddy.
Hey,
that's
Look at that.
I've come close to getting those figures so many times.
Those are some badass sculpts.
Yeah, they look really nice.
I really like the Phantom from that line too.
Yeah.
I want the Phantom that has the blue and black stripes on the trunks.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the OG. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
I think that one's only in a 3-pack.
All right. So next week's episode is going to be all about the orcs. We're gonna be praising the
All
horde
about the orcs, about the orcs.
because Thanos and Brick been teasing me with their orcs, and they fit
look
right in
good.
with all my Mythic Legions. So I am
Teasing.
like in a matter of a week, I've put together a small orc horde. I'm hoping everything shows up by next week's show because now that I've said this, they won't.
Right? You just
So Oz has Tusk Envy.
Yeah, I've got a couple of these like paid for waiting for release, but this is what I got so far. These three,
so good,
and I
looking.
dig them quite a bit. I like them a lot better than the Mythic.
That one
Legion
looks really
orcs.
awesome.
Yeah, I like
the long
their
hair on that.
I like their gifts, because
Oh, you know what? I have another one too, but he's over there somewhere.
yeah. So I've got Thurnog coming. I've got I reached out to Joe because I know Joe normally has extras, so I was seeing what he had. He's got a Legion builder on the way to me. I got the War of the Aether Blade deluxe Legion builder off of BBTS, and I was bidding on an auction yesterday for the Coliseum orc. Unfortunately, I was out with some friends last night actually doing physical socializing, which I really try to avoid at most costs, but these were my old GameStop people, and we get together about once a month, and I really enjoy hanging out with all of them.
Nice.
So we were out at we went to this place called Game On Bar and Grill. It was definitely more bar. It was pretty neat though. A lot of old arcade cabinets and such.
Sweet.
Love it.
It's good with the light.
Mama.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that hammer.
The hammer's
It's
insane.
the one from the games, like a custom one I got. I've actually been buying like a few of the custom Warcraft weapons, like
The Doom hammer.
Yeah, the Doom
I
hammer.
love it.
Like,
So
here's what I've been working on.
Hold on, bud. I got you.
Looks really good with the detail on there.
Wait. Is that a custom hammer?
Yes, this is one of the hammers Kenzo sent me.
Yay,
Hammer's
Kenny.
so cool. Hammer time.
Man, that
Yep,
looks
so he's
good.
got his hammer, and then of course
The gun.
Oh yeah.
the gun. But went in and detailed that up a bit. The arm I did a lot of work on.
Really
Right.
I got to go in there with a toothpick and
my
kind
eyes are
of
going
scrape
off.
out where some of the paint bled, but
Yeah,
That'll come
I assume
afterwards.
that he wants.
so yeah.
Roboto is one of my favorites.
Yeah, like I like them too.
And if the
I
character
do
doesn't
kind of
react,
wish the
what if
gears were like properly colored.
Yeah.
Because I think the middle one's supposed to be yellow.
Clean them up, reseal
Oh,
A lot of
but
work.
with the transparent plastic, I don't know if I want to crack them open or not.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, you
I
probably
like the
definitely see stress
Masterverse
marks.
version. I'm disappointed it didn't have more, like the working gears inside and stuff, but they did a pretty decent job on that one. I'm a sucker for robots in any form.
What do you got
Joe.
down there, Joe? Oh, nice.
Well,
Who's-
this is the vampire head from the Heads pack. I don't know if I can get my camera to focus, but I got
love
my
that one.
in stock sale orders in from Four Horsemen, so I got the vampire phalanx. I ordered a few of those, so
Nice.
I was able to finally
Yeah.
throw the Heads pack vampire head on there. So
I
having
do
fun
want to
with
get
that.
some more of the vampire. I want to get a couple of the vampire phalanx to go with my vamps now.
Their vampire head sculpts are sweet.
Yeah. I like
Oh,
that they're monstrous and ugly. Not the romanticized,
Not the sparkly
vamps.
type.
Well, not even just the sparkly type, right? Like even like with Anne Rice and her
Right.
pretty vamps.
I prefer the Nosferatu versions, and that's kind of what Mythic Legions reminds me of.
right.
Yeah, like 30 Days of Night.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Like,
love those vampires. Yeah.
They're freaking scary.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
All
this
right, guys,
freaking
I am gonna head out early. I've been rearranging my garage, and I have like half my living room is covered in stuff. I need to actually go take care of it before somebody gets mad at me.
You making your photo shoot?
I'm
Studio?
setting up a crafting area, and then I'm gonna do like a big area where I have more room to set up photos too. So I'll have like a nice
Yeah.
crafting area and a nice photography area.
Nice.
Sweet.
I'm excited for all that, brother.
Have fun.
But I will be listening. I'll see you guys later.
All right,
Thanos.
Thanos, have a good one.
Thanos.
So Lawrence, the
Yes.
show with Payne went a lot smoother than I was thinking it might.
I think Tony was you that I said that to.
Yeah.
I can't believe Tony remembers anything. That's amazing. I said the same thing to Tony. I thought it was going to be way more emotional.
Yeah.
He got to say a lot of what he wanted to.
Yep, for sure.
So I'm happy about it, but I'm with you. I thought it was going to be way more of an emotional one. But I tell you, man, people seem to really be happy with it. I think people like seeing him back.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I know he's
an awesome dude, man.
He really is one of. I think I told him afterwards. I said, "Listen, I either after before I said, listen, I know that, we say, you know, we always we might have said it actually last week about how, you're one of the good ones, but it kind of sucks because like Ed, you're going to hell with me. Tony's going.
I'm driving the fucking bus, man.
Ryan's going to hell. Matthew's on his way to hell. He doesn't even realize it half the time. But
well, it's like Grandpappy used to say, sincerity is really important. Once you can fake that, you can do anything. But
exactly.
Aaron's a real deal. He's very genuine, and that's part of why people enjoy him.
No, and like I said, I'm really happy with how the show has gone. We're not having nearly as many people anymore just coming in and they want to talk toys, and it's like, just that's not what the show is about.
Right.
It's if you want to hear my opinion, again, Monday nights you can hear it. I'm here most Saturdays. You can hear it.
You can hear it from 2 counties over sometimes.
Monday night is Uncle Larry Thrantham reviews. I mean, Rambles and reviews.
And I hate making that show. And again, I don't like making that show about me. And of course, like when you're telling stories back and forth, you do have to, insert yourself into it. But I always wanted the focus to be on that. But again,
well, you gotta have the conversation, right? I mean, you can't just sit there and have it one side because then it just gets boring.
Then it gets old. It's boring.
Monologuing is a challenge. That's why I always prefer to have a co-host like Wilhelm, somebody to bounce off of.
Yeah, again, Monday, not everyone can do a show by themselves. I know that. And again, I said it before. I'm not doing a show by myself. It isn't for all of you guys in the chat and the community that we've helped create. But on that Thursday, always having someone different and finding out about them. We know a lot about these people. And I told Aaron one of the reasons why I didn't have him on right away was because when I started the show, he had started his show around the same time. And his first show, he let everything out about him. And I'm like, I don't really want to have him on right now because he just kind of told his whole life story. And that is why I thought it was going to be way more emotional. But we really didn't get into, his father, obviously what's going on now. And again, everyone has figured out what's going on, and he knows that. But he can carry a conversation really well. So, but he asked me. He was already scheduled to do it when everything went down, and he said, "I don't know what's going to happen." I'm like, and I told him, I'm like, I was just going to have someone on standby in case you're like, I can't do it. But when you reached out to me and you said, I can't sit here and be a hermit my whole life. I have to get out, and so
he started popping up back here again, and it was refreshing to have him back because Aaron brings something to the community that not a lot of people do. Even if you can't quite put your finger on exactly what it is, I mean, it's beyond just being genuine and generous, right? Like there's just something about him that it draws you to him, and he's a great guy.
The word that comes to mind is sage. He's kind of got that sage vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
right.
And not everyone sees it because I said, like, when my car, when Ohio fucked my car up, he sent me some money. Like, he messaged me and he was like, hey, what's your PayPal? I'm like, no, I don't. He was gonna figure it out. So he sent me something. I don't tell people how much it is because it's no one's business. Right. But then he's not sitting there like in the chat like, well, I sent you some money. So just so you know, like he's not telling you.
He doesn't need the recognition.
He doesn't need people to know. So all these things that we see that a lot of other people don't, that aren't in the back,
he has done so much for this community. Yeah. Like, people just can't even grasp the full scope of it. Like, he's done more than just about anybody I know.
Oh, for sure.
And 100%. He's always willing, like, even when he doesn't have, you know, he gives whatever little he does have.
Yeah.
He is so selfless. It's amazing.
And I think the worst part about what he's going through, I mean, for a lot of us, it's like financially, like a lot of times, like I'm, you know, something happens with my car, people send me super chats. He sent me, you know, like, hey, this is gonna help you. Like,
yep,
the money isn't what's gonna help him, right? You know, it's time. It's you know, we've all been through it. We've all been through it. So none of that's, you know, none of that is gonna, you know, help. And I think it makes us all feel like I wish I could just send him some money, do something, but that's not what's going to, you know, help him. And I think it just makes it harder. Where again, like if something bad happened to me, a lot of people are gonna be like, "You're an asshole anyway. You're a fucking douchebag. You deserve it. I ain't gonna fucking help you." And I don't expect anyone to. Now, God forbid something happened to Roman. I'm like, Roman needs this. Man, the super chat.
Everybody be all over that for
Yeah.
Roman. We all love Roman.
Well, we don't want your noble speed to go down,
super
Lawrence.
That's right.
I didn't say
I threw-
nobody would. I'm just a lot of people would be like, "You're an asshole. You deserve everything you're getting." And I'd be like, "Yeah, you're probably right."
One thing I do appreciate is the fact that many of us have touched on men's mental health issues. You know, Aaron gets it. He's very poignant when he addresses things like that with his shows that he does. Ed gets it. You know, you guys understand how it's something we don't always talk about, but when we do, it's valuable, and I think people appreciate it.
Yep, it's true.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he's just one of the good guys.
Yeah.
Again, we have such a huge. Yeah, you know, we do talk about in the idea of toy company sales how small the collecting community is. But when you look at us as a whole, as a community, I mean, we stretch globally. You know, last weekend I was watching. You guys probably seen him in the chat. Rai Ken. You know, he's got a channel, and he was doing Gunpla Sundays with his boys, where he's just building a couple of Gundam models with his kids. I tuned in right away because it's like first thing in the morning, which is like 7 p.m. where he is. It was like late at night, or you know, for the kids and stuff. And he was just building some Gunpla with his boys and hanging out. So I jumped on to say,
That's
hey.
awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
it was great. It was great just to see.
I hung out with Stu from Universal Toy Collector. We were doing a charity drive, and so many people were
24
very
hours?
generous. Yeah, it was awesome.
Amazing.
A lot of
It's definitely
people contributed for a great children's charity, and so you know, people care. You just got to give them an opportunity.
And it's great too, because again, like even here tonight, right? Our boy Skydra, he's an IG guy mostly, right? Like that's where he posts all of his photos and everything like that, the behind the scenes stuff. That's where he goes live. But he's jumping over and he's doing YouTube with us tonight and hanging out, right? Like I've jumped over and done lives with him on IG, and I'm normally a YouTube guy. You know, it's great to see the communities come together, and you know, all of us kind of share this bond, this love of toys. Hold that up again, bud. There's another one of the pieces that
This is This is where I'm going to be painting next.
That's awesome.
That's the from Revelations, right?
Yep.
Sweet. God, that looks good. We appreciate you, Zazel. Thank you, brother. Says he's
one
leaving
thing
a like
about
across all streams. Oh, go ahead, Scott.
One thing about social media is and I used to play HeroClix, and there's a community there, right? But they're as close as it is to toys don't come into that community. Like HeroClix don't come into this community. So it's social media has a way of keeping everyone very segregated. As much as we try and share it with the world and get as many eyes as we can to see it, like my toy photography, for example, isn't like photography on Instagram. It's very niche, so it keeps it in its in its own room.
Yeah, it
Right.
makes it difficult
100%.
sometimes to connect with people. But on the other hand, like the group chat that Oz created is very helpful for being able to, see what everybody's working on.
Right.
That helped me to connect with, Realm of Toys 89, Francisco. I love his toy photography. I'm going to, do a collaboration with him later in the year. I wouldn't have hooked up with him if it hadn't been for, Oz making the community that he has. So that's cool.
And trying to still grow it. Skydro, you've got an open invite to that group chat if you do group chats, brother. It's, Toy Network. You guys, let me see if I don't know if I can get it to show up on screen here, but Black Genghis KJ, he designed a really amazing logo for it. And you guys may have seen, I've been putting it on my thumbnails. It's currently on the background. And even in the intro, that little startup where it says Toy Network, it's just a community. What it is, it's for the content creators who are trying to build the community together and grow stronger and grow the audiences of everybody, for us to help each other out and continue to network with one another. And
it can be a little heavy on the Motu content, which is not my go-to, but
a little
each
heavy.
their own.
The understatement of the night.
Well, that is certainly why I try to keep getting more and more diverse people within that community.
I only signed up for the Funko Pops that's in there, and I haven't seen any yet.
We got a large Funko Pop community in there called the Trash Can.
Yep. Unless it's Thundar.
Ooh, look at that. Well, Thundar gets a pass on everything because there's no other toys. That is that vampire phalanx with that sweet. That's the alternate head from the Father Christmas.
Retailer Father Christmas. Yeah, that was one of the
sweet.
I don't know if you call them surprise or gift heads. That
Right.
was in there. So yeah.
Well,
It's kind of like a jousting helm. That looks cool.
Yeah, Terrence is also, he had picked up at Toylanta an additional Valiant Knight for me. So he's got the round bucket head when you get him. But the silver bells that came with the first Father Christmas has that head in the silver, which is going to go on my second one, because Emerald Knight and I were talking about it even at one point. And just so everybody can see, I popped that sweet Toy Network up in the corner there. This is a Toy Network production.
Awesome.
And that's why I started putting it at the beginning of the credits. I'm trying to show people that Toy Network, we're a community that works together and try to help each other out. Anybody who's in that Toy Network group chat is welcome to use it if they want to. It's kind of cool to have. I can send the file your way.
So yeah.
Yeah,
I was going to
Gaz is
say,
in the chat. Nice to see you.
we had Zazel and Gaz both jump in. The other clubhouse of Toy Tube with these two gentlemen. And beyond as well. Go figure. Adam has also been doing regular content with them on the weekly. So that's always good to see those guys popping in. We appreciate you being here. And we've actually got space at the moment. If anybody wants to join us this evening, you're welcome to.
I've always enjoyed Zazel's Sergeant Slaughter content, but the clubhouse is more of a inclusive format, and they're doing some cool stuff over there.
Well, it's funny too, because when I was doing these as the weekend hangouts and all like that, it was when did I approach the idea, Ed? When I started calling it the clubhouse? Can't remember. It was this,
a few weeks after I started, so it's been almost a year
since almost PowerCon, right?
Yeah, a little bit before PowerCon, I think.
Yeah, we it was it was starting to be this show where we were having again, a lot of same people on every week, and I was like, it's becoming a familiar thing, kind of like Pee-wee's Playhouse or something like that. So I was like,
I'm just waiting for the Honeycomb Hideout. I'm there. Somebody makes
Honeycomb
that
Hideout. There we
There's
go.
The Dakota rings.
There we go. You're ready for tomorrow.
I gotta go. I gotta go hide these, but
but I'll try and stop back in later if you guys are still going.
Come on, the clubhouse doesn't end until
wee hours.
Yeah, like
I'll
come
mess
on
with this kid this year. She's 9 now. I got to step it up.
Oh yeah, you
I
definitely got
hear
to
you,
hide them hard
Connor's
now.
9.
Been there, done that.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'll see you in a little bit. Wish me luck.
Take care. We'll see you soon, Hyper.
Did you? I hope he counted those eggs before he hides them, so he knows how many he's got to find.
Well, at least he's not using real eggs, because that's always tough when you
Yeah.
find them, like, in June.
Yeah.
Oof.
What's that smell coming from underneath the
money at
couch?
each other.
Right?
Usually you find them with a lawnmower. It's like, it's not pretty.
Yeah, and then it sprays everywhere and it just stinks even worse.
There's chocolate everywhere.
Oh. All right, guys. I am going to go grab a refresh on my coffee. I will join on the infinite nothingness.
Okay.
That is not a bad idea. I'm gonna
get a beverage too.
It's the greatest part, man. Grab your beverage. It's one of the taglines of the show. Larry, carry the show for me.
Larry, carry the show.
Larry.
Damn it, Larry.
Damn it, Larry.
So,
A needle pulling thread.
All right. So,
Listen.
can I tell you about my new project that I'm working on?
Yes.
All right. So, if you're following me on Instagram, I'm almost at 1,000 followers on Instagram. I'm the one that I didn't have for like 3 months. Amazing. I discussed this with some of you guys that I wanted to do a toy show where I walk through different toy stores in the area. I have 4 in mind that I was going to start with here. I did one today. One is going to have to come later on. So I'm going to try and reach out to someone else. I'm trying to get 3 done. And I want it to be, if you've seen like a toy store near you on Amazon, I don't want that exact same thing, but it's going to be a walkthrough of the toy stores and then get to talk to the people. So if you saw on Instagram, they posted a picture of me doing it. And I guess it shows how short I am. But I was telling Tony earlier today, I was really happy with how it went because it was the first one that we did. And even though obviously I talk a lot, this was my son. He does all the camera work. He's going to be doing all the editing, which might be good and bad, to be honest. But he knows how to edit. It's what he wants to do. And I think it's really good for him to have a portfolio to do stuff like this. So he's kind of directing it. He's like, this is your vision and everything. But more than anything, it was that nervousness because we hadn't done it yet. Doing the walkthrough was one thing, but it was sitting down to do the interview. And I was so happy with how it went. Now we have to go back and do the interviews again, I think, because to say that the owner, John, it's him and his wife, you think that I am bad where you can't shut me up. He is one of those guys, and there were some times, I mean, he's hilarious. But we were doing the interviews at the point where they were getting ready to open. And so he walked away while his wife was telling a story, which was fine. And it was like the last question. And that's when it dawned on me when she finished. I looked at my son. I go, he's mic'd up. It's not like he walked away from like a boom mic and I wasn't going to catch it. His conversation on the phone is all there. And I'm like, son of a bitch. But I'm really excited because it's not going to be the very low grade videos that I do. And I do want to make it like an actual series like they do on, YouTube, not on YouTube, but Netflix and stuff like that. It's just going to be on, YouTube. So If anyone saw that, that's exactly what we've been working on. We've talked about it a little bit. It will be on my channel. Maybe eventually we'll move it to its own channel, but for it to be monetized, you can't just grow a channel unless your name's Tony. So
right on. Sounds cool, Lawrence.
Yeah,
I'll
but
check
Tony's
it
not
out.
just another pretty face. He actually has some talent.
What? No way.
well, I mean, there are other people growing that don't have talent.
I resemble that remark.
Oh,
Well, you have talent. You're just not growing.
That's true. I'm a shower, not a grower.
Largo, you and I are too old to fucking grow at this point in time.
I'm a
That's
grower,
true.
not a shower.
Look, we don't grow taller, we just grow wider.
Yes, it's all about the girth once you get past 50.
That's right, baby.
Oh, I got an early start on that then.
Look at all the
You know,
medieval action going.
I do have to say, like, doing this whole
Joe's
thing.
got the medieval girth.
Nice. That is cool, though, Lawrence. I like the fact that you're expanding and looking at some different options and different techniques.
One of the whole ideas of it came from when I would talk, like when people are telling me like they don't have a toy store anywhere near them that's even decent. And I'm like, if I drive 45 minutes, I can hit easily 10 good stores.
I don't have
And we're not even talking about like decent. I'm talking 10 good stores that I could hit. Some of them I shop at, some I don't. And again, 45 minutes to an hour. I mean, that's
It's a drive.
It is a drive, but again, like Sergeant Red's is 15 minutes from me. There's a toy store literally right next to him.
Yep.
Again, you guys are ripping on Funko Pops. In 2 weeks, I'm doing the Funko Pop store.
There you go.
But there's a story to it. There's a total story to it. The reason why I want to do it, and not to mention those guys have been absolutely wonderful with my daughter and everything when we've gone in there. But there's a story why it actually means something to me, which I think I've told before. But and again, if I wanted to be,
got 8 shipwrecks for Christmas and then a flag. And the Funko store.
It's not that
used to be your
story.
skateboard shop.
It's
and
not
we know
that
the
story.
No, it used to be my skateboard shop that I worked at and spent thousands upon thousands of dollars. But
don't you mean you put on tab thousands and thousands of dollars?
What?
I said, don't you mean you put on tab thousands?
Yeah, I
of
put on
dollars?
tab, and I eventually had to pay it back.
That's why they closed. And
yep, Lawrence is the reason they went out of business.
It's like, how many sets of trucks do you need? I don't know.
How many boards does this guy
It wasn't,
go
it
Enough.
wasn't trucks as much as decks.
I was gonna say it's more so the decks. Everybody
Yeah.
replaces decks.
They get
Yeah.
spendy.
It was one a week, if not more.
Yeah, because once
I
you
just
start,
take it?
especially getting into grinding, you break a couple of boards.
But the other
Yeah.
thing about like when I thought about the
Excuse me,
show, and I'm
sorry.
like, I know my toys, a toy channel. People want to see toy stores, and the Funko Pop is a collectible store. But I don't want to pigeonhole myself if this is going to be something that I think can be that I have it like a season, multiple seasons. You really have to look at it and go. You have to draw on other people.
Yes, to really grow.
Yeah, I don't have to like Funko Pops to not enjoy, but to be impressed with what a company has done, what a business has done, putting it together. So
It's like, I'm not a big fan of the Funko Pop format, the creepy little doll and the big head, but they have a huge depth of field of characters that no other company has.
Yeah.
I respect it in the same way that I respect the reaction, right? They've got license for just about every property under the sun. And it's not like they have to actively seek it. It's because of the popularity of the format. Companies are offering licenses to them. Like, did you want to do a line?
Okay. Because when they started doing Rick James and Prince and Freddie Mercury, I'm like, oh, damn, I might buy some of these.
Right?
like,
there's at least a series out there that you're kind of like, I'm a little interested in this.
Yes,
I don't buy them for myself. I have a small collection of Dragon Ball Z pops. I have Halo Master Chief and Cortana pop. I have a Venom and Carnage pop. And both the Venom and Carnage ones were exclusives. Venom was Walgreens exclusive, and the Carnage was a Hot Topic exclusive.
Hey, Cobb.
Jacob.
Caught me vaping.
Yeah, whatever. I'm out here smoking.
Vaping
I'll try not to on camera.
See, Skydra showing off. We got King Bugs.
I remember that. That was awesome. I love all the Bugs Bunny.
You know, like there's literally a pop out there that anybody can admire or enjoy in some way, shape, or form.
I gotta say, I almost pulled the trigger when they did like the Hostess mascots. They did Twinkie the Kid and Fruit Pie the Magician. I'm like, no, I can't.
Right.
I almost did with the rock stars. I was like, oh my goodness, what is this?
Yeah, I got me too. He-Man,
and then they go and they become expensive as hell. Like, oh shit.
They do.
Cases
right?
And stuff. I'm like, what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Cop.
Oh no, I was just talking to myself. I got He-Man and Razor Ramon.
Oh,
He-Man was gifted me the Razor Ramon.
Yeah.
I'm a huge Razor fan.
All the rappers, they got all the rights to. I mean,
yeah.
Tupac,
Jay Astro says it perfectly right here. Funko Pops are an ideal pop culture phenomena because they can represent just about anyone's interest in a little tchotchke, and it really is.
It's just crazy.
Look, Jack Burton.
Nice.
I mean, the heck, that was probably out before the actual Jack Burton figure came out, right? I'm pretty sure. Funko has a tendency to bring licensing to a toy form that others have not.
I just get vexed because they create these in-action figures of cool characters that I want to see in an action figure. It's like,
I know,
are you gonna
right?
give me the one I want?
But Oz, I think you're definitely onto something about how they're a lot like the reaction.
Need a little something that spins today.
Nice.
One of the first
Cyclone action
live appearances of the new Origin Cyclone.
I really had no idea that he was even going to do this. I haven't been keeping up with anything lately. That's freaking
That's crazy.
Action feature still.
Well, he's just not the right fig if he doesn't have the feature.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's a couple more they should have too, but yeah, definitely with him.
Yeah. And TJC, reminding everybody, hit that like button. If you can, do it across all streams as we simulcast. Please, if you're not subscribed to any of the channels on the stream, please go subscribe.
Yeah,
he was one of the ones I missed. I gotta find somebody who's got to spare the Cyclone because unfortunately I was at work and just didn't have time to hit anybody up about it, and I was like, oh crap.
Oh,
I was gonna say,
I was like, sent it with rock on.
All right, well.
No, I mean, I didn't get a second one.
You didn't get a second one of this one?
No,
That's okay. Well, it was like an
know.
off pay week for me too, so I was like, well, next week when I get paid.
No rush on that either. Whenever, just let me know.
Well, I figure somebody around's got to have an extra, so I'll hold one down. Again, the greatest part about Toy Network, we got a lot of really amazing fans. Friends from all across, and I say friends, FRENZ. Just because, for me, everything started with me and Skelly doing the Toy Frenzy show. And, so Friends is just kind of a fun play on that word from that. But, the Frenzied in our Patreon, that we built and then extended. And I was like, there are so many great content creators because I used to, watch all these different channels and stuff like that. If we had a place where we could work together to keep growing our communities, growing the shows. Yep. Oh, Terrence, I wish I'd known you had extras because you just shipped me the other guys. All right, we'll talk. We'll talk tomorrow after the show tonight or something.
Because of my region, it's very difficult to find a lot of modern toys. So I definitely have to depend on help from international friends. It's like, we got a lot of friends here that'll help you move, but then you got friends like Ed. He'll help you move a body. So, you know.
That's right.
Without asking any questions other than what car we taking.
That's it. That's it. Whose car do we got to use? How many shovels should I bring? How many we got coming with us?
Who's got the biggest trunk?
That's the best way to do it.
Just send them down.
As long as we avoid driving through Ohio, we don't want a car to break down going through Ohio with a body in there.
That's right.
Especially now with Michigan plates.
That's just painting the target.
Oh yeah.
I think Lawrence is actually allergic to Ohio at this point.
I've been there.
I think Ohio knows Lawrence hates him. That's why everything happens to Lawrence when he gets
It's karma.
Ohio. It's karma.
Hey, I will be mapping out to see how long it would take if I went out of my way to avoid Ohio on the way to Joe's house. Is it really that much longer?
All the
Might
way
be
around
worth
the
it.
border.
It is. It really is that far out of the way.
Thanos says Eddie's going to have to hit you up later. Apparently, we got some disposal
problem.
work to handle.
People disappear every day in this world.
Yeah, I picked
True.
up that Doink the Clown too. That Doink.
Oh, Superstars Doink. Oh, I
Yeah, the
fucking
face
hate
on it.
clowns. Maybe I shouldn't have. Made you bigger.
That face
Fucking
on him
clowns.
is perfect, man.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna
I had to get him just to make pictures.
just to fuck with me on stream. That's it.
Yep, pretty much.
Oh,
Hey, Ozzy, you want to come and play?
So,
that song stuck in my head since I got him.
Speaking of Jada toys here and the Ken,
yeah. Let's show that off.
so let's
Don't
look
let me
at
press
this.
the Dolph Sim
Oh
again.
man. Yeah, I know that. It looks so similar.
Oh
Wouldn't have-
my
I
god!
wouldn't have caught that if you hadn't pointed it out, but kind of works.
It's like
Is it a He-Man or Prince Adam or whatever?
That was the original He-Man head sculpt for
Yeah.
Origins.
Yeah, he's doing it right now. Look at him.
so. Yeah, you can't use some sticky tag, but it's perfect, man.
Oh my god!
I mean, tag, but the neck's not too big.
Oh my
That's
god,
awesome.
he's gonna make his own He-Man.
Lawrence, did you get the extra head from the Battle Armor He-Man? Did you pick that guy up?
Yeah, I yes.
Put that extra like surprised shock head that just reminds me of Dolph Lundgren.
I'd have to find it. I'd have to find it.
Oh, if you can't find it right now tonight, definitely get us some
That's
pictures.
shock head.
We,
Makes
I
some
will,
good
I
yeah,
will,
pictures.
we
I
need
will
to see
try
that
and
on
find it for
Instagram.
Monday stream.
Oh,
There you
that'll
go.
be great. Oh, I can't wait. That's gonna be great. It's okay. There's always a replay. We had some deep topic discussion. I got freaked out by a clown a couple minutes ago. And now we're realizing the similarities between Mattel and Jack's or Jada Toys Ken head sculpts.
Well, it really popped out when I was doing my thumbnail for Monday's show, and I went through my bin rather than try and pop off a bunch of heads. That's why someone had asked me like about I didn't put Falcon. Well, Falcon's downstairs in the display. Like I didn't want to
Right.
because I had enough heads that obviously it wasn't going to fit. And when I pulled this thing out, I went, "Holy shit!" It looks
So-
almost the exact same.
That's
When
crazy.
that He-Man came out, I saw people making
Ken
Ken customs
figures.
just with that head.
Well, especially with like the Prince Adam
Yeah.
vest. Like you could
Yeah,
trim up
I've
them,
seen that too.
the shred the sleeves up a little bit. It would look well, no, because Ken's had more regular sleeves. Ryu had the more ripped look.
Ragged, yeah.
Yeah.
Got to say, with that thumbnail, Lawrence, it's obvious you give great head. I appreciate it.
Wow.
But like
Look,
every
we
other
all
Monday
love-
night, he won't get to it till 11:59. It'll be over by midnight. So.
Oh,
Right? Terrence says it best. Never enough head, right?
that's right.
That goes both ways, folks.
Well, I will say this, Ed, with the amount of news that's been dropped, there's a good chance that I won't be getting to it. So.
Have a good night, TJC. Thank you for being here, brother.
that whole topic has come because so many people between the Duke head, the Scarlet head, obviously the Quick Kick head. Like all of a sudden,
Even when you get some bad head like Falcon.
yeah.
Oof.
All of a sudden, people are like, "Oh, GI
Matt
Joe can't
Damon.
get head sculpts right. They're all weird. They're all bad." All of a sudden, everyone's like, "That first Scarlet is so much better." Whoa,
That's good.
wait a minute.
That's good,
Everyone
Nick.
hated it.
Yep.
Everybody was honestly, there was a lot of people that were hating just to hate back then too.
Yeah.
You know,
I
this
was not
isn't
a
a
fan of the
ring.
Snake Eyes film, but the Snake Eyes Scarlet, I like that head
Was
sculpt.
really good.
Yeah,
The Snake Eyes
yeah.
figures were actually pretty good. I don't care what anyone says. The Scarlet figure was way better than the first classified.
Yes.
I'll be honest. I like
fine. The figures just didn't sell because the movie was trash. That's why the figures.
right. Like the movie wasn't all that great. I mean, it was good to see. Like, I want them to make more GI Joe movies. I just want them to be better.
Yeah, if they had just called that
off the
generic
source
ninja
material.
and not tried to make it Snake Eyes, it would have been fine. But that was
Yes.
not Snake Eyes.
Right? Like, go back and watch Ninja Assassin, and you have the Snake Eyes movie.
Oh
Go
yeah,
back
the
and
Snake
read
Eyes
some
movie as a
damn
standalone
Real
was
American
absolutely
Hero
fine as
comic
a
book.
movie, but it's not Snake Eyes.
I think we'd all like a real American Hero, like an actual movie based off the comic.
Believe it? Oh, not that one.
The Snake Eyes movie wasn't. I mean, it wasn't bad if it wasn't a GI Joe Snake Eyes movie.
Exactly.
It would have just been fun. The stupid.
They could have called it
ending
American
for
Ninja
Snake Eyes.
27.
You know, and I think that's what people don't get. You know, but I don't know why. I should not. I love GI Joe. I should not be directing it, just like I shouldn't be in charge of it. But you can't tell me that there's not directors and producers in Hollywood that grew up on GI Joe that loved it.
Right? Like, and we're all that age now, right? All of the fans of these old series are now the working age. And I think that's why the nostalgia factor is so great, because these people are working within their passions, right?
It almost seems like they go out of their way to find directors that have never heard of whatever franchise they're dealing with. It's like, have you never read a comic book? Do you know who Larry Hama is? Come on.
Well, it's because they're going for like big name directors.
And
Right.
Marvel, that's it right there. You want to do a GI Joe movie, right? Where should we start? I don't know. Here's a bunch of fucking comic books.
Yeah,
They give
start
an
with the Marvel
outline
GI
for
Joe
you.
comics.
The only thing you have to do is take them out of Vietnam, because let's be honest, nobody wants to
time
see a
frame.
bunch of Liam Neeson's running around. But there's been conflicts. There's been a lot of conflict since Vietnam. All you have to do is progress it.
Or they could put it in the, or, you know, if they set it in the 80s, they could still go with that same time frame and make it work.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
That
look
looks
what they
really
did with
good.
the A-Team movie, right? They took the A-Team from being in Vietnam to putting them in a different conflict and made it work. They could do that.
All right.
And I love that movie.
That movie was
Let's-
awesome.
it- And you know,
Let's
GI
give a
Joe's not
shout
real,
out-
so they could make up a conflict too.
That's
Exactly.
right.
Yeah.
Right? It's always been about like the shadow war kind of thing.
Wait,
The
Hollywood
green
can
on
make up
that really
something?
makes it pop.
So let's all just remember a minute ago where this thing was completely matte. And Bud has. I can't believe in the speed
But
of
did you
which
pull one of
did
those?
this.
You pulled one of those cooking show things where you had the ready made on the side.
Yep. Totally.
That looks really
That was
good.
about 5 layers of paint.
Sweet.
And then a wash.
That looks great.
And then the green.
The wash is just really wow, Bud. Like,
Where's the body
wow.
for that thing?
Yeah, and the use of the glossy black in
I
there
have no
really
clue.
makes it pop.
That is phenomenal work, Bud. Amazing. So, you know, and talking about like doing like that update or even doing it in the time period that it was, right? Like, I mean, let's look at it. Punisher, right? Punisher classically was a Korean War vet, then Vietnam vet. And then now he's, you know, Iraq, Afghanistan vet in the latest media. And it works, right? Like it just works. There's never not going to be a conflict going on somewhere.
That's true.
That is correct there.
You know,
They
as
can
much
make
as
one up for the movie's sake, they can just make one up too. I mean,
exactly, it's all fictional, right? You can just create some fiction.
Yeah.
I mean, the Shadow
Make
War is
one
always kind of the best thing
updated,
anyway.
but then keep
I'm
it
not
close to
highlighting
the
you.
source material.
There
That's
you
all
go.
we want.
I see something creepy.
F you, Cobb. I'm not doing it.
Clowns are bad enough. Now you've got a cyborg clown. You've gone too far.
FAH-Q.
He looks fucking crazy.
It's all fun and games until you try to pack them in the clown car.
That's right. That's right. That's one of the scariest things about them. I don't have any idea how they can pack 50 or 60 of them in them little clown cars.
This might be more up your alley. I got that Dragul from your sister.
Whoever is trying to join in, hold on a second here. Let me see if I can.
Hey, Oz, I actually have to call it a night. So,
all right, brother.
Hey, Oz and company, it has been a pleasure, and I will definitely be back. Thank you all for being so welcoming. You guys are awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man, you're
and Oz, thank you for inviting me.
Always,
yeah, brother. Anytime,
Yeah.
please come join us again anytime you can. You know, because again, I always like waking up my mornings and checking out the Wake, Bake, Create and getting the day started right, man.
I'm trying to
Let's
focus
go.
mine, like, buddy.
You guys have a great night, and I'll talk to y'all later.
It won't.
All right, brother. Find him at Skydro Walker on IG. Go check him out. That's a great head sculpt right there.
Zanzibar.
Great head, Tony.
Yeah.
Looks good.
You got to do Zanzibar now so you can be Hasbro.
Yeah, I need to. Well,
And then this one,
what's coming out.
this one is my Snake He-Man head
Nice.
that I got from Kenzo. So I'm picking this next along with a pair of kind of scaly feet.
Nice.
I gotta find a Zanzibar.
All right.
What?
Here we go. Who we have jumping back in? Hyperdelic. All right.
Hyperdelic Madness.
Getting them back on
Blueberry.
stage here.
Hey, there we go.
Oh, Blueberry.
All right.
I got the thing, closed down.
So
that way.
Hold on here. We got Joe working on some stuff. Let's see. Ooh.
That's some crazy cool detailed stuff, dude.
Oh, and then you got to flex with the PowerCon exclusive.
I want that so
That
bad.
makes me want like Darkness from Legend.
Yes. That's exactly what I think of every time I look at him.
Yeah, what's neat is the head sculpt. It was originally a demon, a red demon, and then just repainting it made it look completely different.
Awesome.
I will send you some pictures, Tony.
Oh,
Especially
man.
since you brought up Darkness, because
Dude, Tim Curry.
yeah. Right.
We just
He
watched
is
that
one of the
movie
most
last week. It's on YouTube
horrible-
right now.
Is it? Oh man,
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
really.
watching that after we go off live tonight. 'Cause I haven't seen it in years.
I'm waiting to watch that. I'm gonna tell that.
Punk. Hey, Punk on Films Legend.
That's right.
Lawrence,
That's
have
right.
you ever seen Legend?
No.
It is one of the few Tom Cruise movies that I love.
Yeah.
And that is a very
He's
short
young.
list.
Yeah, it's
And,
Hey, no
Mia
short
Sarah.
jokes.
Mia Sarah's hot.
Look, you're taller than Tom Cruise, okay? So we'll just put that out there.
Is he
By a
really?
quarter
No
inch.
way.
No, I'm
No,
not.
he's not. No, he's not.
All right, so Ken's taller than Tom Cruise.
Joe, look. Oh, Joe's got some more of the Darkness.
That's the original demon.
That is killer too. But what he did with it is awesome.
Oh,
That's the
yeah.
original demon. Okay.
I want the fire one that has like a fire horse.
Arethyr. Arethyr is the god of war. Or yeah, there are 4 horsemen of
What line
war.
is that, Joe?
Sorry, what's that?
What line is that?
That's Mythic Legions.
That's Mythic Legions. Okay.
Yeah.
Come
Joe,
on,
let's have
Tony.
the cloven
Kind of the
hoof
same,
type
or are they
feet
different
on them.
kind of-
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Nice.
Yep. So, for those of you who don't know, I do the Legions class live streams. We haven't done one in a couple of months. Part of that is because I am actually revamping how I'm doing that. I still plan to do live streams with the rest of the guys, but I talked with Brick a while ago about breaking down and doing like shorts and stuff for it. We've got just this past week, I finally started to script. I will be doing the first episode very, very soon of Legion's class, where I'm going to go in depth on the lore in a short video. Because the live streams, we have a lot of fun when we do them. We love talking about them, but that's the problem, because we like talking about them so much. We go off on all these tangents, and I've gotten some feedback from people where it's a little hard to follow because of that. So changing up the gears, kind of like what Larry was saying earlier, we're going to redo the format to properly grow the channel a little bit more. And these are going to be like 10 to 15 minute episodes discussing lore, legends, and everything from the Four Horsemen. For Mythic Legions. And then eventually it will go into Cosmic Legions as well. We're going to start the basis with the Mythic Legions.
I think that's a cool idea, Oz, because many people may not realize with Mythic Legions, not only do you have just cool figures, there is a storyline that the Four Horsemen created.
And it's purposely vague in a lot of ways too, because they want you to build the world yourself, kind of thing. Like everybody's got their own kind of versions of the armies and troops. As I said, I'm going to have an entire orcs are normally with Arethyr, right? And his whole, faction, like he has the orcs. But they did like Fury Clan orcs, which were red. And again, this is very similar to like Warcraft lore too. So like for me, my Fury Clan orcs, or if I get into some of those are going to be Arethyr's Legion.
Nice.
But the green ones are going to be their more like own shamanistic tribe. And words and by like the Queen of the Orcs or anything like that, because I was looking at a lot of orc figures this week and their prices. When you go backwards in Mythic Legions, you are paying a pretty penny. Like even that Colosseum orc figure that I was looking to try and get, that one is pricey. He's like $200.
How are you feeling about some of these new dwarves that are going to be coming? You getting stoked about that?
Yes. Like, and I'm not even like a big dwarf kind of guy. But like the new 2-pack that they got coming out with the Rising Suns wave. Oh man, so freaking good. And like it's funny now because like with the price that they are, right? Like again, most of these like single character figures that are coming out are like $37 and stuff. They are, it's like that's the cheap price that you get from the store horsemen when they're on sale. Like when you buy them from like a retailer, they're a little bit more expensive. However, sometimes you can get it cheaper from a retailer with shipping than you can from the store horsemen themselves, depending on where you're getting it shipped to.
Yeah, too. I have them all, and I really like Mythic Legions, the old figures too. But if you're gonna compare the new stuff to the old stuff, the new stuff is just so much better. I mean,
right? Like there's a lot of shared pieces.
Yeah, like that Colosseum work is cool. I like it, but when you get that game figure pack, it blows away the Colosseum work in every way. Like everything,
right? And well, the Colosseum work, the only reason I was really interested in that auction was because the starting bid when I first looked it up was like $15. So again, you're talking about a figure that normally goes for like $150 to $200 was like a starting auction at $15-16 when I looked at it, and there was like 2 days left. Well, I was like, well, I get paid in 2 days. Let me check back in. I looked back in. It was only like the max bid at the time was like $35. I put my max bid at $45. A couple hours later, of course, I got outbid. The thing finally sold at $56.
Wow.
Which again is almost about retail price of a new fig. So like it wasn't out of the realm of what I was willing to spend for that particular figure. The Deluxe Legion Builder one for the War of the Aether Blade, that figure that's still available at retail is $85. But they're also giving you almost enough parts to build 2 whole figures out of it.
Right. Plus, if you're able to go to toy, some of the toy shows and cons, you can pick up some sweet deals there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Tickets just went on sale for Legions Con. So
I was about to say,
if you want
Joe, go ahead.
Well,
Joe's the official Legals.
If you want to get the, Mythic Legions, Cosmic Legions figure Obscura, that's the place to do it. They'll have con exclusive figures. This will be my first year being able to go, so I'm really looking forward to that and to get to meet everyone there. But it's the place to get Legions. It's close to the studio, so they'll be bringing a lot of older figures and things like that. You might even have a shot maybe at that Coliseum work if you're there, Oz. If you get to go.
It's true story. Well, that's the plan.
And those guys come full force. They bring truckloads of really cool stuff, so everybody has a good chance of picking up something sweet.
Yep. And you get to see a lot of the custom work that goes on within the community for Legions, which when it comes to custom figures, Tony, you're one of the greats.
Oh, yeah.
And if you were into Mythic Legions, I'd love to see what you could do. And Bud would be amazing as well with the customization. The only problem is these figures
I'm
are
scared to paint them.
Yeah, they're expensive. That's why you got to get some of these Legion builders, and we'll try to do that for you because those are the ones that come with the less paint apps for the customizers.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, your sister's got all kinds of mythics up on IG right now.
I was gonna say,
I'm checking
Carol.
all the pictures out, man.
Carol
has
said she had the Lord of Darkness.
She does. She has an older Lord of Darkness figure because my sister, one of the reasons I'm such a huge fan of Legend is because of my sister. That was like one of her favorite movies, and she used to watch it a lot, and then I watched it.
Oh,
and
Messenger.
me and my sister watched it a
Make sure
lot.
she knows it's on YouTube.
yeah, it's so good. Cannot wait to actually sit down and really watch that.
Does she have it on her IG?
She's got I don't know if she posted no, actually I think she did post Darkness like almost a year ago, maybe a couple of months back.
Yeah.
Was that NECA that made a figure of that?
I
don't remember.
Actually, I think it might have been McFarlane with Movie Maniacs.
Maybe.
There you go.
Really? Maybe it was. Man, I used to collect that. I have like 6 or 7 of those.
Probably.
The what is it? I have Michael Myers and Jason and Candyman and Leatherface. Those are awesome. They're just a little bit articulated statues.
So Kenzo giving the big shout out to Cobb here. Kenzo, we have been looking at your 3D print work with Bud over here.
Yes.
Friggin' killing it. This head that you sent, Bud, for the demon Skeletor minions. Friggin' look at that.
That's awesome.
Hey, Oz, is Carol Charm City 64?
Yeah, that's her.
Okay.
Baltimore's known as Charm City. I don't know why the hell ever it got that name.
It's probably one of those oxymorons.
I call us all Baltimore odds. I actually in the Frenzy group chat, that's for the patron members of the Toy Frenzy hosts. I posted a video this week of one of our watermen who is on IG and YouTube, posts a lot of videos. He goes out and he does crabbing and fishing commercially for the area. He lives on the waterways basically, so he was close to the bridge collapse that we were talking about earlier. As like in his backyard, basically. And the thick, what I call Baltimorean accent that he has. I told everybody in the chat, I was like, you hear me talk, but I'm rather eloquent. But most of you guys around here, they'll talk like this, and this is how everybody, this is what's known as the Baltimorean accent. Because we drink Natty Bow beer while we go down to Camden Yards, hon, and we go watch them O's play that baseball.
Wow.
That's how most of the people around here talk. Yeah. Speaking of dwarves, look at this one.
Man,
Sweet.
that Stein is amazing.
And this is custom.
Nice.
This is a custom that I did. But don't be afraid to paint them, man. They're super fun to play with. The Wolf King
The fur on the
head,
feet
and that's
is nice touch.
Badass.
Yeah.
Damn.
So.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. So we just got to get Bud some Legion builders together so he can paint and have some fun.
So
I'm gonna start looking for it.
Is this
Making what I did look pretty
This
weak.
is actually
but
a power. This is a Power Rangers body I repainted. You know.
Oh, it was the Finster body.
I love
It's
it.
like like an orc blacksmith.
Goblin engineer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It's that Warcraft where the Horde engineers were goblins.
Yeah, the customizing part of it's pretty fun too. It's great to grab some 3D printed pieces and just put them down. So, and
Dude, Instagram is acting weird today. What the hell?
Yeah, I can't access the messages and stuff at all. Not from the computer.
I requested Carol right now, and then it went all wonky. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
My phone was doing that earlier.
I'm wondering if that's what was tying into the issues I was having Thursday. Because when I started really having the issues, it was because I started trying to access Instagram. All right, guys, heading back to the inside cam.
Right on.
Well, speaking of custom stuff, Ed, is your flocking station up and running? Because I got a couple of pieces I wanted to send your way for some flock loving.
He wants you to flock them, you flocker.
That's right. Flock them good.
Flock them good. Flock them A.
Our buddy Adam sent me a GI Joe head that's got the the eagle eye, and he needs some flock loving.
Yeah,
Fatrid Fu.
We'll have it. You have it.
I just said Fatrid has a question in the chat. He's asking, what paints do you use for your customs? I think he's talking to Joe.
yeah, I was just typing out my response, but it'll be faster to say it. I use mostly Citadel and Army Painter.
That's
So,
right. I hear a lot.
Yep.
That's
I like the Vallejos.
Vallejo's really good.
Citadel, Vallejo, and Army Painter is what I use. Tamiya for the metallics.
So if I'm doing details, I like to use Citadel the most because it's a higher quality. But if you're just
I love
covering
Citadel's
surface,
good
Army Painters.
Yeah, you thin it out and it's really good.
As I say, do you guys make your own washes, or do you buy the ready-made wash stuff?
I'm gonna start delving into washes. I haven't really done too many washes.
I buy washes. Army Painter had a wash pack, so I just bought the whole
I heard
pack.
Army Painter has some badass washes.
And what's
the Army
cool
Painter,
about that,
especially
too, is
their paint sets, are a good deal.
Yeah, that's what I like getting.
like
the
their
set instead of one or two.
They have like a blue wash, for example. Like you paint something blue and then put a blue wash over it, and it just brings out those highlights. It's really nice. So I like Army Painter's washes.
Vallejo, Citadel, Army Painter, all acrylic paints.
Yeah, acrylic. Yeah. That way, if you make a mistake, you can actually get it off. I remember
most of the
some of
enamel paint
my
will
early
not dry on the
customs.
figure anyway.
Yeah, that I was just gonna tell the story. One of my first customs, I tried to use spray paint on it, and wherever it's at, it's still sticky. Yeah,
never
for sure.
Cages, Johnny from Cages Customs. Sometimes we'll do the rattle can, and I gotta play with it because he'll spray the parts, but then he Krylon acrylic mats it real fast, and then I guess that helps out. But I'm just not I'm a paintbrush guy.
Yeah.
I
Well,
use an
the only thing I
airbrush
spray is the primer.
Right. Primer's great to spray. Yeah. Nice.
It's like as a kid
like this-
using some of those testers enamels, I just made a hot mess of some models.
Yeah, I don't use enamel paint at all.
Yeah,
it's terrible.
Not for these acrylic
Wait, you know what?
figures.
I was going to ask, when you guys seal your figures, like, what are you using? Like, who uses what?
Hold on.
Do you seal the paint?
I do. Let's see.
If it's an action figure that has movement, it's not just a tabletop figure. I'll use my airbrush and I'll use a like a matte finish just to seal it. It makes it where you don't have as much paint rub. The Krylon stuff's great too, just out of the can.
I use like a Karma varnish, but I
use Mod Podge too, buddy.
Yeah.
Do
you mix it in with the paint or do you do it after?
What's that?
Do you do post or do you mix it in with the paint?
Oh, I do it after I'm done painting everything. Okay. I'll go outside and spray in a good distance, spray it all over. Even I used to get like, in Marvel Legends, Spidey was really glossy. I'm like, he doesn't have a wet costume. I'd spray this all over those glossy ass Marvel Legends and it'd make them look really dry and like they're supposed to. And it's just the coating that the factory puts on to protect the paint. It's just freaking glossy. So, but this knocks it down. And so does Mod Podge. But Mod Podge can leave a nice little shine to it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and Mod Podge isn't waterproof either, right?
Right. I don't know.
I think it's water soluble.
If you're going to do customizing, one thing I've noticed with some guys that are new to it, it's like, don't skip the wash. You got to wash the figure, get off all that factory stuff before you start painting.
What I've recently done,
the oils from
I
your
will
face.
take I'll take a toothbrush and some soap, clean them all off, and then Gun Bunny Customs. He said, get the Scotch Brite pad. Gun Bunny, Gun Bunny Customs.
Topless, right?
He just turned the Vamp into like a dreadnought vehicle. It's insane.
Sweet.
And he says get the Scotch Brite, the green Scotch Brite pads and scuff them up a little. I'm like, doesn't that scrape them up and scratch them up? He goes, no, you just do it lightly and then you paint over it. It just accepts the paint more.
Oh yeah,
you're opening up the figure
texture
to accept the paint. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
you gonna pop open that Dritz there, Oz, or
Oh yeah. So, as many people know, other big news this week: Frazetta Girls, dropped the pre-order for.
I gotta hop on.
Tigra. Tigra looks so sexy.
She is amazing, and I was like I said, I was just about to do it. I was about to drop that pre-order, and then I noticed her Panther was not articulated.
Yeah, it's just a statue.
Speaking of articulated,
is it really?
We have highly articulated joining us tonight.
What's going on, guys?
The head moves at the neck, I think, because it has two interchangeable heads and an interchangeable tail, but the body is static.
Yeah.
I was a little distracted by the voluptuousness of the female figure. I didn't notice the articulation on the Panther.
Well,
me too. I'm guilty of that.
It's the same price as the Darkhold figure.
Oh, is she?
Yes, she is. She doesn't come with as many accessories, but she comes with that Panther. So I mean, like that. It's. First off, to me, we all know I love my critters because, again, I like to build worlds and stuff. I like animals and critters to flourish around the other guys. And I remembered this guy. So, like, I'm sitting there and I'm like, I could go ahead and get that. But guess what? This guy's available right now on Amazon. I think he was only like, he was 36 right now. Is normally like, I think, a $50 pack.
He's got good articulation.
Yeah. Well, and he comes with a sweet die too.
Yep.
Because it's Dungeons and Dragons. You got to have your dice.
They had them for a minute. They had them on Hasbro Pulse for like $20.
Oh,
right. And it was
and they were
this
doing
version.
their clearance. Yeah.
Not because they've got a version out there too that's standard.
Yeah. There's a new. What do they call them? The Golden Archive collection or whatever.
Yeah,
which is
another Hasbro
movie
fumble.
figures
like,
plus him. That's it. That's all they've done. No, wait. This I think this is in there too. Oh, wait, this is from the movie too. But
I was going to say between Forgotten Realms and Dragonlance,
it's a gamble.
There's so many figures they could do. It's like, do you guys just not like money? Come on.
I know,
right.
They don't see
Go
ahead, Joe.
A buddy of mine just got me. You guys can't see the bumper sticker back here, but it says I played D&D before it was cool.
Look, it was never not cool.
I'll
It's just
agree with that.
popular.
I never woke up in time for the cartoon.
Which even that's getting a lot of love right now too. The cartoon, we're getting the
cartoon is
repaints
so
on the
dope.
NECA ones. Well, the
Ooh.
LJN figure paints on
Yeah.
those, which
Like
are really,
the
really
advanced
awesome.
D&D. Yeah, those guys are fun.
But then, you know, had that brief spell with Hasbro doing the toys from the cartoon. Really wish we could have seen more of that. So
I'm looking at Carol's Lord of Darkness. It's crazy badass.
yeah. So I did want to
So
go ahead.
I want
to answer
that
Fat Red
question.
Foo's question. Yeah, I was gonna say
Get a wet palette.
yes.
A wet palette. 100% for mixing paints. Wet palettes the way to go. You can. They'll stay
That's what I
moist
do.
for days.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Yeah.
I keep mine in the fridge in between paint sessions. It keeps it nice and moist. I can use those paints for weeks.
Keeps it moistly.
It keeps it moistly, indeed.
Keeps it moistly.
Hey, Brick. I was gonna say we got Brick jumping in the chat. Good to have you, brother. He was out. Him and Bud and no, it's just you and Brick today. I think you guys both went to go see the sweet new Godzilla XCOM.
Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely left my house for that.
How was that?
You know, the single kidneyed ass mofo can't go out to a Target, but he will go out to Kaiju goodness. I love you,
Priorities.
I may have found alternate means of watching the movie, but nevertheless, it was good. I liked it.
He definitely left his house to go do it and watched it in theaters.
Yep.
Made sure that all the production companies got the money. I'm gonna mute myself because I got some plastic background going.
Did it compare well with like the -0, or is it apples?
No. Yeah, that's a definite different ballpark, but it was fun. It was entertaining.
Cool.
The humans were funny, and the action scenes were good. So that's what you need to know about the film. But definitely worth a watch. I mean,
It looked so good.
Any movie that's fun, that it doesn't, pound my head with a message, I'm there. I don't need to be preached at. I just want to be entertained.
you need at least 3 or 4 brain cells, but
Shit.
So yeah, I'm always a big fan of Kaiju goodness because I'm sorry, Godzilla has been a fan. I've been a big fan of Godzilla since I was a little kid, and watching the old movies, the cartoon.
He's my
then we
desk
had
buddy.
that Matthew Broderick spell that.
Ugh. No, that was an iguana. That wasn't Godzilla.
Yeah, that was so bad.
It was Zilla. It was Zilla. I like that they did that when they showed him off in oh god, which was it? End War that they
Final
did?
Wars.
Oh, Final Wars.
Yes. Yeah, where they were like, "This is Zilla," and then Godzilla just stomped on him.
So satisfying.
Highly satisfying. So, Adam, how are you this evening, sir?
I am a little bit sick. I'm a lot tired.
Been working that press train.
Been a long couple of weeks. Yeah, and I was in Atlanta last weekend for Toylanta. But yeah, it's
got to meet up with Terrence.
I did. Yeah. Shout out to Terrence. He picked me up the Masterverse Snout Spout.
Cool.
He also got me so they won't ship the soft goods to Canada, the Mattel Creation soft goods, like the t-shirts. So he got me the t-shirt that has Eternia. It says Home of the Moat Monster on it. And then he dropped those off and he goes, "Hey, did you want the Rock On as well?" And I was like, no, it was, he goes, "Well, you know what? Just have it." So So he also
Sweet.
gave me Rock On, which I'm going to open tonight.
Terrence is just one of the absolute best within this community. You know, he has that very same, we do better hunting as a group, which that we do. Lawrence, you look like you're about to pass out, brother. I saw that.
What?
You look like you were about to pass out there. You're just,
No,
know.
I'm working on a thumbnail.
I see. Do you need some help with that?
No,
You know, I'm like a thumbnail expert.
I like my basic stuff. You know, shows
Yeah.
how simple I am.
Right. Instead of this fanciness of me having you rip through the screen.
I did say that if I ever need to use it again. So
Hey, yeah, absolutely. That's why I still got it saved on my computer too, just for that purpose. Just in case any of you know, whenever you guys send me your logo, I do save them, and that way I have them ready for use for future thumbnails and everything else, because you know, it's just easy. I have a collection of everybody's logo. I recently did some work with Allison on a couple of things and sent over what I made to her. So it's a Wood Bunny thumbnail.
Oh my god! I don't know
Speaking
who
of
that is.
Allison, yeah, I'll be having the pleasure of doing another remix with Allison on the Infinite playlist in the very near future.
Nice.
We're going for a 70s vibe this time, doing some groovy stuff.
Dig it.
Our buddy Mr. Wonderful will be joining to talk about some wrestling anthems, and then we'll be maybe seeing Oz make a guest appearance to lay down some groovy tunage. That'll be fun.
Right. That's absolutely right. A lot of always good fun stuff coming up in the works for everybody, which I love.
I enjoy doing the collaboration stuff.
Man,
gotta love a
he's
bit
got
spot.
lots of head over there.
You guys need some head.
So I gotta say, I'm so happy I bought this figure because I'm loving the articulation on this panther. So now I feel like I could probably get the Tigra.
There you go.
I get a static
That'll
panther,
work.
but it's got
Yeah, that's pretty similar too.
good articulation through here. The head
That'll work better.
comes up and down, articulated jaw. Like, this is on par with what we've seen from their animals from GI Joe.
Mm.
We know the main thing that I collect classified for is the animals mostly.
You're getting
It's not as good. Grab the timber and then compare them side by side. They're not as good.
Okay.
It's good. It's good. It's better than a lot of stuff, but it's
I will say joints are a little stiff in some areas.
yeah.
What's the panther from?
That is from Forgotten Realms, Dungeons and Dragons, Drizzt.
Oh, that's from the. Yeah. Okay.
I am not trying to pronounce. Thank you, because I can't.
Gwynhavar. Yeah.
Gwynhavar?
Gwynhavar
See,
is the panther. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, I know the lore, but I'm just not always good with the pronunciation because I read a lot of the stuff, but I don't necessarily hear it said because I've never found a good group to RP, which I'm going to put it out there now. For those of you who are interested, I have a group chat set up. We are going to get the game launched. It's still going to be, we got to work out some stuff. We're trying to get meetings set up. And that's the problem when you have these collaborations sometimes with this, is just getting everybody on the same page on a certain day. But
time zones don't help either.
Yeah, it gets difficult. So tomorrow we're going to have a quick meeting, or at least try to, not necessarily a quick meeting. It'll be quick compared to one of these streams, but we're going to try to sit down and hammer out some more stuff. But anybody who wants to join, it's going to be basically like a D&D session that we're going to start streaming at least probably once a month, maybe more if we can fit it in. But there will be we're making sure we can make this for the ability of drop in, drop out. So like you don't have to be there each and every week that we do one to continue the story. We want to make it interactive with the chat so you guys can, you know, jump in and be able to join us as well as we play. I've got the material. I've got some of the materials, and Hyperdelic hooked us up with his DM. Had a good idea on how we can get this thing rolling. So if you guys want in on that group chat, message me so that way we can try to get more on the same page with everything. For those of you that are going to join us live on screen. And then again, we will submit and try to get the rules out for the chat as well for you guys to be able to play along and interact within the game itself. It's going to be like Critical Role, but probably on crack. So.
Is this a long-term campaign, or is it going to be like Monster of the Week kind of stuff?
We haven't fully discussed that out yet. I mean, ideally, we'd try to do something like a much more longer campaign to keep it going, to really build a narrative and a story with it. But there's no reason we couldn't do like Monster of the Week or something like that. But I think it'd be a lot more fun to do the longer campaigns.
Oh, damn, bud, that's quick.
So, like, Bud's knocked it out of the park again. We saw this thing go from blank to painted.
The eyes I might work a little bit more on. Like it's kind of a weird angle.
Yeah.
Oh, if you get a toothpick in there
like,
and maybe put some red around
this eye is good.
This
eye is a little bit crooked.
You have magnifiers. I need them.
But yeah.
That is awesome. Cool. And it's based off of, again, the Snake He-Man that was in the, was that World Eater mini comic that came out? And that was from the Keldor, or Keldor Man, whatever they were calling that one. He Skeletor.
He Skeletor.
He Skeletor, which just sounds weird because he's not a skeleton at all. So
sounds dumb.
Never really became Skeletor in that timeline. But whatevs, it's cool.
Whatevs.
There you go. That one. Yeah.
Oh, so the snake, the He-Man snake head, Kenzo actually did that himself.
Nice.
Which is awesome because, again, Kenzo himself is quite the artist. He does a lot of 3D printing and customs, as well as if you've ever even seen the mural that's in his background, he painted that too by hand on that wall. Castle Grayskull worked shelving into it for posing. Kenzo, my brother, you are an artist. And Mr. Home Arcade is joining us. What's going on, Mr. Home Arcade?
What's going on, brother?
Good to see you.
That is definitely one thing about Motu, especially with their card art and their box art. They really pull out all the stops. They do some great artwork.
Yeah.
Eldor.
Yeah.
Eldor. Speaking of other artists.
Eldorian.
That's right. See, again, like the community behind everything is just so creative. There are many wonderful artists. Like, again, Mr. Home Arcade does a lot of custom work and everything like that. That's what I love about this. And again, it builds on that world. We curate personal collections. We build worlds of our own. And, like, I don't know. It's just the fun of this community, right? We're still all just playing with toys.
Mm-hmm.
And now it goes deadly quiet. Leave me with Mama.
I'm trying to catch up with that. Check it out.
Yeah. I know. It's like, when I'm trying to open figures, the only problem is I don't have any room for any other partners for my regulars on the show on Saturdays to help me manage chat.
This is just like
I want to plug this figure.
Oh, Joe.
Sorry. I just the Lee figure, like if any, it's available right now, retailer exclusive. So other than the shoulder pauldrons I put from a different figure and the dagger, everything else is included with the figure.
Wow.
So you can make two completely different figures just
Mhm.
from the parts that are included. So it comes with the black arms and legs and the armored arms and legs. And I use the black arms and legs, the spare on a blue Hagnon. When it glows, it looks like you can't see him. So it looks like the arms and stuff are floating. Yeah, just a ton of fun here. So I wanted to give just a plug for the Lee J figure because I was so it was a cool figure, but getting it in hand blew me away. So if anybody's looking for, just to try a Mythic Legions figure, this is a really fun one to play with for sure.
Yeah, and that's a great body buck too. The base off of.
It really is.
So I was thinking about getting one of the Lee J figures. I mean, personally, just to have it in the collection because now I need to get a couple more knights to kind of flesh out the rest of the world. But also getting it because it's got that spare orc head, and the orc head that it comes with, that skin tone works with the barbarian Legion builders. So I can have a more, different skin toned orc.
Yeah,
I've already got the
bio wise, it's a half orc, so
right, half orc, just kind of like the half angel, half orc from Xenothon, because I've got that orc head, and I got Bryophytus too. So there's another element to the shaman.
Yeah,
there's some good crossover with Cosmic Legions too. A lot of those head sculpts from Mythic work really good on the Cosmic too. It's sweet.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah. Well, because like even our good friend Jesse Just Shelve It, like he's incorporated Cosmic Legions, like one of their ships crash landed in Mythos, and now so one of the characters from that is now running around with his Legions figures because they crash landed. They can't get off because there's no technology to repair the ship, which was a really cool idea. I love it.
Goes back to your world building.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not much customizing, but I did throw on you got that Lord Dragul, and I wanted to have that kind of like from Masterverse. I took that off of him. Thought he'd look better if he had a little thing, the hood behind him.
Yeah,
that looks dope. Yeah,
that does look really good.
Yeah,
I'm liking that a lot better. So I think might have to dip my hand in painting a little bit, just get a little darker gray, and it'll look great on him.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, Adam, how you like the rock?
How's the view from your side?
I like him more. I like him more than Jitsu.
Oh man.
You know what? That's that's completely fair.
But there's no I can't figure it out, but I don't think there's any way to have it not have huge gaps and seams and
it wasn't.
I was kind of thinking it would be more like a Rock Lord, but it really isn't. It's just a really clumsy, he's not even disguised as a rock. You'd be like, why is that guy hunched over in the corner over there?
with the new Cyclone figure and that kind of ring piece that he has, I was thinking of doing a picture where Cyclone's holding up his big ring and someone's throwing a rock on through it, kind of like a basketball hoop.
Why not? Right? One of my half giants could toss him through there.
Yeah, it's a weird figure, but
so as a kid, there's Rocklon and Stondar from the vintage line were the two rock characters that they had, and they really didn't share much of the same tooling. They were actually both pretty unique, except for their chest pieces, but the outside rocks were completely different. Rock on there is pretty smooth rock texture, and then Stondar looked like the moon, basically had a lot of pits and craters. But the way they were tooled, the exterior pieces were pretty seamless when you folded them up.
Yeah.
But for the new figures, because they wanted them to have the articulation of Origins, they you saw it there. There's Rocklon's got some major thigh gap. that I think we all appreciate. And it looks like he's wearing some short shorts and his cheeks are hanging out the bottom. But we don't judge here. All right. If that's how he wants to go out looking, he's allowed to go out looking like that. But I don't know who he thinks he's fooling.
Come on, Mattel. One job. That was one job. You had to turn a figure into a rock. That's
the other thing I said too. Because, like, as a kid, I used to love this figure, and as I got older, I realized his one true function was that he transformed into a rock.
And then he's got his little blaster, like, plugs in.
Yeah. Well, it was storage.
This little thing spins? Like, what's...
belly button ring.
It's still spinning.
I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. What am I missing here? This is ridiculous.
Says he was happier with the rock on shirt better than the figure.
Right. But I gotta agree here. Our another good friend, Eternium Royalty, Mike had said at best, Rockholm was not over or underwhelming. It was just quite whelming. Which,
yeah, that's
wow.
Yeah.
You're
not wrong.
I gotta go, guys. I gotta dip out.
All right, Tony. Well,
Hey,
thank
Tony.
you for being here, brother.
Guys, it's been a heck of a lot of fun. You guys have a happy Easter tomorrow, and I
You
will
as
see
well,
you
brother.
guys later. All right, see you guys later, bro.
Good night.
It's high concept, as Brick said, which is good.
I don't know about that. It's
See,
a poor
that
man's
person was
rock
high
lord is what it is.
Well, and Thanos says it best here too. He goes, "The vintage ones make appearances as rocks frequently in his photos," and that's how good they are. You don't even tell they're there in his photos because they look like rocks. They're seamless. The new one, not so much.
I don't know how to get like he could. You could plug his little sort of laser gun kaleidoscope thing, whatever it is, into his chest, but I don't. Can you get it in his hand? Just the way it's designed, it's like
The original one could go in the hand, and it could go into the character's chest. The chest was strictly to put it so that it was hidden when he was folded up. Of course, as a
I get it.
5-year-old,
I get
didn't
it.
notice that. But
Oh yeah, you can. You just have to you gotta twist his arm all up. And okay, okay.
Well, being the idiotic kid that I was, my dad would always yell at me because I'd be playing I had Stone Dar, not Rock On, so a Stone Dar had to go take a pee over in the corner or something like that, and he's like, and then he plugs it in like this, and he's like, "Wee!" And my dad's like, "You idiot, knock it off! Grandmother's over here," or something like,
he's
got to
go
those for you anymore, and that's why I never got Rock On when I was a kid.
So at Toylanta, I also got these guys. Their origin versions.
Yes.
These are awesome.
And if you have the alternate head sculpt for that leech with you there, that is a Corn Boy sculpt from Four Horsemen.
I like that.
Cool.
Leech. That's
Yeah, I just
too.
picked up
That's
extra
really
leech. I found them at Ross.
Yeah, that's the one that I go with.
Yeah, these were loose but complete on a table at Toylanta for $10 a piece. And I thought I'm definitely gonna get those.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were some of the ones that went on like that really low clearance at like Ross and stuff. So people probably got them for like $2 to $3. Turn around, sold them at con.
I'm
for
fine
$10.
with that. I think they're like $40 in Canada, Canadian, so like $30 basically.
Right.
But
Which, yeah, that's about accurate for like a deluxe. It's like 25, 30. But yeah, I mean it's still great for you guys. It wasn't like when they turned around and sold the Kenner Classics Ghostbusters at Maryland Toy Expo here, and I will continue to gripe about this because it was such bullshit. I couldn't get them for like that real cheap $4 price they were at, Ollie's. Couldn't find them all, and come around, go to Maryland Toy Expo last year, and they got tables and tables. Everybody's got them everywhere, and they're all selling them for like $40 or $50. Mind you, again, it's like that's a huge markup to well over what the retail price was. That is actually really cool that you did that with Snout Spout, bud. Hold that up again. If you can hear me, Bud.
There he is.
So what I like what Bud did here is he took some of the extra armor stuff from Vicron. So like you've got the wrist bracers here, but then you also in his hand a second ago had the battering ram from Vicron, which makes again insane sense considering he's like the firefighter of Eternia, and sometimes they got to break into your house.
Yep.
And they will use that. That is actually a really, really great idea, Bud. Thank you. I think I might have to add that to him because I don't plan on using that with the other Vicron. So,
Hi, man.
Kenny.
What's going on, everybody?
And for anybody, sorry, Kenzo, to steal your
No.
thunder as you come on.
No,
For anybody
I
that was
got no
wondering, I
thunder.
also got an Atlanta spoon when I was in Atlanta.
All right.
Do I need to find you a Baltimore spoon for when we meet up at Joe Fest or Legion's Con?
Sure, if you want
All right.
to.
Do you have like
I
one of
will-
those shadow boxes with the spoons across it, or?
You know what? I haven't found one that sort of fits in the space that I have, so I'm gonna make one. So I will have one. And as soon as it's up, I'll let everybody know. I'll send a picture so that everybody can see. Right now, my spoons are in like sort of semi-storage state. They're in a box just all together. But
nice.
Oh, Kenzo. I don't know if you saw it, but
Oh yeah. Oh, I love
Look at
it.
the work he did on that.
Dude, it's great, man. And then I should send you the other one so you could have one with the red eyes
Yeah.
and one with the green eyes.
and then this one turned out okay. I'm still going to do a little bit of work on it, but
No, it looks good. It looks good. That was a fun one to do. Like it was.
I might do the eyes red.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I might do the eyes red or like an orange.
I would say keep them yellow like that, but if you can get like a fine point, like either needle or a pin tip or the toothpick in there, try to outline it with like a touch of red and then keep the middle yellow.
I mean, like, let's
Oh,
be real.
nice.
It wasn't like
That's cool.
Right?
You did good. Yeah, on the He-Man, it was just the standard. It wasn't. I didn't obviously make the head, but when I got it, I threw it on mesh mixer, and I made all the scales, and I changed the eyes, and I tried to, I made it look like the comic, like that. That was
Right.
That was a fun one.
The accuracy of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I do like to do a lot of the comic thing, but also I'm trying to lean more into maybe doing my own thing instead of just exactly copying the comic. Because once I painted this head,
and
I painted it differently where I laid down a darker blue and then I did highlights with a lighter one, and it just looks very shadowed, and I love the look of it. And I was like, maybe I should just start doing this.
That's
So that's what I'm trying to do now.
Yep, you get to that next
Yep.
level of, I've been doing this now. Now I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna start doing that. That's cool.
And the thing with me is, I'm just not going to do it with figures going forward. I'm going back. So I have 100 figures now to paint.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the fun thing about Motu also is you've got so many different flavors of continuity. If you want to go with the comic book continuity, that's one thing. You can go with the cartoon. You can, you can mix and match, or like you say, create your own, head canon. So that's always fun.
Very cool. Very cool.
Oh yeah.
So I'm adding up some armor to Desabolus here now, since I got these extra pieces from my half giant. Now, I will say this that kind of bummed me out there real quick. When I was popping off the other bracers, the ones that came with him, man, that white paint flecked off real quick. It's got a couple of paint flecks from that. That's all right, though. I could probably touch it up. I do have some Army Builder paints hanging around here, and I need to start doing customs because I've wanted to do it for a while.
A lot of
folks,
fun.
I'm going to dip out. My doggos are giving me the eye. They want to go walkies. So it's
All
that time.
right.
Thanks for the invite, Oz. It's great to see everybody. Love hanging with you guys.
Good to see you, Jim.
Yeah,
Jim,
we'll see
good
you
to
around.
have you here, brother.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep, have a good one.
I too am gonna bounce.
All right.
But before I do, Hyperdelic, why don't you tell them what you have going on tomorrow? You have something going on, and I haven't seen you promote it or anything. Maybe I'm missing it. Like
I'm terrible at advertising stuff, but yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna drop in I think it's 8 a.m. my time. It's an interview with Lawrence. We're gonna get to know Lawrence and know a little bit more about Lawrence's favorite toy lines and why they're his favorites. And get to know.
Is there a story about 8 shipwrecks and a U.S. flag in that?
You know what? You're gonna have to tune in.
That's right. You got to find out, or check any other dozen older streams.
No, I feel like we had a really good conversation, and it's like the doing what I'm doing. It's kind of it's practice for me. Like I'm trying to become a better listener, become a better conversationalist. So like what I want to do with it. Sorry, it's jelly bean season. I got like I got a rocks glass filled with jelly beans sitting here. They are crack. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I wanted to do something where I could grow just as somebody producing stuff for YouTube. But I also wanted to put something together that kind of archived like some of the characters in our community. Because I mean part of the whole toy collecting thing that really like I think really kind of catches some people nowadays is there is a community around it, and you can finally talk to somebody about the stupid nerdy things that you want to talk that I'll start talking about, and my wife is just like, do we have to talk about this right now? so it's nice to be able to have like a nice good conversation with somebody about it. And I think in the toy community, we've got a lot of it. We do. It's just kind of my, my version of this. And yeah. And I put together a great little AI intro that's insanely stupid. So, I'm excited. And honestly, I thought that Lawrence and I had a really good conversation. We got a little deep, almost cried a few times, no, but it was a good time. It was. And I hope everybody checks it out.
Most people don't know that about Lawrence Hyperdelic, that he's a really emotional guy. He
cries a lot.
Well.
Cries about the
extremely emotional.
He's got a cry closet, and he hides in there frequently.
It's got a poster of Steve Eiserman in there. He cries over it.
He's a very tough guy on the outside, but Lawrence is soft and warm and cuddly on the inside. Yeah. And I think everybody should find that out.
And well, how do you know about Lawrence's insides?
Listen. What happens after we stop recording stays off the tapes,
Oh, okay.
All right.
But I'm going to take off. Thank you very much. Once again, I got to get up and go to the gym tomorrow. Lots of super kicks at Joe Fest, so I need to get some stretching in, get those legs worked out again.
Right.
When you do a super kick, are you kicking something
really
as high as your leg goes, or
you'll be surprised.
Reality, he's going to the gym working on his squats so that he can jump up high enough to see over the tables.
There's a good chance on that one.
Be hanging from the chin up.
Well, we didn't get this on video, but when me and Lawrence were at PowerCon, I had to lift him up so he could see the Thundercats layer.
Up on your shoulder.
Yep, just like this.
So
carry around like
lucky.
We all know one of the things that I'm doing with DeSabilis is that I have the Varg who's going to be with him, very Master Blaster style from Mad Max, very Sabretooth and Wild Child style from Age of Apocalypse. That's going to be me and Lawrence at Joe Fest. I'll just walk around with him on my back.
I'm fine with that.
Lawrence is
that's-
like, yeah, that's nice,
that's-
man. Carry me ass around. I don't care.
Matter of fact, give me that little netting that Chewbacca had to carry. C-3PO around. I'll just point where I want to go.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. Thank you very much. Let me know if
Bye,
I get
Lawrence.
any.
We'll see you around.
Let me know if you get any super chats from my stream since it's still streaming. So.
Okay. We'll definitely let you
Hey,
know.
Lawrence.
If anybody wants to do a super chat for Roman over on.
Oh wait, you know what? Roman, come here. Here.
That's right. We haven't had Roman on tonight.
Come here, buddy. Come.
Only in
All
chat.
right, everyone. All right, I know you want to go outside, right?
go.
Yeah. Go outside.
Yeah. Sounds like a yes to me.
All right, guys. Take care.
Yeah. So, Joe, are you heading out, or are you just waving bye to Lawrence?
I was waving bye to Lawrence.
Okay.
We have a thunderstorm here, though, so if I just suddenly disappear, that's what
Our
happens.
thunderstorm
Pouring
ended
rain
massive.
here today. No thunder though.
You mean like your whole thing, or just you out of that picture? Joe?
Right.
All
Either
right.
or.
So,
Just see a little puff of smoke come up out of your chair.
Right.
That's one hell of a storm.
So one thing I did here, there's the unknown one, or like the blood armor. They all have this like similar like T visor shaped helmet that I really dig. And I noticed the half giant came with that as like his standard head before I got the accessory pack. And since I'm kind of lumping my unknown one in with the vampires at this point, and I have the Vorgus Vermilius blood armor too, I'm thinking, I don't know. I mean, maybe this is my Desalis with that kind of armored helmet now in giant scale form. Did switch up and give him the spiky pauldron, or the bracers that were on the half giant, and gave him the half giant harness too. I don't know. I kind of like the other head a lot though too. So just easy, lazy boy swap and pops.
Oh, yeah.
This is definitely his
It
shield.
looks great, though.
Yeah. They look good together.
They do.
Oh, man. So also the Drizzt figure came with this little mini panther.
Oh boy.
Little tiny one. But now I no longer have Panther envy because I have an articulated panther. Everybody with their Tigra figures will be jealous of my panther.
Do you know the lore behind the mini panther thing?
Not as much, no, because I didn't read up on that. That's a familiar, right? Because he summons.
Yeah, I think the mini panther is like it summons the panther.
Right.
Like
It's
becomes
called a figurine of wondrous power.
Oh, is it? Okay, I thought it was something different.
Hey Joe, did you play D&D before it was cool?
I did.
Joe was into D&D before Satanic Panic, right?
Well, actually, when I first got invited to play, I thought that was going to be a part of it, but it turns out that you don't have to worship the devil if you don't want to. So,
were you
that was a good
disappointed,
learning
Joe?
experience for me.
You have a choice.
How many people were
I don't know
sacrificed
about
during a game, Joe?
disappointed, but yeah, it's just my
Did you feel
expectations
misled?
had to be reset. Right, I was. Growing up in the 80s, I had a whole different.
You're like, man, the
I
news
thought I was
told me
gonna
this
get
is
to
going to
be
be
like-
way different.
Yeah,
What's all the
Tom
black
Hanks- there was
cloaks
that
and the
Tom
blood
Hanks
rituals?
movie.
What the hell?
Yeah, there was none of that. There was more Cheetos than blood. It was really disappointing.
Liar.
How many people got up and left the quest as soon as they realized there was no actual sacrifice? Like, I'm out of here.
If there was a Google review for it, it would be like far fewer virgin sacrifices than I expected.
Plenty of virgins,
though.
no
That part is
sacrifice.
accurate.
The only wrong path traveled down was the path of diabetic blood sugar levels. Like that's about it. Only thing people killed was a bag of Doritos.
When I first entered in, I thought I was going to smell incense and sulfur, and instead it was just BO and stale pizza.
Yeah, Mountain Dew.
Oz, it sounds like you've been there before. Don't lie.
I have. That was personal experience I was talking about.
You know, I'd never, and you know, I'd never been involved in any of that, but I once went to pick up some paint. I went to get some of the Citadel paint at the comic shop. You know, they had stuff like that, and there was a bunch of noise downstairs, and I was like, what's going on down there? She's like, oh, it's our league. And I went down there, and I told Wraith Mesa's story and I was like, went down there, table to table, all the way across. It was a money league for Warhammer. It was like the craziest shit I'd ever seen. And the same thing, I walked in, I was like, what is that smell? But you know, it was like, dude, it was huge. It was pretty cool.
Now I'm also picturing like the fighting dens.
Well, like Kenny lives in Colorado, you know, and he said, "What's that smell?" We all know what that smell was.
Yeah, you know what that smell is. Yeah, that's true.
That's a much better smell. That's closer to what I would expect at a satanic ritual.
Yeah,
Bro,
so that was pretty cool.
Take this. You'll go to a magic realm.
Yeah, you sure will. You know, I grew up like 20 miles away from Gardner, Colorado. And if you don't know anything about that and you check that out, like they actually have like a hippie days or a hippie fest on 420, like every 4 years or something like that. And it's like one of the largest gatherings in the United States. And this town probably has, I don't know, maybe 400 people. And it just, there's an area where everybody just gathers there once every, I don't know if it's every 4 years. I don't know. If
Is
it's
that the
like
Rainbow Fest thing?
What's that?
Is that Rainbow Fest thing?
I'm not sure exactly the name of it, but I do know they used to call it Hippie Fest or Hippie something. Yeah. But I mean, everybody and that, yeah, and there's a lot of legal drugs. Well, legal now, but you know, and illegal drugs that go on. But and that's right down the road from where I'm at now.
Fun.
But I don't partake. I got, you know, I'm on a pain contract with my doctor, so I can't do any of it because then I'll get kicked out.
He prescribed you pain?
I'm on a pain contract. He gives me shit that probably is a lot worse for me, you know, the narcotics. And he says, well, you can't smoke weed or, you know, you can't do any other drugs, just the drugs I give you that are probably shutting down your body more than weed would anyway.
That's a very effective drug dealer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He
don't want you shopping
I
around.
just signed my life away. Yep.
So, scaling wise, Driz to the Valiant Knight, slightly shorter, which I'm okay with that because I can think of him, although he's painted up more like a dark elf. Then I'd prefer him be like a wood elf, maybe.
Yeah, they're small. It's definitely a Marvel kind of 6-inch scaled figure.
Yeah,
I actually have 2 of those.
Oh,
the
the Driz,
better with the Marvel Legends than Mythic. Yeah,
which makes sense because it's a Hasbro.
Yeah.
You know, it's their system, their buck. Adam, what did you think about the 3.75 Ghostbusters? I know you're not normally a 3.75 collector.
I am not a 3.75 collector for the most part. I am not an O-ring collector for the most part. I don't have the same affinity for Ghostbusters as a lot of people that I know do. It's one of those, I know that it's happening. Actually, I should say I knew that it was going to happen 2.5 years ago. It's been in the works for a long time, believe it or not. And I don't know. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I guess it's great for O-ring collectors. It's great for Ghostbusters fans. It's great for, you know, people that I think wanted that 30 years ago and never got it. The fact that they're doing an Ecto 1 to go along with it, I think is a bonus too. So I think it's cool. I mean, I'm glad that they're doing it because it seems long overdue.
Right. Yeah,
I just hope they follow it up with like monsters and ghosts and
the fire station.
Sure.
At 3.75, I don't see a reason why they couldn't justify doing that playset.
Well, at 3.75 though, you also have the option of picking up the Playmobil stuff.
That's true. Maybe they could just
it's almost perfect scale.
Yeah, they could just re-release the Playmobil Ghostbusters house, which that Ghostbuster firehouse I thought was way more satisfying than the original.
It's probably better than anything Hasbro would make too.
It's very
Yeah.
detailed. Yeah. There's lots
You
of
know,
little details.
And Playmobil is like ridiculously affordable compared to a lot of other brands. Like they seem to go out of their way to sort of make things that are toys, you know, like they with a couple exceptions, like they did James Bond's Aston Martin, which was a little overpriced, but still really, really good and still reasonable. They did the DeLorean, which was very, very reasonable, and then sort of followed up with advent calendars to like fill out if you want Back to the Future 2, you want Back to the Future 3, you can get all these figures and all these things to like go along with it. Like they seem to do a better job than most at actually potentially giving collectors what they would want. The problem is it's Playmobil, and most people that I know aren't really looking at Playmobil as like the line that they want those IPs to be sort of or they don't look to Playmobil to sort of fulfill their need for those IPs, which is unfortunate because Playmobil's doing it anyway.
I know. I mean, when
they
they
made
were
the Mystery Machine and the 18 van both at the same
Yep.
time. Those things are awesome looking. I never picked them up because it was like you said, Playmobil was not my, not my
But
wheelhouse.
like they fit though. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like if you've got GI Joes, like 3 3/4 or 4-inch, like it doesn't even really matter. A dry brush on those, and away you go. A black wash, whatever. They're phenomenal and they're well made, and the pricing is bang on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. They did it before anybody else had the guts to do it.
That
Look at
is
that.
the Playmobil version, and it is.
Does it have a winch though?
I mean, come on. No, but what's cool is the top comes off,
Mhm.
and then you can actually like get in there and
Leave it to the Germans to make things functional.
I mean, I had Playmobil when I was a kid. I had a bunch of stuff,
Yeah.
and when I saw these, I was like, dude, yeah, heck yeah. My dad even was like, dude, I got to get that for him.
Yeah.
But
Connor was
their
totally
only
ready.
drawback are these figures. They're cool, but they're not. They're like big Lego.
They're
and it's not very
they're a slight like one step upgrade from a Funko Pop, really, is what they are. So it's hard to really get into them as like an action figure collector, but they give you everything. Like the deco's all there. They're what are they, like 4 POA because both legs move at the same time, kind of thing. Like
right.
So they're kind of weird, but yeah, it's. I mean, they have so many IPs. I think Playmobil is one of those brands. Playmobil is a little bit like Lego, where I think like if you've got an IP, you want Playmobil or Lego to make your product because you'll get a ton of attention on your IP.
Oh, especially in like Europe too. Like Playmobil.
Oh yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the thing. But yeah, I mean, these are crazy, like crazy detailed. They really do. I mean, yeah, sure, it's Paint App, but it's printed on Paint App and it's really well done.
Yeah.
It's like, man, what? It's better than it should be.
That's what I'm saying. It's like there's more detailed than there should be for a toy that kind of nobody cares about. And I know that that's not true. I know there's Playmobil collectors, and I know that they probably sell more than a lot of other brands, but yeah, they're so much better than they should be.
Yeah.
Their
When
Slimer's
these
pretty
were
good.
out in store, that was right around the time that Toys R Us was closing up shop over here. And I almost went ahead and just bought all of it.
Oh, the Ghostbusters stuff, or just Playmobil?
Yeah,
in
for
general?
Playmobil.
Oh,
The all the Ghostbusters Playmobil. I was with Connor at I was there at Toys R Us, and we were looking at different things. The only reason I did not buy the Ghostbusters Playmobil stuff was because Connor was looking at a whole lot of other stuff. And I wanted him to have the experience of walking into a Toys R Us. He doesn't really remember it now, and I kind of figured he wouldn't. But at the time, like the joy on his face walking through a toy store and being told you can go pick out what you want. And he took it upon himself. I didn't tell him there was like any kind of limit on what he could buy. I just said, go out and pick out what you want. And as he was walking around, he would pick up one toy and he'd start carrying it around because he wanted it. But then as he would see more stuff, he would pick that up too and then kind of look at what he had in his hand. And he would, sometimes he would put what he already had down and then walk around with the new thing. I didn't say he could only pick like one thing. I said, go pick what you want. He took it upon himself to imply that rule, which was great because then I just went later that week and picked up everything else that he was looking at and stowed it in the closet until Christmas time. But that was the only reason I didn't pick up all this Playmobil Ghostbuster stuff, because I was like, these would be so cool to get. And he had actually just had like their his great grandmother, my grandmother at the time, she was still alive. She had just bought him like the firehouse, like the regular firehouse fire department set. And my aunt picked him up the police, headquarters set. And we enjoyed playing with those and all like that. And he kind of liked it. But by that time, all the Playmobil stuff was gone from Toys R Us by then. Such a shame that I missed out on that, because now some of that stuff, again, it's still actually really reasonably priced for most of it. Like you can still find it at like regular retail price, not like super expensive pricing. And I might look into it a little bit more now that we got these, because you're right. Like it's slightly smaller than 3.75. It's almost perfect scale. They would look good together though.
I think Playmobil works a little bit like Lego. Like they'll keep making something so long as it's selling, and then once sales kind of drop off, then they'll just retire it, kind of quietly retire it. But they announce like, we're not going to make this anymore as of this date. So you typically, have plenty of time to get it if you need it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. Here's a good.
It's actually the Firehouse is on sale right now on Big Bad Toy Store.
It's on Amazon too. Yeah, like $69.99 on Amazon, which is great because then you get it delivered.
Ooh, they got Star Trek.
So yeah, the Stay Puft and all the guys and accessories, just not Ecto One, been trying to sell the Playmobil. Oh, okay, interesting. I'm actually looking at some of the stuff right now as a lot, but just to kind of give people an idea what we're talking about. If you have not seen the Playmobil Firehouse, this is it. This is what we're talking about right here. Like anybody who remembers that original toy, like there was a lot of what I felt kind of at the time was like wasted space so that they could do the slime feature, right? From roof to floor. It's not going to let me zoom in. I'm trying to do the Control Plus. Want to zoom in a little bit more here. So this is your firehouse. Like you've got a top floor that's kind of got like, part of the lab, You got a second floor that has, again, quite a bit of the lab. And then you see down here on the ground floor, it's got the room for the garage and everything. These are just some of the extras. Here's a Stay Puft that was being mentioned. Here's Slimer, just regular Slimer, not attached to the cool Ecto-1 like Hyperdelic had. You've got a variety of ghosts. You got the librarian here. This is... Which one is that?
Slimer. I think he's loyal subject. Yeah.
Oh, that's the loyal subjects one. Might be right because the splatter underneath there. That's a good point. But yeah, it's just like they work so friggin' well. And I'm trying to not show off the rest of their stuff here. I was actually trying to
instead of just using decals and stuff like that, Playmobil will actually like print out, all the parts, all the bookshelves and all the filing cabinets, and like you just get tons of play value with Playmobil.
Yeah, like I'm looking at like the accessories for that thing on Big Bad Toys
World.
Like it's crazy. You get like a pizza, there's a chair, video camera for when they're like shooting Tully with, when he's got the colander on his head. Rick Moranis comes with it as part of the set. What else do they got? They got like a little mini microscope.
Yeah.
Like it's just all these crazy little like detailed bits that are like, holy cow! Like nobody ever does that kind of stuff. Even Lego doesn't give you that many kinds of things.
And they're all just, they're just cast in plastic. They're not painted, but they don't need to be. They do such a good job. They'll cast different colored pieces, and then you have to put them together. So there's always assembly required. My kids are into Playmobil, and I love buying it for them because it's just fun stuff, and it's really well made.
Yeah, there's that too.
Like all that for $180. Oof. Practically giving it away.
I know. I'm kind of I'm thinking about, and like you noticed here too, like you get your, just like you get your variants and figures, right? You've got real Ghostbusters, you've got regular costume, you've got slimed. It's all there. Like people may not recognize this ghost here, but from the second movie when Janosz kidnaps Oscar, that's what that's from. Library ghost, not all crazy scary. I'm not sure who the octopus is, but like the Slimer comes with the hot dog cart, so you can do all the hot dogs in the mouth kind of thing. This is a ghost from the real Ghostbusters. So like, again, pulling from the cartoon, you got Dana Barrett here, all messed up for the Keymaster. There's that Stay Puffed. You got all the other little like ecto vehicles, because these are both Ghostbusters. The Terror Dogs, they're actually, you get two in a set. There's no other toy line that did both Terror Dogs in one set. Just
Can you go back next to the Terror Dogs?
Here's
there?
that Lewis Tully with the video camera.
You want to see the real Ghostbusters?
No. You go over a little bit. See that kind of pyramid thing? See how that's upside down?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So Playmobil has this weird thing where they do these little holograms, and that's what that is. So there's probably some like holographic ghost thing going on there. Like it's just a cool toy line. Look at all those packs.
So yeah, folks. I know, so many. And they had blue, they had black, like you got the different colors depending on what you're looking at. And it's just fun toys. Toys. Like I said, I really wish Connor had shown more interest, because I definitely would have picked it up at the time had he. But he was looking at like all the cool Ben 10 stuff, so I don't blame him, because those are cool toys too.
There was a guy.
If you guys don't know what Ben 10
at Toylanta, and every time I knew it was him every time, because I would overhear him having conversation with vendors as I was walking around, and every time I heard this guy being like, "You got any Ben 10 stuff?" And it was the same guy every time. I'd look over my shoulder and I was like, "Yeah, it's the same guy." And there was one guy at a table that was like, "Man, I've seen you like 4 times in 3 months, and I tell you every time, you bought all my Ben 10 stuff. You gotta stop asking me."
It's not frequented in the adult collector market. It's not really going to pop up too much. I'm sorry to say.
Was weird.
You know, and it's a shame too, because those were really fun toys. I had a lot of fun playing with Connor and all the Ben 10 stuff. Oh, look, Joe Amato's joining us for the stream. Oh, sorry, that's the Kenzo head that
I was looking down at the chat.
Bud painted. Everybody looked like, wait.
I was looking at the chat. I was like, where?
Where's Joe? Where's Joe? He's another great customizer, too. If you guys don't know Joe Amato, his customs. Honestly, he's the whole reason we got Duplicat. Copycat.
I've had a lot of cool conversations with Joe. He's a very passionate guy.
He is. Yes.
Extremely
That's
passionate.
definitely one way to put it. Passionate.
Very, very, very passionate.
But not in a bad way. Like, Joe is just one of the best. He's really, really great. Easy to talk to.
Yeah.
He's another short guy.
I saw that too on some pictures. I was like, wow. All right. Not that
Yeah,
there's
I'm almost
anything
like
wrong with that. I mean, just saying.
Hey, I'm just like almost a foot taller than him. Joe, if you're watching, I still love you, buddy.
If anybody didn't
I'm
get that, that was
dogging
a Seinfeld reference that I threw out there.
Missed it.
We like Seinfeld references.
Not that there's anything
Hey
wrong
guys,
with
I think I'm gonna get out of here because I gotta be kind of, you know, coherent when my kids running around looking for things. You guys have a good one. Have a great holiday, everybody, too.
Happy
Have a
Easter.
great holiday.
See you later, man.
Happy Easter.
All right. Good night.
I'll have a dog. See you, man.
So yeah, even Fat Red Foos mentioned about the fact that he heard the Playmobil works decent with the 118.
Yeah, it does.
Which, like, yeah, it's only like minusculely smaller. And War Chest Full of Toys says he's back. What's going on, brother? Glad you could be here.
So go ahead. Go ahead.
One more thing, I got it in Atlanta, but I just got it at Target because it was on sale. Was the vintage collection Sabine? But
oh, nice.
But I got it largely because it came with a Loth Cat. And I just want a bunch of Loth Cats.
I was hoping I could find a bunch on clearance for that same reason, Adam. You get me.
Because the figure's really, really quite good.
Oh,
like the sculpt is good, the detail's good, and then you get the helmet and you're like, why is the helmet the same size as their torso? But I guess it's because it's so small. You couldn't really I don't know how you would
got to be
do it.
slightly larger to fit over the head, you know.
But I heard the vintage collection Bo-Katan does not have that same problem. So who
Neither
knows?
did the Django Fett that I had that had all the armor pieces that came off back in the day.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just how it works.
And one more thing that I got, and I'm gonna head in, go to bed soon because my brain's not working very well. The last thing that I got at Toylanta
What?
Oh, damn.
Oh,
was this guy. So this is the 3D printed version of Spectral Pale. This is in fact the Spectral Pale that if you go on the Kickstarter, this is the figure that is pictured on the picture for Spectral Pale. The arm was broken off, and when we were packing, I didn't even know Jason had it with him, and we were packing up all the paint masters, and he kind of pulls it out of the box, and he's like, this stupid thing. He's like, it's always broken. I keep gluing it back together. He's like, can you take this? Can you get this out of here? He's like, I don't want to deal with this thing anymore. And I was like, I can definitely take that. I don't mind. I don't mind that the arm is broken at all. So at this point, I've got I've got turnaround shots. I've got a 3D printed sample. I've got a test shot of a head. I've got a pre-production figure. So now really all I need is a proper test shot and a paint master, and then I think I'll have just about every step of the process for an AWOC figure. So
that's incredible, man. I am so glad. And honestly, I can't think of anybody more deserving of having the promo spectral tail than yourself, as you have been campaigning so hard for that figure.
Mm-hmm.
That's just incredible.
No, it's great. I know exactly where it's going to go. I just haven't put it away yet. I'm happy to have him on my desk for a little bit longer, I think.
Yeah, well, we all got to have our desk toys, right? Like, I've still got, clearly some of the Legions. I did clear off like a couple of the vampires and stuff, but like,
well, my desk AWOC figure though, I think I've shown this before, haven't I? Casual ape.
Yeah, which we all love, by the way. Here, hold it up again for the people who don't.
Casual ape.
Just casual ape, right?
He's got an adult beverage. He's relaxing. He's got his 90s shirt on. I don't know what I did. I had those shorts. I did a picture with some like denim printed shorts.
Yeah.
And I don't know where those have gone, but they're gonna have to make a comeback now that he's got that shirt. I think
he
well,
had.
You can't be really casual unless you're going no pants anyway. So I mean,
that's right.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a very good point.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, pants are optional for the stream. Seriously, guys.
I don't really you just gonna say you don't have any pants on?
Actually, I am wearing pants, surprisingly. I was gonna say I don't have a desk figure. I have like a.
You have a desk?
That's what I was gonna say.
I have a desk under here. I've got Turtles, Motu, Doctor Who, a few Power Rangers.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, everything.
Sorry, but bring it back up.
Oh no, it's fine.
Pale with the power sword on my desk.
That's such a good figure. That was my figure of the year for 2023, and I think I might amend my rules and just make it my figure of the year every year, because I still, I mean, I granted it's only March, but I don't have anything yet that would knock him out of the #1 spot.
Well, there you go. Then I think it's worth it again. You got to make him like a little WWE belt now or something. So, Bud, go ahead and give us back that little tour around and show us the figure desk.
Oh,
do a little twirl, Bud.
So I found this really. So I was cleaning out. Well, we had my room and closet cleared out, and found a box full of like figures. And I found this really old Mattel Batman figure I had. Found my Marvel Legends, Netflix Daredevil figure, a couple Power Ranger figures, a couple Doctor Who figures, which these things are tiny.
Yeah.
The Michael Bay Turtles. And of course I have my usual Turtles. But yeah. So that's currently what I'm kind of looking at.
Nice.
Just figures everywhere.
But you display them so well, Bud. You do a really good job.
Yep.
With the
They're all standing in file, which is so not boring.
Ooh, look at that Triclops down there. He's coming.
Oh.
And favorite version's coming.
I was very lucky when I found him on Big Bad.
Yeah, they did like a slight restock, and like I was not able to jump in on that, which kind of pissed me off. But I got the mini comic version, so I ain't mad about it. I got that one.
Yeah, I'm jelly on that. I definitely. That's the only reason I'm not collecting any of the mini comic figures, is because I can't get him
the complete set. I've actually got
for at least a good price.
Yeah, the back of that, the card art, where it's the Rise of Evil 2-pack with Cronus and Keldor, and then you see like 2000X Evelyn on there, you see Lords of Power Beastman and Merman, and it's like, holy crap, I've actually got every figure on the back of this card, which that's a hard card to complete because not everybody got that mini comic Triclops.
I didn't. I missed them.
So, who is the purple skull dude by Batman?
I didn't either, Thanos, if that makes you feel any better.
It's all right.
Purple skull dude. I have 2 red skull dudes. Well, 3.
Oh, yeah. Mask of the Red Death, I think.
Oops. Hold on, turn off my screen. There we go. So I've got Mask of the Red Death, Daredevil. Well, he doesn't really have a skull face, but
Vorgus
yeah.
Vermilion. Nice.
The little wizard statue I also found.
Very cool. I like that. Wizard.
And then also really random small little figs. Like I found that little Koopa guy.
Nice.
One of the Koopa kids. A couple little small Funkos.
I think that's Roy actually with the Koopa kid.
Yeah, Roy.
Mask of the Red Death looks badass. Definitely. Well, if you're interested in that particular figure, the retail exclusive version is up for pre-order. Go check out our boys over at Hella Dope Toys, and you can pre-order there. Or if you are one of our friends up north in Canada, highly recommend E-Collectibles. I'll never stop shouting out Mike because he helps all of our good Canadian friends. Because it's a pain in the butt to get these toys across the border, which is ridiculous.
Or I have a loose one.
Oh, that's you know what? That's right. Kenzo is looking to part ways with him, so you can find all of us on IG. Pretty sure everybody here has IG. Yeah, everybody here.
MySpace. Oh,
I can't even find my space anymore.
Hit Kenzo up on Friendster, and he'll help you out.
Just email me at kenzo@aol.com.
You can find me at
I still got those discs, man. I got a
Just
good
spin
deal.
up those discs and
right. Load up all the minutes of free internet time.
Welcome.
So working at
You
KB
got
Toys
mail.
too, right?
Right.
You got that job at KB?
KB, baby.
Speaking of AOL discs, mine's about to run out. I've only got 6 minutes left on my internet, so I'm gonna call it a night.
You need a net zero disc? I got one I can send you.
Net zero.
I
That's
wish.
blasphemy. No.
I ain't gonna lie, I used to run around and do the neighborhood collection and grab as
Oh,
many
yeah.
free discs as I could.
Beep, 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 beep. Oh, horrible.
Up stealing people's papers, not for their paper, but for their AOL discs.
My kid goes, "What was life before the internet?"
So much
Remember-
better.
Awesome.
We used to have adventures in real time.
We had this thing called Outside.
We used to have to clean ourselves off because we had dirt on our hands.
My BMX
know-
got so many miles. It was great.
The graphics outside were really, really impressive, but some of the storylines were pretty lame.
Sometimes.
Super high def.
Yes.
Ultra.
Stories never went anywhere.
Never. I often got yelled at and harassed by cops. You're doing skateboarding around here.
And nothing was recorded. That's great.
It's
That
probably
was
for the best.
Yeah. Oh, it definitely is.
Nothing went live. Yeah.
I am.
See you guys.
All right. Have a good night.
Later, Adam.
Yeah, Adam.
I am so glad that none of that stuff was recorded.
Mm-hmm.
It's up here where it counts.
Not mine. I'm forgetting everything. So.
Freaking Thanos making us all jealous with the Jada Mega Man. Ooh.
Hey, I have that one.
Look at that face.
It's in a
That's
box
so good.
though.
I can't wait until they get some more out too. Like I'm waiting until we get the up to Mega Man 3 because I want the
I want to have like a good amount of them because I want to set up a Mega Man soccer shot. I don't know if you guys remember that old game, Mega Man Soccer.
Yes.
That would
Yes.
be super fun.
Oh, that would be great. And like I'm not, normally when you get like all the repaints and the variants and stuff like that, like, sometimes I can get kind of lame. but I'm kind of excited for them to go through the different, because back with those game days, you had the different colored outfits.
Yeah.
And I hope they like pack each one with the appropriate accessory.
The first Mega Man I played, like I rented it a bunch of times, and then I ended up buying the rental copy, but I never had instructions. I didn't even realize you could get the master's weapons. So I would like go through it with just the regular shot. Like,
wow.
Yeah.
So you played it on like epic hard mode.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then I paused it one time and accidentally selected it. I was like, "Oh my god!" Like
I could actually use the weapon. And then you
found
kill
out
them
there
within
was
like
a
2
specific...
hits of that weapon. You kill somebody
Right.
else.
There was an order to beat them in so that it was easier.
Yeah.
All right. So Fat Red Foo, you missed it earlier. We were talking about this. Hit me up on IG and I will throw you into the group chat for the D&D campaign. Because we are starting to get that organized more now that we have a DM. They have an idea of how to run the campaign so that we do jump in, jump out week per week. So that way, if people don't want to be involved one week or they can't show up, it doesn't hold up us doing any like overarching stories throughout as we build our characters. Really excited to do that.
Is Johnny going to be the DM or do we find somebody else?
The DM is going to be Hyperdelic's DM for a campaign that he's always running, because he actually has kind of thought out of a system already how to work things, because Hyperdelic had mentioned it to him. And honestly, like his idea is really, really cool. So I'm excited for us to get working on it. Tomorrow we will be having like a mini meeting via StreamYard that I will send invites to. But yeah, we're gonna get it going finally. We're finally getting the ball rolling. And Hyper's got some interesting ideas about how to do the map, and he was talking with Radnom about helping out with that. So again, we're getting more of us involved within the community.
That's cool.
Anything you need if you want to join? Never done D&D before? But that's perfect, honestly, because a lot of us were just going to be starting out and learning. I've never had a good run with like an actual serious campaign before. So yeah, he sent me over like the digital downloads of like the books and stuff like that, and we'll do character sheets, everything else. We're going to get this thing up and going because I cannot wait to do this.
Now's the time. 5th edition is so easy to learn. Like they have Hasbro, for all of its faults, they made it where it's so easy to play compared to the old school versions of the game. You can really just pick it up and play.
Well, also just the simple fact that they've done the with the digital, it makes it so much easier for us to do a version like this.
Right.
Because it'll allow us to do it. My biggest worry is we're talking about like doing like a digital map and everything like that we could share on screen at the time to be able to help give a visual aid and things like that. I'm probably going to have somebody else do the share screen and be able to navigate for that, because I myself will not. Realistically, I'm just not going to be able to do it, because we've all seen what happens when I just try to bring up a little extra. Typically, if I'm sharing from Chrome, the computer doesn't bog down too much. It does a little bit. But if I'm sharing from, like, when I went to go load up Instagram earlier to go try and share from it, and this happened Thursday, it's what kind of like killed my computer out, and then the internet wasn't working right. It would not stay connected. So that's when I switched up to doing my phone to finish out the frenzy this past week, because I just don't have enough between the slow internet speed here at my house and the processing power of a very old Surface Pro laptop. It's just not going to happen. But we'll figure that out. Like, again, we're going to hammer out more of the details. We're going to get it going so that we can actually do this game.
I've only played online one time because I'm still old school. Me and my friends play in person, but having the maps, the digital maps online, it's almost essential, to knowing for combat, knowing positioning and where the characters are at, and moving around and how that works with the rules and stuff. It was really cool having the digital map. So I hope you guys can get that working.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be neat. And like I said, we're getting more and more people within the community involved in it to make it a really fun experience. Like I said, we're not going to be as cool as the Critical Role people, but we'll be decently up there.
That's a matter of opinion, perspective.
I'll just have to. Well, thank you, Joe. I have to speak with maybe Jeremy DeWitt helping us out, or maybe our friends over at Cracktastic Plastic to make us cool theme music.
Right on.
That'd be cool.
Right? The War Chest is saying that he's almost got these snow chains done for this Arctic vamp. Nice. So as we saw the really amazing custom that Tony was working on earlier, now we're already getting the snow variants, which is great because we just saw that retro carded snow serpent. Very nice, Kenzo. Is that a print?
Yeah, LA Figures. It's another one. I did the He-Man and the Skeletor of LA Figures.
Right.
They've got a Tila now. They've got a Trapjaw, a Man-at-Arms, and then the She-Ra. So they've got a whole bunch of good statues. So yeah,
very nice.
Those will be next.
Speaking of Tila, Mondo dropping the tease.
Oh yeah,
man, and good buddy Tommy. Tommy, that's his sculpt, and man, does she look freaking phenomenal! Wow. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, she looks really good.
Joe, can I just say, like, between watching you last night on Let's Go Off-World and tonight, it's nice to be able to see more of your background, see what you got going on back there. And, of course, you got to have, like, a mandatory Grayskull and Snake Mountain, except you've got the superior version.
That's why
different.
That's why Sean recommended you, right?
That
so that the classics Grayskull would still be there.
Still the star of the program.
Yeah, the truth of it is that I always had the curtain up because it was a huge mess in my toy room, and but I was a guest on the Legions lair in the Cabal on Tuesday, and they wanted, part of being on that show is giving a tour of your collection. So I was forced to actually go in and clean my toy room so that I wasn't embarrassed showing off my toys. So that's why I actually have a real background right now, is because I finally got around to cleaning everything up. It's not just piles of boxes and dust and whatnot in the background. So,
that's exactly how my room is. I mean, I got all these up here nice, but everything out here is just a mess.
Everything else is a mess.
Packages.
There's a reason you don't see that, because I'm still working on all of that.
Right in here.
Right.
But
yeah, it is nice having a real background. We'll see how long it lasts.
Hope it lasts a while, Joe. Of course, if you ever go back to the floating head, we'll still keep you around.
Yeah. Both versions. The other one wasn't bad. I liked a lot of the comments about people saying, like, is Joe in a cave? And I thought that was fun.
I just thought you were still at work.
Right. I wish I could log on at work. Make the day go by faster.
Man, it's really fun. So, and for those of you who don't know, Joe will be getting quite a bit of special credit for those new Legions class videos I'm going to be doing, because from the earlier waves before Trevor took over as full-time photographer for Four Horsemen, there is not a lot of pictures and stuff for some of those earlier figures and characters, and it's just a shame, because, like, even though the tooling gets better and everything like that as time has gone on, the earlier figures are just as gorgeous. And Joe, I appreciate you being able to help out with that, because Joe will be doing some pictures for us, because he is the one person I know who has 100% everything.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It is. Well, when you've been a fan as long as
right. Well, that's what it is. It wasn't really much of an accomplishment, just dumb luck. I was actually after my second divorce, I got back into collecting. I was looking for Seventh Kingdom figures. Then I found the Gothotropolis ones on eBay, and I was like, well, I need to get those. And it just happened to be that Mythic Legions, the first Kickstarter, had just people were getting the figures in hand and putting them up on eBay. And I'd been playing D&D for so long. I was like, hey, cool medieval action figures. Heck yeah. And I just started grabbing them, and they weren't very expensive at the time. So I just kind of like stumbled into the collection. And it's so funny because some of the rarest figures right now I used for customs back in the day, and painted some that are worth a lot of money right now, which is a shame. If I had any idea.
Yeah, considering.
Yeah, I tore apart like an atlas and used it for a custom, just totally repainted the whole body, the arms and legs pink, to make like this pig guy custom and stuff. But that was before I was even in the Cabal, so I didn't know that people like really wanted those figures.
Yeah.
So it's going to be D&D, like Ostradamus Toys Clubhouse. It's not going to be like anything you've ever seen before.
Right.
Hey,
Vox Machina and Lotus War is based off of D&D also, so those are very close to what.
Well, it's because of Jesse. I've had to watch all Vox Machina. What's up,
Hey,
bud?
It's
I was just saying, I think I'm gonna hop off here.
All right, brother. Well, thank you for
But
hanging
I
out
will-
with us tonight.
Yeah, it was fun. Got some heads
bud.
painted.
Happy Easter.
Later, man. Thanks.
Sorry, War Chest. Yeah, when we do the simulcast, it's not always, it doesn't link the chats, and I know both Jim and Lawrence were simulcasting, getting the word out about the stream. The party's over here on Ostradamus Toys. That's where the main chat is. So if anybody's still hanging around in those chats, feel free to join us over here. And make sure, again, give a like and subscribe to everybody who's on. Yeah, Sunny Sundries is here. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Playing D&D since '89. All editions. West Hasbro made more action figures based on the novels like the Drizzt. And if you weren't here earlier, I just opened up that pack. The R.A. Salvatore Drizzt.
I wish they'd do more of the creatures. I love that Beholder and like a couple of the other.
Yeah. Like even if they just did all the monsters, like go through the whole monsters guide and give it to us.
That would be really cool.
Like I am super satisfied with this. I no longer have the Tigra envy. If anything, now I'm prepared to buy Tigra again because I have a articulated panther to go with.
Tigra looks good though.
Oh yes. Oh my god. Fantastic. I like that they've, really easily made it so that you can have her in the scantily clad bikini look, as well as boom, here, we actually gave her the clothes, which was just basically a poncho. But, again, she only really had 2 looks in the movie, so it wasn't hard to, something to give us that. But I was a little worried because early on, that was all I saw was the bikini pics. And I'm like, are they not even going to attempt to just put something else with it? And we did. We got both versions of her now, which is great.
Sex sells, Oz. You know that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, unless...
But it's illegal to do so in most states.
Not if you have an only...
I'm in Nevada.
Hey, there you go.
Most states.
Right.
My Osley fans is going to make me fortune.
You know what's funny?
Of wishes.
I posted that video of that robe that I made.
Oh yeah.
I looked at it and I was looking at my YouTube channel. I was like, wow, I got 1,000 views in like a day on that rogue.
But how many people did you lose?
None. I mean, she's clothed. It's just a meme statue. So.
That's true, I guess. Because she is clothed. It's just like you said, the meme. I was gonna say Thanos is playing the constant battle with loss versus
just
gains.
weeding people out is what it is.
There you go.
It's the best way to look at it, brother.
It's like, all right.
That was a pretty good print, though, I gotta say.
Yeah, definitely.
So Kenzo let me know that Toy Stalker is shipping out the Mutant Moss Man.
Yes.
Nice.
And I only knew about it because of Thanos, so I ordered it from what he had said. So
yeah, I tried to order that from there. Did you have to have? No, I tried to, and I got my debit card going through. It wasn't saying it was going through.
Oh, it sold out quick. It wasn't up for too long.
Gotcha. Well, that disheartens me because I do like supporting. Again, our friends, our good peeps. Toy Stalker is one of the good ones. Found him through Hatter, and it's better than going to that big bad guy. But sometimes you just got to.
Well, it's a Walmart exclusive. That's
I was gonna say that one's the Walmart, right? All those Walmarts, I'm gonna be screwed out of it. Freaking my Walmarts don't have anything at all.
You're not the only one, man. Like, the freaking Merman got announced as a Walmart exclusive, and I'm like,
I know.
Oh, great. There goes that one. And that was one of the main ones that I wanted.
That Masterverse, that Horde Prime Trooper, Horde Trooper Prime, that's going to be a Walmart too.
Yeah, that one's Walmart exclusive. What was the other one that wasn't there one more Walmart exclusive?
Well, that was Origins, not Masterverse, because the Masterverse Horde Trooper is going to be Mattel Creations exclusive.
Yeah, the Origins one, right? They have
Yeah, that comes with the bot. Yep, that's supposed to be Walmart. Again,
so
I
much
swear,
oh my God.
I need to go back and find that video because I remember in one of the interviews, like last year at San Diego Comic-Con, they were like, "We're going to stop with the retailer exclusives," and it's like, you haven't slowed down. You guys like doubled down into it. You're going harder than you ever did.
One here and there, Walmart's okay, but having to try and chase all these down is ridiculous.
Well, and the worst part is they were like, "Oh yeah, we're going to do a Build-A-Figure with Metal Botto,
right?
Except we're going to sell it across." Well, I heard that the Target exclusives are going to be Metal Botto. The Walmart exclusives are not. But when they had originally announced it, I really did think that it was going to be split across the two retailers, and I was like, "That's bullshit."
Yeah, that would have been bad.
It's just frustrating.
Well, and I know I'm going to have to go to Colorado Springs when the Target ones start dropping, when the Stranger Things starts dropping, and all that. I'm going to have to go up there because my Target is garbage. I only have one in the city I'm in, so
I don't even have one in my city. I gotta drive.
2 I could check out here, and then 1 up where my kids live, and there's like nothing ever.
Target's not usually too bad. Like once I decide to go and check, they usually have what I'm looking for. Walmart, like a nightmare all the time.
Yeah, Target's always pretty good.
I've never had issues really finding anything at Target.
No.
90% of my Origins collection has come from Target because they always have seemed to like get it in stock, and then like driving around to the different Targets, which I have less Targets than I do Walmarts surrounding me.
When I started out with Origins, I was at Target all the time just picking them up.
Right, like it really wasn't an issue.
Target was a pain in the ass for some of the NECA stuff. Like people people are getting the Kirby. Like I know if I go and drive like a town over and go to the couple of Targets over there, I'm gonna be like, no Kirby. But people are showing them off, and I want that figure.
Oh man,
right?
Little baby Modi coming out of the egg.
Hatchling Modi. I like that. I really like that.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I'm in the it's the Mega Custom X. I'm on his Patreon, and that's what he released for Easter. Was the file for that.
In the egg.
Boojaboo, I guess.
Boojaboo. Yeah.
So I love the fact that Warchest is saying he doesn't play D&D, but he does slip a D20 into his pocket and roll it throughout the day just to witness the random shit unfold. Shit gets wild when you bring the magic 8-ball into it too, which I've seen people are getting their 8 balls from Mattel Creations too.
I haven't opened mine yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Maybe I should
You
open
want to open it tonight?
Let's
Do it. So speaking of D20, this was the D20 that came with Drizzt, and this is a beautiful one. It's got glittery blue in there. Is definitely an awesome verse D20.
The box is really nice.
We got Ken joining us.
What's up, Ken?
We got Ken and Kenny.
Gentlemen.
Good to have you, brother. Ooh, you are coming in clear.
Am I? What did I do
Yeah.
differently?
I don't know.
I must have done something
Audio.
differently.
Not showing your face.
That's what it is. Because you're not showing your face, your audio is like above average.
Well, you got to make up for it somewhere, right?
That's it. So we got the Masters of the Universe. I like that chromed out.
Yeah, the whole
That
box
is
is that way.
Wow.
That is really nice.
Yeah. All right. Moving on.
When I was cleaning out my garage today, I found my TurboGrafx 16.
What?
Oh damn!
No. No.
Nice. I was like, oh yeah, that thing.
What?
Well, now you have something to do next time you get blocked on Instagram.
Yeah.
What is that? Oh,
So that is the stand for the Magic 8-ball.
yeah. I was just trying to figure out what was. It's just like half He-Man, half Skeletor, kind of, huh?
It looks like a body, but it's just a stand.
Yeah. Okay.
That is neat. That is neat.
That thing sold out quick. I was surprised.
Yeah.
I know. I almost was tempted to, but I was like, oh, I got so much I'm spending lately.
Oh man, so I got 393 subscribers. Are there 7 people watching right now that are not subscribed to my channel? Give me that push to 400 tonight. Let's go for it, people. Let's go.
Hold on. We'll check the Magic 8-ball, see if we can get is Oz going to get to 400 tonight? Without a doubt.
There it is, folks. There it is.
How many more?
But it's floating on the Skeletor side, so it might be a lie.
That's true. You know what's funny is that it's crazy. Oh, look, the arms move. It's articulated. Ooh.
Interesting.
Wait, what?
It's 2 POA.
It's like a 2.5.
3 if you count the head.
I was gonna say it's got really nice articulation on the head.
Head and neck articulation is great. He can look down, up, do a Linda Blair.
Yep. And what's crazy is that you saw like the Rock'em Sock'em came with the 2 and a few other ones, but this, why would you go half and half? Like they would make money if they sold them both. I just
Right.
weird.
It would be great, like if you had like a He-Man one that was all positive answers, and then a Skeletor one that
That's
was
what I
all
was thinking. I was
negative.
like, because there's like yes and no,
No, you boob.
good and bad.
Yeah, if they would have done them with actual like Motu stuff, like phrases, I think people would have
That
been
would
all
be
about it.
Until we meet again, losers. Sorry, Kenny, I'm pulling you off here. I just
Yeah.
went through the chat.
Awkward. I'm so awkward.
Ah, come on, everybody explain. Oh, look at that, Ken. Did you see this?
All right.
How about that?
Look.
But because of who's holding it, I'm trying to think of the photos that are going to show up on Instagram.
I
Well, I'll
actually
tell you-
have done an Optimus one, and it was Donatello humping his leg, and it had the Donatello does machines.
So appropriate. So appropriate.
He's also got an alternate translucent orange axe that is more phallic shaped.
Oh, I'm sure I could fit some other attachments in there if I really tried.
Oh, you could. You could. With enough lube, you could definitely fit it in there.
This guy's really cool, though.
They look great.
He was a lot more assembly than the Megatron, though, because the Megatron was like almost all put together, and you just kind of pop, pop, pop. This one was like every little piece put together.
Is this the YOLO Park one?
Yeah, it's the YOLO part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Robo said on his stream this morning was that they even said that the Optimus Prime was more assembly than the Megatron. So
I did manage to get one of the variants when I bought 2 of these on Amazon, and when they came in, I actually got the faker also, which was
Oh, no kidding.
the
That's
variant.
cool.
Yeah. That was
What are
kinda cool.
those?
The Blockbuster Rewind.
Yeah. They're Funko stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen those.
I didn't remember. I forgot I even ordered it, and then they both came in.
Yeah, they've got basically like it's the VHS box, and they kind of make it look like a the Blockbuster style kind of almost look to it. Although it doesn't just have the big blue Blockbuster, it's actually got like a cover. Well, hold it up again, Kenzo, because it's just easier to explain it while we're looking at it here. So like you got that, and they make it look like a VHS case, and it's almost like a Little People style figure, or like their soda pops rather, if you've ever seen their, instead of the Funko Pops, but the Funko sodas, that style of figure. Again, not normally my
And then it
thing,
came
but
with
they are
with
cool.
a card. It comes with a Blockbuster card. I forgot to show you guys that too. Hold on.
Oh,
this one, it's got the faker, and on the back it says Chase card.
That's great. So underneath the He-Man, what does that one say? Just like a normal member?
Yeah, let's check. I didn't even realize it said the Chase on it.
That's great. That is great.
Yeah, character card.
Oh, that's so cool. I kind of like the card more than I like the figure.
Right. And, I saw them at they had a bunch of them at GameStop.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Yeah.
That's cool.
An antiquated business that's about to go out.
It fits, right? It's at Radio Shack. I mean, wait.
I hope that they stay in business long enough for me to get my Hal Jordan from them. After that, they can go.
Right.
That was like the only place I could get an order for that in.
Yeah, Ed, how'd your buddy surprised by your Green Lantern you gave him?
haven't given it to him yet. He's still in Africa, so he doesn't come home till May.
Oh,
no, just ship it to Africa. That'll be fine. As long as it doesn't come out of the port of Baltimore, you'll make it.
Yeah.
I'd wait.
Definitely wait. It'll just be easier.
So, Ken, what did you think about the Rock in the parking lot?
I only saw photos of that. I didn't see the whole sequence, but they're clearly trying to build some sympathy for Cody, aren't they?
I haven't kept up. I saw it on X. They had the whole scene where he's all like, "F this guy," and it's all like cussing him out, and yeah, he rubbed his blood all over his belt, and yeah.
Oh, hey, Sonny.
Looked good. Looked cool.
Yeah.
I think it might be Extendar, Sonny. I think you might be right there because they've got packaging and all kind of done for them. So I believe we
the
would.
figures out there. I've
Yeah,
seen
Mr.
two
Home
videos.
Arcade got it.
Yeah. And,
Well, he's got the prototype, right?
No,
people have the actual figure.
Yeah, Manchild has the actual figure.
Oh yeah, the people that Mattel's sent them to for reviewers.
No.
Oh no.
I don't know.
Somehow some got out and people are paying outrageous prices for them, basically.
Yeah, the
Kind of like Wondar. Got it. When the Wondar figures came out.
It makes me a little nervous though, because like remember how
Toy
quick
Story
Wondar went out, like all the stuff was like out there.
I checked that right away.
Yeah. I got, you know what? And Yurko made those extension pieces that I'm going to print a bunch of those out too. The ones that Mr. Home Arcade was using.
Yeah,
where you
because those
actually
look
make him
neat.
as tall as Castle Grayskull.
That's cool.
So Yurko, you know what? It's so cool. Like I've been chatting with him a lot. Like him and I have actually become good friends. He actually jumped in a live on mine the other day, which was really cool. It was like, he was like, "I was so nervous." And I was like, "No, you're cool." But he sends me like a lot of the renders right away, like when he's halfway, and it's so cool, man. He's so talented. It's just awesome.
Well, like he definitely had that cooler, the collector than what Mattel's given us.
Oh yeah.
I ain't mad about it. I think it's great. We're getting a collector in Origins.
Would you guys say it was like a little bath toy? Is that Bobby said that?
I don't think it's actually that bad because, like, honestly, the Filmation one's not super detailed either. Like, it's a little cramped, like where they're at, and like the back doesn't look quite like the Filmation. But
Yeah, like it's a little like again underscaled, but then again, so were most of the vehicles that we got, right? Like, look at the attack track. Everybody wants a filmation style attack track, and they showed off what that would be in those designs for the fan vote. Where you could fit the original toy attack track in the back of the filmation style attack track, and I think that's just what it is. Like, we kind of wanted something like maybe not quite that scale, but something bigger. And
At
then
least
this
to
is
fit
like what
two
we're
in the
getting.
front, and then you
fit two in the front and one in the back, and
Cringer
I
in the
mean,
back.
hey, we all know what that's like. Two in the front, one in the back.
That's a bowling ball, right? That's what you're talking about, Oz?
Yep. For Ed's virgin ears.
Yeah.
That's the first image that popped in my mind, the bowling ball. So you're not alone, Ed.
Can you picture that because you're Canadian?
That comment about the Eternos, I've been clamoring for that for like 2 years. Whenever people are like, what do you think the next Mattel Creations exclusive is going to be? I'm like, Eternos. Every time I answer the same question.
I was surprised it wasn't on
Why
the
not?
voting list. Like, that's probably everybody's number one.
You know why it probably wasn't on there? Or as far as like looking at it went? Because I've said it several times and I'm just going to put it out here again. When we all tag, like when a fan creates something, right? Like with the Eternos Palace based off of those old fan drawings and stuff. When we tag Mattel and everything else in that, they legally cannot make something that looks like that based off of a fan's design. Because then the fan can sue Mattel. And I don't care how many of us will say, oh, well, I would never do that. They have my permission to use it, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter to them. They're not going to chance it because, I mean, Mattel is definitely, they know lawsuits. They've been in enough of them.
Reach out to the people who are making it and making it look kick-ass and be like,
Well,
hey, we'd like to get your
They don't
design."
want to pay them money for something that they technically own.
Well, what about
Why
Joe
should
Amato?
they pay?
I mean, didn't we go through this with the
It's
whole
true.
duplicate copycat thing?
Joe
Or is
Amato.
it just okay? Yeah.
They
And-
They did get a lot
basically
of
have
flack
had
for that,
to
though.
deny that they ever saw, even though we all know they saw copycat and then did duplicate.
Even
What
one
if-
of the reps called
The
him
irony
But they
of
were
being
calling it copycat.
on accident. Yep.
Well, again, because they know they've seen it, they know it, but they have to. They would have to deny that basically they were on social media, because we all know with as many people tagged them in it, there's no way they didn't see it.
I don't know.
But
Until like this last set of drops, I thought their social media was completely like dead and under like not
That's
staffed.
the way it always feels. Because
I always make the joke. It's like I don't know if they need to fire or hire their social media team, but it's one or the other.
The AI running it's just gotten better. It's learning. Because I'm sorry, the crap they've done for their social media is like awful.
It's honestly not just them though. It's like most of the companies, their like
Oh, yeah.
social medias don't like drop the news. It's like you have to go to
Yeah, they
YouTube
drop
and
it
watch
out to
somebody
people
like,
like us.
hey, this stuff. And it's like, oh, okay, like doesn't make sense.
Not
You can't
quite
just go to the company website and look at it.
Yeah, they got to be
Let's get the
shady
cute
about
girl
it.
in the little leather dress and leather skirt, and let's
But it's just one of those things where they got to play their legalese and all that crap. And that's why we don't get things like to us, we feel like it should just be so simple, right? Like reach out, ask permission, pay the guy, whatever. They don't.
And how? I mean, but how could, dude? And if they had somebody that was smart, how hard would it be? Because, like, reach out. He's already well known. He already has his own reputation for doing customs. Why not say we've collaborated with your, like that?
Well, again,
that just
'cause
shows we're a company of the people and all that. It's I don't know.
It's the difference between a company like the Four Horsemen and a big company like Mattel, right? Four Horsemen, it's the Four Horsemen. They're in the community. They're part of the community. Mattel's been around since long before most of us were born. and they do things a certain way to protect their shareholders, to protect them as a company. And I'm not saying this to shill for Mattel, because we certainly know I have my issues with Mattel, plenty of them. And, you know, like really, He-Man's the only thing that has me beholden to them at all.
My issue with Mattel is like, let me buy your stuff easier and make the
Well,
stuff
let
that
me
everybody wants. Like,
allow me to give you money. That's all I want you to
Wasn't
do.
wasn't
Allow
Mattel
me-
founded in 1945? I mean, it's older than some of our parents. You know,
right? Yeah, exactly. Like
if I
my
recall
dad was
correctly,
1948.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's older
Yeah.
than even my dad was. My dad's not here.
I know it came around like 20 to 25 years after Hasbro. Hasbro was founded in 1923, right?
Yeah, but they were a different company back then as far as what they produced, right? Like toy wise.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, action figures really didn't come around until 64, right? So their best selling things were like Mr. Potato Head. I'm not sure when they acquired Play-Doh. I think that was later, but like Mr.
We
Potato
actually
Head.
use a potato.
I was gonna say like they
use an
started
actual
with
potato.
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
awesome.
Things you plugged into a potato, which is why
Real
they ran
potato.
out in Ireland. I mean, what? Joking. Potato famine happened way before that.
Hey Thanos, how
hey,
long was
guys,
it
I gotta
you
get
had to wait on
going.
that Dark Horse? I mean, Dark Wolf.
Okay, take care, man.
Later, Joe.
Take care, Joe.
Yeah, have a
Good to
good
see you,
night,
brother.
Hey, Joe.
what were you asking, Cop?
Oh, how long was it we waited on Dark Wolf after ordering them before we got
It was a
them?
while because I wasn't paying attention to it like right out the gates. Like,
Yeah.
I
It
know
was
we were a
almost a
couple
year,
weeks
I thought.
behind Brick, even though
It was-
like they sent it to us first.
I don't think you can see that. I was looking at that thing for Tigra. It says orders must be by 12/8 to receive them by Christmas. So I think, can you order all the way up until 12/8?
As long as the stock
Yeah,
holds, I guess.
Right, because I
Maybe
think they
they're
have
made to order. I
limited
really don't know.
number.
The what?
Like theirs is like limited number, not necessarily limited time.
Yeah, I don't
Like
know.
it's an
Yeah, because it
it's
was
a
like
certain
12/8.
number of
That's like
inventory.
fucking still 8 months away.
I would say if you're like worried about like not being able to afford it now, just get it from BBTS and then pay for it later. Like,
Yeah,
Right.
I'm so bad, man. Just Mattel dropping all that crap right now. They have like $408 in pre-orders with them too.
Well, for me, it's a big thing where like I pre-ordered most of the stuff I got from Necronominus through the Four Horsemen themselves, right? I pre-ordered additional stuff afterwards through BBTS. And that stuff's supposed to hit in like another month or two. Like as they finish shipping out the rest of the in-stock stuff, we should start to see the next stuff up on their schedule is going to be Necronominus. So I got to be real careful because I got between that and Joe Fest, I don't want to like. I'm sitting here like. Again, when I pre-ordered it, I told myself that was future Oz's problem. Well, future Oz's problem is almost present Oz's problem, and I've got to think about that.
Same with that Lords of Dragon or Dragon I got coming up.
That's
I forget when that
another
dragon
one where
comes out.
I'm glad I was like,
which dragon?
The Lords of Dragonor.
Oh yeah, that actually
You have a pre-order too, right?
5 should be hitting fairly soon, and then the wave 2 goes up for pre-order on the 5th.
Right.
You know, I made a
point.
Damn.
I was going back and forth with that first set, because they still had the early birds available on BBTS, and when I went all out with the Mattel stuff and the Masters stuff, and I was adding to cart, check out, do, and then it said such and such will be shipped immediately, and I was like, what? And then I went back and looked, and I had it in my cart, so I ordered the entire early bird set, so I paid $2 something. I mean, and I was on the fence about it, and I was definitely probably gonna want it, but
It's
I
a
was
great
just like,
set.
I was like, oh well, I guess I got it.
It's a great set, and you get the Dragon Castle cardboard thing, which is actually really nice. I wish it wasn't so glossy though, because like lighting that thing, like it's always like a shine off of it.
Too much of a shine, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
was
wish I
kind of
could
a-
matte spray it down maybe a little or something. It is real
Thought
shiny.
about that.
I know. I think we were talking about it before. I need somebody else to do it first. See how it looks.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna get the Wave 2 through BBTS, so I don't have to pay for it right now because I have like an Epic all in for AWOT coming, so that's gonna
Oh
right
yeah,
to my
and,
wallet.
what's his name? Charges on the first two for Flipor.
Flipor, yeah,
Flipor and Flaker.
yeah.
I got
That's
a
what I got
Flipor.
with
I got two
Flipor,
Flipors.
Flaker. Like I wanted to get like a couple of the other versions, but it's like, I got other stuff. Like
I know. I remember when you first announced those, I was like, "Oh, I definitely want Flipor," and I didn't even get them this time. Or when
you
did all
got
this.
another day and a half.
Yeah, but I don't know. I got so much going on. I'm like,
Yeah, it's crazy. There's so much, and I that's why, and I have to stop cherry picking. No, I went through my garage and I have those black bins with the yellow tops.
Yeah,
I
I saw a little
alphabetically
bit of that.
ordered them. I went A through V, and they're full of box stuff. That's not counting my collecting room with all the loose stuff. And I actually, what I ended up doing, because I was writing it all down, I ended up getting an app, and it just, you scan the barcode, it throws it up there, it tells you what it's made, it says a picture, when it's made, what it's worth, and all that. And like, I've got over 10 grand in US money, and then it shows every other amount. Like if it's a foreign card, it'll tell you the foreign currency on it.
What app are you using for that?
I'll have to send you the link. I don't remember because it was quick, and then I had to pay for it after, because you do the first 10, then it says, okay, now you have to pay for it if you want to do more unlimited. But I was like, well, I'm already best. I just did it. I think it was like $30 for forever, you know. But now everything I get, I can scan into it and have it on my phone. So
yeah, that's cool.
I have a lot more than I thought. Oy, oy, oy. All those Ross trips, man.
Yeah,
I know. That's why I got a whole shelf full of Ross now. I'm like, I need to.
Like, I picked this up because it was like, oh, okay. Like,
I have everything but her. I have everything but her. I got them at Dee Dee's and Ross.
yeah, I found her at Dee Dee's. I haven't seen any of the bloody versions like Cobb had though.
Yeah, I got both of those.
And you
I
got
the
the
bald guy
Andre the
at
Giant
Dee Dee's.
one, right, Kenzo?
Andre the Giant at Dee Dee's, yeah.
I never saw him anywhere.
Oy.
Well,
Why did I buy those? I don't need those.
Because they're cheap.
I got the Witcher.
know.
I got 3 of the Witcher, and 2 of them are the Platinum Edition ones that have like the extra blood and cuts and stuff.
Dude, I think I got all these Witcher up here. Then I got those Vox figures the other day because they're $3 each. Princess Brides. I don't even know what else. Stalled. Just random shit from Ross.
Marvel Legends, a bunch of Marvel, a bunch of Black
Yeah,
Series. Dude, I got a
I had
damn
those.
lightsaber. What the hell?
I almost got the twins from GI Joe's for just to see if somebody wanted them because I was like, oh, $5. But
Whoa, that thing turned red. I don't know
gone to
how.
the dark side, Kenzo. But I ordered Tigra, Thanos.
Me too.
I said screw it. I'm like,
But I didn't go as heavy on Masters because Masterverse I just haven't been feeling it. Like the Skeletor Throne for sure. The movie Beastman because I've been picking up all the movie ones. But I think those are the only ones I ordered for Masterverse.
Cyclone looked really good with his mask.
Cyclone does look really good. I like the spell effects and the shield, but like I might pick him up, but I'll pick them up later. Like I don't worry about those.
They won't sell out. Yeah, they're available.
you order him, Kenzo, the Origins one?
Yeah, I still haven't even. You know what? I got my Uno cards. I got my 8-ball. I haven't even gotten the email about him yet. So
I'm usually seeing them on like IG and stuff. I'm like, oh, I'll probably get mine in like a week still. And I didn't get shipping notice or anything. Just FedEx came today.
So maybe
I was
it'll show up.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell? I'm usually waiting until after I start seeing them like everywhere else. So
Oh, I did get my Duke from Amazon today with that really thick card back. That's a cool looking with the retro card. That's a nice quality card back finally, man. Because those other ones were terrible.
Yeah,
Like,
the original cards were horrible. Those things were like tissue paper.
that was nice. That new one's nice. I got Scarlet coming.
Yeah, I got Recondo on pre-order with BBTS.
Yeah, that's cool. Those are good. Those are good looking. But yeah, I have too many toys. I need to stop, but I won't. I keep saying I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do any of that shit.
That's the problem. I have too many toys and I still drink.
You drink because you have
Well,
I
I drink and smoke, so I guess I'm worse than all of you.
I take painkillers, so that's why I don't do any of that other stuff. I don't want to mix it up. My liver's going to get enough damage from it, you know.
I keep saying when Origins finishes, that's going to be my stopping point for toys. And like, I know I'm buying like a bunch of other stuff, but I think when Origins is like, we completed vintage, I'll be like, I can like walk away. It's not like I have like a ton of cool stuff. Like I got, this Megatron, I got this Mythic Legion, a bunch of other stuff. Like I enjoy my toys, but I need to complete Origins. Like that's my
I might be there with you after Motu's dried up with both these. I still can't believe that both the lines are still going.
Yeah,
I thought for sure
going
Origins.
strong.
I was like, oh, there'll be a couple waves, and then I'll start picking up some vintage to go with them.
I'll never hit my collecting goals, so it's just forget it. Like for everything that I have, my brain does not register what I have. Like, look at that wall there, this wall here, everything in the garage. I just sit there and I say, no Technodrome, no, Snake Mountain. Like I just sit there, and it's always the big stuff that I want. No GI Joe Defiant in my collection. Like it's always like that.
But do you think you'll get to a point where you're done collecting like current lines and then go back and be like, I need this piece?
No,
this piece.
No. The more I collect, the more I want.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah,
if you ask me, I'm like, I'm nowhere near done. I'm trying to like say, am I half done? Am I a third done? Am I 2/3? I don't know. I just know I'm nowhere close. But I'm out of space.
Think about
So
like I need this character and I need this character, but like a lot of times it's like this. I don't do Transformers, but it's like now I have an Optimus Megatron. I'm good. Like I just wanted some kind of representation, and these are like perfect for me. Like I know they don't transform, but
well, how many shots are you doing of them in the car? Or I mean, you've technically got Megatron transformed in scale with those figures.
Oh, I got that 40th Soundwave. That was the one I really wanted. I was happy about that one.
You know what?
So great.
I hate Transformers.
You just want the one standing up.
He likes the action ones.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
If I do a Transformers history video, the thing I look forward to the least is having to show them in their alternate modes, because it means double the number of photos, and I forget most of the transformations if I haven't touched them in 15 years. So, and there'll always be someone who tells you, oh, by the way, the tire is facing the wrong direction. And I'm just like, I got like 300 photos to contend with. Sorry that you didn't like one of them,
There you go. That's all you need, Thanos.
I have a vintage Optimus actually, and I have another Optimus from like the early 2000s. It's like a really big one. That transforms. But
is that the Power Master one or the?
I don't remember, because I wasn't really paying attention when I was collecting like in the late 90s, early 2000s. It was just kind of like pick something up.
Oh, that looks cool.
If it looks like a G1 and it's a bigger one, it's probably the Power Master version. Probably the reissue. The reissue of the probably the reissue of the Power Master, like where they probably put out the commemorative series.
Yeah, it's a cool figure, but
Speaking of reissues, did you guys see those Voltron that came back to Target? What is it, Playmates?
I didn't see that.
I didn't see it.
I saw Arizona Toy Hunter or Arizona something. He had pictures of them, and it's got all of them for 20 each, and then the black is 25. And
Is that the
I have to have those, man.
Defenders of the Universe ones that were from the Netflix series, or are they vintage?
No, they're 40th anniversary Voltron.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I actually
have to look for those.
Vintage Voltron, like all the lions like put together a while back. Because when I started getting into collecting, I started getting rid of like a lot of my older stuff too.
Right. Because sometimes you're okay just parting with it. I
Well, and it was
know.
like fueled getting some of the stuff I was looking for. So
Right. Like I've still got all my NECA stuff downstairs in box because I was collecting that for that Hive diorama I keep talking about. Like that's downstairs in box. That was like my most modern toy collecting. That and a bunch of McFarlane Halo stuff from my GameStop days. But like I didn't have any other toys up until Origins hit. And now I'm like Origins, I'm, got a bunch of Masterverse. I've got Mythic Legions, of course, that I'm totally obsessed with now. And see, that's the thing. Like, I'm so ingrained with the Mythic Legion stuff. Like, even if Origin completes out, like, I'm almost done with Origins anyway. There's like a handful of stuff left that
but
it's
you
like,
don't think like you'll get to a point where it's like I have enough from each faction with Legion? I don't think it'll take me that long to where I'm like, you know what, I have like a good representation of each faction and I'm happy with what I have.
yes and no, right? Like originally I was like, I just want some barbarians and some skeletons and stuff like that. And then I was like, well, you know what? I'm really digging on the vampires. So I got a bunch of the vampires and I want to, just one or two Legion builders with it. I don't need much more because like it's a pretty powerhouse faction with just the named characters I have, right?
Yeah.
And then it's like, I'm doing this little horde, right? Like I'm going for that. And then I want to expand on the barbarians more, but that's Rising Sun's going to be good for that, right? So like I don't need to worry about anything else. But the thing is about Mythic Legions, it's not going back and getting, right? Because I mean, aside from like some named figures that are never going to come back out again, like Dragul or Adamon, Keltis, right? Like those are figures that they're not going to reproduce.
Dragul's never coming back?
Dragul is a Hordak homage figure. They will not be re-releasing him.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
They don't re-release the homages because they tend to be, well, first off, they're borderline anyway, right? Like, and
Someone's got to have a relationship with Mattel to be able to. Well, actually, no. That's
they themselves have the relationship with Mattel since they used to work for them and did classics. But it's like, okay, we'll let you get away with this because it's normally like very limited and they're not going to be reissuing, right?
No, it's not just that, but like you never know how management can change at Mattel over the years, right? Because it's harder to go after you for something that was okay 10 years ago. Then all of a sudden now, maybe you don't know who the management is, and you go and you re-release something that was too close to begin with.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Right. And I mean, like they've altered enough of it that you could really get away with the idea of this is not Prince Adam. This is not, Skeletor. They're far enough away from it that you could, if they were to take them to court, the judge would be like, yeah, okay, I could see it was influenced by, but it's not the same thing.
Well, look at all the third-party Transformers companies, right? They're copying the likeness, and like I don't know, but I've heard some people say that you can't trademark an actual robot's likeness, so therefore the third-party companies have not been shut down. And I'm like, really? But
geographically where they're at, the rules aren't this.
I think that's what it was. You can't trademark it over there because that's where they're registered. But here you would get in trouble.
Right. Like it's got to be made somewhere else. There's also like the rules of the legal battle too, right? Where like if Mattel were to take Four Horsemen to court, even if there was no chance that Mattel could win it, there is the longevity of it, right? Mattel's got enough money that they sit on, especially with a whole legal department versus the Four Horsemen, that they could just wait it out in court to the point where the Four Horsemen are bankrupt. Because that's commonly what people in power can
they
do.
would have to want to do that though. Like somebody in a higher up position would have to direct someone, and a lot of times those higher ups, someone like Four Horsemen is not on their radar, right? Like because a lot of times these CEOs are flown in who may not be toy people, right? So you have to make it pretty personal in order for someone to go after a smaller
Exactly.
right?
Here's the off question, but kind of related. How does it get to a point with your guys' buddy Ace with the mask stuff? Like, is it the same thing about the continent where it's Is that
the thing is
country?
he has publicly shown his cease and desists, right? But I've heard that like a cease and desist, that's just the first step, and then it's not. I don't know if it's not enforceable or not enforceable because of the country he's in. It's just that the next step, like the next litigative step, is kind of a big jump, and he can just keep ignoring cease and desists, right? But
And-
his
and
thing is
because
he
he's
wants
only
to
doing
get
that. Okay.
he wants to get certain things licensed. So if I mean Ace can speak for himself, but I'm speculating for him that the cease and desist probably hurt his relationship with the companies more than they are an actual threat. But I'm also not a lawyer, so it's just this is just because Ace is a brave man. You know
he
what
also
I mean?
brings attention to it by being like, "Hey, we want to do this," and they're like, "No," and he's like, "I'm going to do it." Like,
Well, and
or they
then
just see it out there for
the
sale.
company's got to look at the fact too that like if they really want to just go ahead and really battle it back, right? Like for the amount that Ace has to sell his stuff for and everything else for the order quantities that he's doing, if whoever owned the mask licensing wanted to, they could just put it into production, right?
Would that be
And they're going to
Hasbro?
sell
Does
it for a
Hasbro have
price that's cheaper. Right. And they could sell it for a price cheaper than what Ace could.
Yeah.
And if they're officially licensed and everything else, some fans go for that more.
I really
Right.
wish they would. I would love to have.
Well, I think we all do. Like, it'd be nice
yeah.
to see some stuff back out. But really, it's thank you to Ace, though, for like, there are people out there that want this stuff and they're just not putting it out. And it's like, well, thank you for giving us something that we want.
it doesn't make sense to me that they don't just license stuff out. Like somebody's passionate, they're like, "We really love this property. We want to
We
make
want
quality
this."
products." It's like just license it out. Like,
Yeah,
we're
but
not
the
doing
thing is,
anything.
like
The
Hasbro does it
problem-
with GI Joe, so why not do
So
it?
here's
with that?
here's the thing though, licensing always has issues, right? The one thing I didn't bring up earlier, Thanos, is that you were holding up the YOLO Park stuff, right? I haven't heard from her in a while, a contact at YOLO Park because they sent me, if you go back far enough in my video catalog, you'll see I was actually sent 3 samples from YOLO Park for the Rise of the Beasts film. And they said, we'll send you the product, you just declare it's free, and then you review them. I wasn't super familiar with them. I actually asked the lady, so you're a third-party Transformers company, right? She goes, no, we're actually licensed. She showed me, like, I don't know if it was the cover page of their contract or whatnot, but there were so many restrictive terms on there. Like, the figures have to be between this height and this height. They can only be sold in these regions. They cannot transform. Like, there's so much. If that company, I mean, maybe you're talking about companies who aren't producing anything and just say, go ahead, do it willy-nilly. But Hasbro had to write it in a way that it wasn't competing with their own product. That's the main reason they don't transform. And that's why they're model kits, right?
Right.
But even if they weren't putting something out, even if they didn't have their own product out there, they would still put
Like
certain
Mask.
terms, like Mask, for example,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
They would still put certain terms, and I don't think you can license out every form factor out there. You'd have to be like, okay, you have the 4-inch line, you have the 6-inch line, you have the 6.5-inch line, and I can't remember, but like I think they even like restrict the points of articulation, things like that, and then you're always having to satisfy another party at all times.
Yeah.
So again,
Well,
I don't
the
have all the
cost-
ins and outs. I was just surprised at how restrictive the contract language was when she showed me that 1-page cover sheet, and I'm like, wow.
Right.
And I know there was other papers behind that because most contracts aren't 1 page. She just showed that to me to prove they were legal. They were legally
When
licensed.
McFarlane was talking about the Blizzard properties, the Diablo and Warcraft, he said like part of his contract was no articulation. Like, I don't get like why you want to make toys without articulation, but
right.
Probably because that company wanted to. There you go. Probably because that company was thinking they might do something and they didn't want to wait for like a licensing deal to expire, right? If
Maybe.
there's
Right.
even a chance, they're like, "Oh, we might do this in the next 4 years. Oh, your contract's 4 years long. We're gonna give you the bare minimum." You know, because what are we really getting, right? Like,
I guess
what's the
that makes
royalty
sense.
we get? Yeah.
They have switched hands recently, so like maybe the
Yeah.
new company wants like I don't know.
It's true. They might have a plan for that, you know?
Yeah.
But one of the things is that Ace has always mentioned is the cost of the license.
Yeah.
For a smaller company, some of these licenses are just simply unobtainable for the capital. You know, like they can't afford afford to get the license, and that's really the other big part of the issue, right? Like, you'd have to go around, get investors, and Kickstarter can only really get you so far. Where like we've seen some great success within the community with stuff like, Flipboard, right?
Mm-hmm.
AWOC right now is killing it on that front. But then you also run the equal, portion of it where you end up like Shartimus, where it doesn't quite make it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Shartimus didn't have enough to offer. Not that his product wasn't good, but he had a huge number selling 2 figures at a time. Like,
right.
AWOC was like, your minimum back is 2 figures, and you can back everything possible.
Shartimus Prime's figures were also really inexpensive too. So selling 2 figures at $20 a piece, it's going to be tough to get to that.
Yeah, to get to a couple $100,000 that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and unfortunately, like Shartimus has the stigma that he'll always be known as a YouTuber first, and it just kind of becomes a case of, well, what does he know about toy making? I mean, he has enough industry connections; he could probably debunk that if he wanted to, right?
He started his campaign a little bit late, not the Kickstarter campaign, but the making the rounds, because he's got up there once he started making the rounds on the channels.
Yeah,
I actually backed after listening to him talk. I was like, you know what, I want to back this guy. I hope
it's just that someone like Jason from AWOC, just to piggyback off of that same point we're just on, he's seen as a creator and he called himself the art director, so I guess a designer first. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's seen as a passion project first kind of person. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I think it's like Lawrence said when Shartimus did his interview on the 3POA, and they were asking him questions. Right. He probably would have been better off having his designer or his project manager there to answer some of the questions that he couldn't answer, because then he just becomes the imagination guy, right? The character development guy, not the actual technical guy.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually hate
Him on
answering.
Teledope, though, that made me like, I just listened to him talk about it. I was like, I hope he makes it. So I backed it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Right. Because sometimes it's more about backing the creator than necessarily backing the product itself.
Well, just like you said, Thanos, he didn't start his rounds until 2 weeks before the Kickstarter ended, and when he did the extension. If he had done that all along, he probably would have been better off. But he was hoping his own numbers on his own channel were going to be good enough to get him across the finish line.
And it's like, it's a good start, but like there are still portions of ToyTube you're not reaching just by your channel, right? Because what's he known for? Marvel Legends.
Mm-hmm.
So you're reaching the Marvel Legends crew, but not the
I had that same
community.
You know what? And everyone gets, no matter what you do, you get pigeonholed by the algorithm. So if you're mostly a Marvel Legends guy, Street Humans might look a little too different, right? Oz, I told you everything I was going to do on that X-Men History of X-Men the animated video.
Yeah,
I prepped everything for it to take off. Unfortunately, the algorithm thinks I'm a GI Joe only channel, right? After After was it 2-3 weeks, I had like 400 views. After like 1 week on a GI Joe video, I get 4,000 views, and I'm like, but there's nothing pushing the GI Joe thing. I just did it, right? X-Men, there's the freaking
show.
It's
like you would
it's searchable. Like I'm like, how is this not getting pushed? I mean, I'm not complaining that the GI Joe video is doing well, but it's like the algorithm like thinks you're that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I put GI Joe in the title. It does well. I put anything else.
It's also the community, though, because like I've had this conversation with Ted and Aaron at Hella Dope about how they need to grow their market, but they can't because they're stuck with like all of us that are already watching them and stuff on YouTube and know them are already buying from them. So they have to figure out a way to branch out from that algorithm so they can get a new customer base, because you're never going to grow without getting that new customer base.
I think that the age range for certain things can affect it too.
True.
Piggybacking on what you said there, Ed, but also going back to my point, I think a lot of the people who watch X-Men the Animated are 10 years younger than the people who got into GI Joe.
Yep.
So when you look at your channel's analytics and it says the age group, I think I'm not capturing that early 30s age group. I think I'm capturing the late 30s through 50s age group, I think is what's happening. Right.
Yeah.
And then what happens is if they don't click, then it tells the algorithm I shouldn't bother showing this video to anybody else. right?
You'd think it would have blown up though, because like he's
You'd think
hot right now.
So, but the thing is, maybe it comes up in search and then it re-triggers the algorithm later. Because the one I always go back to is back in November, my Von Erich's video before the Iron Claw movie, complete crickets. It was embarrassing how low it was. Then we got closer to the movie, and then it starts trickling up. Like it's flatlined, and then suddenly does this for like 2 straight months. And then suddenly it became the second highest viewed video on my channel. But it was embarrassing in the first week.
Right.
How low it was. Like you think I just started
something
my channel.
like the X-Men though, you're going to have an audience of guys that already have people they watch, right?
So you're right. The Von Erich's video, I didn't have a lot of competition. Like the big wrestling channels, like Cultaholic, who have like 800,000 subscribers, they've done their videos on that. Or Wrestling Bios with like 350,000 subscribers. But you're right. With X-Men, there's a huge Marvel base already. You're right. I was probably competing with more people. Right.
You know what's funny though is like I've been like hyped about X-Men, so I've been watching like all kinds of people I never even watched before, just because they're talking about it. It's like,
did you like my video, Thanos? Did you like it? You did.
I don't know.
I hope you made time. I hope you made time to see
Did you
mine
see
as
my
well.
video, Ken? Did you see my X-Men video?
No, I didn't.
I 3D printed the Rogue meme. I got 1,000 views in a day. I just did a short. And
That's amazing.
It's a pan over because of course you know the meme, right? The butt.
The big butt.
Oh yeah.
And then Apocalypse standing over her. So
Yes.
I did that and I just panned over it and like that got 1,000 in a day. But everything else I have is like 200. Like my channel's so lame, but that was kind of cool.
You know, it's just one of those things. Every once in a while, again, you will have a video that will spike. Like for me, I'll get certain spikes whenever, and again, it's because I've managed to pigeonhole myself into the Mythic Legions. Although I am not a huge Mythic Legions channel, right? When I post something on the thumbnail and I mention Mythic Legions in the description, I get more views, right? Like automatically that video or that live stream is going to get more views than if I just put up an unboxing video for, Saturday Night Hangout or whatever, right? Like tonight, I didn't mention anything Mythic Legions. This video, I mean, aside from the fact with the help from Jim and Punk, probably would have gotten maybe 200 views. Where now probably be closer to like 230, 240.
I don't think I even have an audience, and I think I have a bad title for my series because I'm like my journey into toy photography, and like nobody gives a shit, and it doesn't get pushed to anybody. I'm not mentioning specific toys, like.
Well, I think it's also
with you, Thanos. Oh, no,
I do like the description thing, like I'll add like Masters, Transformers.
I don't know.
Hashtags on YouTube don't work as well as if you post it with the link on IG. Now, when you do the link on IG, one thing I do notice, a lot of people post the links in like the actual post. IG doesn't share links in the post. It's a pain in the ass to try and copy and paste it.
I don't actually advertise my YouTube to my Instagram very well. Like I have it linked.
How do you do that though? How do you get a hyperlink, or do you have to make it in your bio?
Just to
So
do like
what you do,
and you can put it in your bio.
Right. If you guys see how I do the story, right? I put it in my story, and I always mention the link will be in the story in the description when I post. So if you go check my story, the
When you
link.
go to your story, it gives you the option to add a link, and then you
Right.
click
Okay.
in there.
Yeah, and what I do,
I gotta
like
start
little
doing that.
finger,
Yeah.
like click here,
yeah, I do it as a sticker, and then
The stories expire after a day or two.
they do. But then you can always
send them
repost.
highlights too, though, and they'll stay like on.
That's right. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, that's really how you get the link to the IG, right? Now, I just wish everybody on my IG would come over and subscribe to my YouTube, and then I'd be closer to 1,000. But
I'd be in a pretty good place if people from my IG actually came and watched my YouTube. Like I have a decent following on Instagram.
You do.
YouTube,
Yeah.
like nobody cares.
Yeah. Well, and again, that's one of the things I like about our clubhouse format that we do, right? Like earlier tonight, we had Skydrow Walker on. He's an IG guy. Kenzo. Kenny's IG. Most he gets on YouTube, I think, is when we do the lives here.
He's got stuff on YouTube.
He posts his videos pretty regularly now, but you know, it's one of those things. Like, you know, I want us to show like this more unified community that we are, because we do go across Instagram, we go across, you know, heck, Thanos. We talked in the chats on YouTube, and I found you in Reddit. I was like, wait, is this the Thanos copter?
Follow me on MySpace. Oh.
Yeah,
I
check out my MySpace.
Reddit was like where I was at a lot before I even started coming on YouTube. So like I was posting in the Masters on there for like a while.
Yeah,
yeah.
So. And then I talked to the guy in there. You may remember his name in the Masters group on Reddit, Optimal Essay. I mentioned to him, like, hey, dude, maybe you should try doing IG. And then next thing you know, he was like, yeah, I talked to my daughter and she set me up an IG. And now he posts, like, really, he's got a good following on IG.
Yeah.
He does this day in history with Masters of the Universe figures, and it's awesome.
I'm not trying to get big. Like, I don't, like, if I get a bunch of followers, cool. If I don't, cool. Like,
as long as you have
it's
fun.
just surprising to me that, like, I have as many on IG as I do, and I have as little on YouTube as I do.
What's your following number on IGs right now, Thanos?
Like 1,300 something. Like,
yeah, mine doesn't.
And that's
either.
like considering I've lost hundreds. Like,
yeah.
I'm at 1670 on IG, but I'm only at 165 on YouTube, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got bigger IG followers than I do, so
I'm like
doing something right.
300 something.
I've got like 700 something on IG, which I think is pretty impressive considering all I do is post the thumbnails for my live streams.
Yeah, that's all I'm posting.
And
you know what's funny is I haven't done anything with the Kenzo Customs page. I still have 10K. I had like 12 and a half for a while, but
yeah,
I haven't touched it in 2 years, and I've dropped down to 10K. But that was one where it was just literally from like being on. I got on the news. I got stuff with like the players and like the reputation with that. I could still make a Bronco figure and sell it in a second, you know.
Right.
But I just don't enjoy that part of it anymore, you know. Like
yeah, because you grow and you evolve, right?
Just moving over to this, it's kind of cool that at least I'm at 2,800 for Instagram, which, you know, and I'm not like the one we don't mention and just follow 7,000 people to have 4 follow me. Like,
it's so funny. I just checked, like when you sent me the other link, I just checked how many people he follows, and it exactly is what you said. It's over 7. It's over 7.
It's funny, like I fall into that category too, where I follow more people than follow me. But the difference is, like, from the toy community, there are ones that I follow because I like their work. But then the rest of those remaining numbers is from following stuff for like Halloween, different artists,
like companies and stuff.
Yeah, I have a ton of like comic book artists.
Well,
and stuff,
and I follow.
followed.
I'm at like 120 people I follow more than follow me. So I'm still close. I'm not.
That's about where I
I'm not
am.
going to go follow 7,500 people just so I can get 4,000 followers.
or people to follow you and blast them all over your stories so that somebody's got to, if they're scrolling through their stories, have to click
it's really not that
4,000
important to
people.
me,
What does
man. Like,
what
you
does
know?
he get? Like, what does he get? Like 5-6 views on his lives? You know,
It's.
Oh,
I've
it's
seen him
pathetic.
shut him down early because he got mad because there wasn't anybody in there.
Yeah, he used to get real mad about how many people were watching Toy Frenzy when he would go live, and he had such a bigger following on IG than we did on YouTube.
but the experience is so different watching on IG. That's the thing. IG is meant for quick raffle giveaways.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's meant for, I'm laying in my bed, I'm bored, I don't want to set up the YouTube live stream. I just want to let everybody know, come watch me tomorrow. I'm going to be doing this thing. Okay, see you later. Like 2 minutes later.
You know what I did? the
That's
last
what
3
it's
days,
for, but
Ken?
he's using it as his main outlet.
I sat in my garage going through my inventory, and I was just bored. So I was like, if anybody wants to talk, you know, that's what it was.
Yeah, and you and Bud went live
That's
together.
all it is. He what you need is StreamYard and to do exactly what we're doing here tonight. That's how you get that. And even then, as I told Oz many times, you build through live streams here on YouTube. It's easier to build a core following than it is to build a casual following.
Right.
The casual following comes from your pre-produced shorter And I say shorter, I just mean like not 1 hour long live streams,
not
right?
6 hour
or 5-6 hours long. I mean, I mean like videos that are like anywhere from like 3 minutes long to like 25 minutes long. That's usually where I get my subscribers from.
Right.
Right.
So Suddy had put this up and he was asking about the hashtags also have
Oh, yeah.
influence, at least regarding searches, to a minuscule amount because the way YouTube's algorithm works.
Sometimes those hashtags turn up on Google though.
They can turn up on Google, but not YouTube itself. And when most people are searching for a YouTube video, they're not using Google, they're going straight to
Unless it's
YouTube.
It's
So
an
you get a bit of a
instructional tutorial. That's the only time you'll see it on Google is because older folks use Google.
Right. So if you were to do that same thing on IG, where their search algorithm is geared towards the hashtag, it works much more effectively, which is why I always post like a couple of the different hashtags. The difference is I'm using my own hashtags that I normally do that most people are already looking at, right? Like awesome or something like that. Whereas, again, if I put on my IG hashtag Mythic Legions Cabal, Mythic Legions, that kind of stuff, Motu, Mattel, Masters, like those kinds of hashtags on there, then it gets seen by a lot more people. And that's when I get extra people subscribing to my IG. But again, not all of those people translate over here to YouTube from there.
My Instagram hashtags work sometimes.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, like, I don't even show up on the hashtag or like, but I think I get shadow banned about every other week. So
it's also about that also, like, if you do the search from like the mobile app and like the things that are popping up on there, also have to deal with how many people are following you versus how much people are following other accounts that are using the same hashtags.
But I mean, like, I'll check hashtags that are like not very many people are using because, like, sometimes they have a hashtag in there that's specific to that shot, and it's like I don't pop up at all.
Yeah,
like, I'll even scroll through the whole thing. It's like didn't make that hashtag.
I've done test on photos where I put hashtags and then did almost the same exact picture or the same content and didn't put hashtags. I still get the same amount of likes, same amount of views on it. It's
what was like that other day where I had a shot and it's like I posted it like around like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it didn't even have a like until like the next day when it got reposted, like with Toy Mercs.
Yeah.
Like it didn't like even have a view. Like if you look at the analytics, it didn't even have one single view.
Well, Todd, I am glad that I could assist you in adding to your collection like I have so many others. Like my sister said earlier, she blames me for her Mythic Legion addiction, as several other people do too. I think people saw that genuine excitement of me getting into these toys and they were like, well, if this idiot can do it, I'm doing it. I think that's about how 90% of people follow me. They go, well, if this idiot's into it, I should do it.
Well,
I'm pretty
and
sure
honestly,
this
if I
guy's
would
gonna
have
come
picked,
sit on my desk at work.
if I would have picked one of those, the ones like Cobb has, if I would have picked some of those, I might have kind of been a little bit more into Mythic Legions or in general. But the fact that the first and only one I bought was that
Figure Obscura.
It just didn't do it for me, and I'm kind of like now I'm like soured.
Because Mythic Legion is such a commitment. It's such a commitment. It's hard to be a casual Mythic Legions collector.
I don't know. It's kind of easy to
Of course,
cherry
they're not
pick.
Mythic Legions. Most of the ones were all gifted to me from Oz's sister.
from a guy that likes Motu, going after the Red Death as opposed to going after like a knight or a barbarian or something was probably not the best choice, Kenzo.
Right. Well,
Right.
but it was because of the stream. I mean,
I know.
everybody here was so hyped and so like, do this, and I went, oh, cool, got it. And then when I got it, I was like, oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah.
I should have done something like that, like Cobb has, because Cobb did that. He got the ones that look more like Motu, that the inspiration, the ones that were inspired by it. So
The first one I got was the Bryophytus, the Moss Man.
oh yeah,
Just,
he was just a
from
lot
Carol.
skinnier, right? But he looked pretty cool.
Yeah, he's really cool.
And adding stuff to him, Hordak's cape and his little hood thing from Masterverse, make him look a little more Hordak-like.
That's cool. And I know you guys are on the East Coast and you're a little bit later than me over in the mountain, but I got to pick up my son early in the morning, so I'm probably gonna hit it. I should probably get my ass to bed. So,
All right,
have
Kenzo. Have a
y'all
great
have
Easter.
Take care,
enjoyable
Kenzo.
holidays.
Thanks for sending that shorts. That was gold.
Hey, it
I
was
muted
pretty cool.
my mic just to watch it.
That's quite a print, man. That thing is awesome. I might make a few more. Try to sell some.
Oh yeah.
They're in the PowerCon. Sell them there.
There you go. All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, nice.
Later. Bye, Kenzo. I'm so glad Kenzo separated himself from his other buddy.
Yes,
a year ago. Like he spoke about him very endearingly just now.
Yeah, well,
hashtag sarcasm.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that jackass still follows around and watches our shit. But that's okay. He just watches us grow together.
Welcome to the realm of haters. The more your social media platform grows, the more you have to thicken your skin.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
funny, I was just telling Sunny in the chat like a few months ago, I'm like the most thin-skinned guy in the world, but how quickly you can get calloused after a few bad comments and a few bad interactions on your comment section. All of a sudden, like it feels liberating just to be like, I don't care.
Well,
it's still be politically correct. Like I still will be, but my level of care and stress over it has gone down a lot in the last like maybe 4 months.
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah.
And you know what the other good part about it too is, Ken? That you have this amazing support group of awesome friends that are all here to back you up. Like, no matter
Appreciate
what
that.
other negative comments somebody can make about any of the content you're putting out, the rest of us will be back here like, okay, do better then. You know,
I
we'll
tell
just jump on and be like,
to
put out something
dislike
better.
and comment if they dislike my content, like at the end of every video.
The best part
Go
about that
ahead.
is because it still counts as engagement, so it still benefits you. Because
That's why I don't like to ban people from the comment section. I have done it, you know.
Yep.
Just like numbnuts who was like, "Why are you copying that other content creator?" I'm like, "I'm not." Did you read the title and then just assume? I'm like, maybe every time Pixel Dan does a review and someone else does a review, you should say they're copying Pixel Dan. But oh wait, it's okay if 50 people do it. It's just not okay if 2 people do it. You know.
Right. Exactly. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, it's like, you know, Sonny was mentioning here about how he was talking about like even if he gets to 1,000, he likely won't monetize because it's a pain in the butt. And yeah, you're a little bit more restricted once you're monetized, right?
Oh yeah,
because you want to fall within the guidelines for monetization. Like right now, I don't mind going through a plethora of curse words because I'll never have any negative effect other than if I really go overboard, they would pull the video. But even then, what's that matter to me? Not much.
Some videos drive me crazy with their correct terms for things. It's like, just talk about it. Like, you know, they won't say kill unalive. It's like, just say kill. Like, you're not endorsing the act. It's what happened in the story. Like,
right. No, I get it. You know, I totally get it because I watch a lot of like true crime stuff too. And it's like, you know, those channels with their monetization will not say very specific words. Whereas like here on the Legion, you know, on the Clubhouse, I mean, we've had prolapse on screen. I did go back and edit that, but you know,
that's for the best.
Yeah.
That's why I script things so I can sit there and be like, I can't use that word. You know.
Yeah.
Well, like YouTube handed down Lawrence that strike just recently for his last live about because he swore the F-bomb one too many times, and they said it's not intended for, you know, children underage. But it's like, is Lawrence really marketing his toy ramblings to underage children?
I bet he clicks it's not suitable for children icon.
Yeah, I'm sure
there's no way he doesn't do that. Which, by the way, you just reminded me of something. I think that a lot of channels wasn't there a whole thing with COPPA? Right, see exactly right there. Wasn't there a whole thing with COPPA a few years ago where YouTube got in trouble because people like toy people were being seen as marketing to kids? I think there was a whole thing. And then have you noticed like channels, the ability to like blow up your channel to a really large number has gotten a lot less since then?
Oh, somebody reported Lawrence. Oh,
I'm wondering about. Oh, okay.
That
how?
Also makes sense too.
Huh.
So in any case, though, but like what you're saying is, yeah, they like changed their whole monetization rules.
Yes.
Based off of, because several years ago, back when like Connor was an infant, Ryan's toys, right? Like, you know, that little kid.
Ryan's World, yeah.
Yeah. His stuff was marketed towards little kids for the most part. And like kids Connor's age were watching all of his stuff. Now, the family didn't necessarily mean that, you know, to like push that, but like a lot of the content was watched by little kids who were just handed their phones by parents or whatever, or their tablets, and said, here, watch this so that mommy and daddy can go do what they need to do, right?
Yes.
So you get these kids racking up his ad revenue like crazy, and it was marketed towards little kids so that little kids could be entertained. So they changed the way they did the revenue and monetization because of stuff like that, because that kid quickly became a millionaire, started his own toy
There's
company.
a couple of young kids that were like that because of that.
Yeah, like, and again, it's their parents that are setting all this stuff up. I think with Ryan's World, at least his parents were genuinely doing it out of the best interest for his future, as opposed to like some parents who might take advantage of that kind of a situation. Like, my kid's making me millions. Let me capitalize on this for my own personal.
And you know, there was plenty of those out there that were doing that for sure.
Absolutely. There really was. And there was around that time also a large explosion of a lot of these families doing their whole like, oh, the whole family's getting together and we're doing all this now. And you know, just banking off of the popularity of that, trying to chase the Mr. Beast and Ryan's World dreams. So
it's a lot harder to go viral now.
And it was a lot different from what we do when we talk about toys.
But we all get lumped in, unfortunately. Right?
We do, but in a different way, because we monetize in the idea that we're also not catering towards the kids.
Mhm.
So like on all of our videos, we select that. Now, if somebody's YouTubing with their kid and they hit, well, this is meant for kids, you're automatically taken out of the like you can't monetize it. You cannot monetize a video that is like, if you click that button, who is this meant for?
Yep.
As meant for kids, you can't monetize it. If you live stream, you can't have a chat. There can't be comments on it, because
that's
they're
just how badly YouTube got in trouble back then.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's just that I also think that. Oops. Yeah, there you go. There's that too. Right. I also think too that like during the pandemic, a lot of us kind of got started then. So now there's this huge oversaturation. Right. Way back in the day, if you wanted to watch Motu, you had Pixel Dan and not many others. Right. If you wanted to watch GI Joe, you had Form BX 257, Hooded Cobra Commander 788, and GI Joeberg. Who else did you have? You know. So, yeah. Right. You wanted to watch Transformers, you had MGO. Right. And God, who's the other dude there? Optobotomist. Like you had a couple of those, and that's it, right?
Yeah, I'm noticing too what you were talking about earlier, Ken. Like me they're recognizing me as just a Motu channel, because anything I put out outside of it, like I just did some turtles and did like a little short on this Doink the Clown.
Yes.
And you got, I don't know, like 12 views for this short. I've never got anything close to 12 views for a short. I was like, that.
Now, having said that, if word of mouth happens to be like, oh, Cobb did this video, did you watch it? Oh, and then it slowly spreads and you got a really catchy thumbnail and you've made the video very timeless, you're always giving yourself the chance that it could spike later. Now that spike maybe still be a slow burn. Like I'll have videos that are crickets and all of a sudden they'll start getting 20 views every 48 hours. That's 10 views a day. But 10 views a day every day for a year is 3,600 views. That's not bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I am noticing a difference. If I put out something other than Motu, like my Mythic Legion seems to do okay.
Yeah.
But a lot of my Mythic Legions are kind of Motu related too, because they're the tribute.
Yeah. Because I have always thought if I run out of GI Joe content to talk about, I could pivot to Transformers, but that'll also run out. Do I try going the Toy Galaxy route and trying to just hit a bunch of different topics? But could that get frustrating if the algorithms already pigeonhole you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well,
all of a sudden you
that
want
was-
to do like, I don't know, history of like the Monopoly board game or something, and the algorithm just doesn't recognize you as that, and your core base doesn't recognize you as that. What do you do? Right.
That is one of the main reasons that me and the guys for Toy Frenzy, right, called ourselves Toy Frenzy, but when it really came down to it, we are mostly just talking about Motu, right? And then, like, you know, there's other topics, right? And we've talked Motu for over a year and a half, almost exclusively. And it starts to get you to a point where you're just kind of like, okay, well, what more can we say on the topic? Now, in a week like this past week, where there's all this news and stuff like that, yeah, you're darn right. Like, it'll really jump. But when you're trying to build up a more broad audience, what do? So now we've switched ourselves to the Frenzy, and we're not just going to stick to between Adam's Battle Ram report and maybe like more so my you know, around the awesome verse. Like, around the awesome verse is really just going to be like more of a news segment, you know, where it's going to be talking about different cool stuff that's going around. It'll probably be used to promote a lot of other channels, possibly too, because, you know, when I talk about the awesome verse, I talk about everybody who I'm connected with, a lot of you guys here, and I'll be like, well, did you see that, you know, Travis and Ed started Toy Elite on Tuesdays? You know, like, that's new show coming out. Like, did you check out what they were talking about? And they were discussing this. Or did you see Cobb's latest new short on Doink the Clown? I absolutely hate it because the fucking clown. But, you know, Doink is pretty goddamn cool.
Yes. See,
Like,
there you go.
know, stuff
Reference
like that.
the Dark Side of the Ring episode with Doink the Clown too. Right?
Exactly.
See, there you go. There's tie-ins you can do.
Right.
I mean, the thing about that though, when you become pigeonholed to one thing or another, if it's a slow news week, because you know you'll often hear, like, for example, Geek Dad Life, because they're very news centric. Having said that, Jay could probably just turn the camera on and still have his loyal audience and still outdo most people, right? But there are times he will say slow news week. Now, if you're not already like well established, you know, as one of the pinnacle toy news people, and you're trying to get somewhere, you become dependent on the toy news, right? Maybe this isn't the best example, but it's what's on my mind right now. And if Lawrence were here, he'd back me up. But like, for example, Toy Kind of Mood, Travis said today, oh, he's glad he didn't go to WonderCon. It was kind of a slow new, because he's GI Joe centric. So other than the Once a Man Cobra Commander reveal, and you can loosely tie in the O-Ring GI Joe or O-Ring Ghostbusters, he didn't really have anything. If he was going to do news, he didn't really have that much to talk about. Unfortunately, if you make yourself dependent on the news, you need to have backup plans and contingency plans of what you're going to do. All of a sudden, let's say you talk about something that isn't in your wheelhouse, nobody watches, you get discouraged, right? I like personally to have things in the queue just to go ahead and go with timeless topics. The problem is that's not immediately rewarding, right? If you do a pre-produced video on a timeless topic, that means it's in the middle of everybody's mind. If I just release a video on Superman today, that's in the middle of everybody's mind. Everybody knows, but what Superman media is pushing is being pushed right now, right? And
That's
then it's
just
not.
'cause Batman's better than Superman. Ken.
Well,
That's
he
the
is. He is better than Superman. Batman's my favorite superhero of all time, anyway. So.
Neither of them have content right now other than the comic books.
But that's just it, right? So, you know, people want to capitalize on everything that's top of mind, but then you become dependent on Hasbro, on Mattel, on the boutique toy companies, right? Are you willing to kind of slave yourself to that? Then, if you're working that day, you have to race to get it out before somebody else. It's a hard thing to
But
balance.
even that stuff doesn't always matter either, because look at what happened with the Eternals figures, right? I mean, that was a huge movie. The movie sucks, so the toys suck, right? So you could do something that you think is going to be the hot thing, and it's still going to crash.
A real
no one
good
cares about
example of that is, Oz, I know you know everything plastic and collectibles. Yeah. Me and him have talked a lot, became good friends, and he was telling me about a short he put out, a Five Nights at Freddy figure, and all it was just on the turntable spinning in package, didn't open it, nothing, just a Five Nights at Freddy figure spinning the package. And I think it was before Five Nights at Freddy like blew up with the whoever has TV show and movie. But he said that short sat there for 3-4 months or so and just blew up over the next month or so to like 400,000 views and brought in like 4,000 subscribers and just all this because he's up to like 10,000 subscribers now. And he says just that one short out of nowhere, no idea. And it's freaking
because
insane.
Five Nights at Freddy's is really popular with a young audience, and
Yeah,
then they're
now-
going to go look at some of the other stuff he's doing, like the Dragon Ball Z content. Dragon Ball Z is still pretty popular with the younger audience. So,
The one
like,
thing we have to remember though is that a lot of our younger audience now is not watching YouTube anymore. Like my son, Luke, you guys know Luke, he doesn't watch YouTube unless he's watching it with me most of the time. And the people that are his age are all watching TikTok.
Yeah.
Yes, because TikTok again is the new hot thing with the
Right.
shorts and everything like that. Because again, people got the attention span of goldfish for the most part. Let's face it. I catch myself all the time watching shorts, as opposed to like watching where I used to sit and watch full videos. But then there's other times where I will make sure that I am doing those full length videos. Now, speaking of like anomalies here and getting yourself out of a pigeonhole, right? So, hands down, best stream that I've ever done on the channel. I've got 346 views on that first Ghostbusters live stream that I did. Mind you, that was like several months before the movie was out, right? But it's that news, right? So not many people had done any kind of content on those new Ghostbusters toys. So that freaking video, that live stream, 346 views. Nothing crazy went on that night to attract that many views. Just literally having those Ghostbusters new in hand before anybody else. Yep.
Say it all the time. They
It's
got
true.
nothing except for like every little once in a while.
Yep. And then the very next week, 287 views once I got Gary Gruberson and did that one, right? So then the week that I put out the Fright features and I opened all those figures up, I bet you if I'd put Ghostbusters on that thumbnail, I probably would have gotten a bunch of views because nobody's doing views of those videos. All the other videos that I have that kind of come close to that are normally when I am talking about a new Mythic Legions figure, like a figure obscura. And even some of those have come a little bit late since, we've kind of made it the tradition here that if we all get the figure obscura, we kind of wait for everybody else to get it and then we all unbox, as opposed to necessarily just doing it individually. Now, we might do the live stream on the day it drops, talking about it. Have a good night, Allison. Definitely
Allison.
be up and ready for your video tomorrow.
And let me know when you want that sound bite you were asking for.
But yeah, so like, those videos tend to get a lot because again, it's dealing with news. News will always beat out just about everything else. Unless you're Ken and you do an X-Men video right before X-Men 97 drops on a GI Joe channel. How dare you?
Both Marvel property.
Yeah. You know what though? I mean, this brings up another thing, right? How many people just make a video and say, "I don't care if it gets 0 views. I just do it for my own satisfaction." Like, where's the balance?
Should be
like, where's the balance? You know what I mean?
I actually do that with shorts a lot because shorts are so relaxing to me. Like, just so easy to do. Don't have to worry about the editing as much or anything. Just throw some music on there. Don't have to talk. So after doing a bunch of videos, doing a short is just for me. I feel like
I mean, as much as I've cared about analytics like a year or two ago, I've scaled back into I want to make this video just for me. That's how it starts. And then the harder I work on it, the more I go and say, put all these hours in, somebody better watch. Then I go, no, just make it for you. Put some editing in. Then you hit a snag, you do some research, and then all of a sudden you put a whole bunch more hours in. And then you go, somebody better watch this. I know I made it just for me, but I put all this work in. You know what I mean?
My videos are 100% self-indulgent. It's just me going over my own photos, so it's like,
yeah, right. So
and that's really where you should be. Like everybody, I get feedback from Ken. I get feedback from Lawrence. Everybody tells me you got to get the short form content, and I do want to get it out because right now I want to do a different form of short form content because I love Mythic Legions and I want to do what nobody else is really doing and do the deep dives into the lore and stuff like that. Because there is an audience for that. People want that kind of stuff, and I want to do that content, right? But my channel is built on doing massively long live streams with an insane amount of people to do live streams. And it's a weekly thing. Nobody else is really doing this, but again, it doesn't allow my channel to grow. But I'm not doing this for my channel to grow. I'm doing this because I enjoy hanging out with my friends talking about toys for
I think there's a lot of, I can't really call it peer pressure, but ultimately it's peer pressure with people trying to get to that number, right? Because it's like everybody's like, oh, I made it to 500, I made it to the 1,000, right? I'm monetized now. Well, how much money do you make getting monetized?
About 30 cents a day when I started.
Okay, exactly.
Canadian. So what, 22 cents American?
Right, exactly.
No, it's
And
more like
YouTube,
$1 American, right?
One day, $5. It was a good, great day.
Yeah, there you go. Right. And then YouTube won't even let you withdraw until you hit $100.
100.
Right. So when I first got monetized, it was like 3 months before I was able to withdraw.
And then if you're doing toys, you're not going to get that kind of sponsorship either, unless you're someone at the robo level, right?
And you know what? Like you can get loose sponsorships here and there. Like, and I'm not trying to throw shade at them, but like when YOLO Park asked me to do stuff for them, right? I got my product free. I did my reviews. They never contacted me again. They canceled they gave me a code to give to my friends for 5% off. They canceled it after a while. I tried to email my person and say, hey, why did you cancel it? I never got a reply back. I then see that they've moved on to like other people with 10, 15, 20,000 subscribers. And I'm like, oh, okay. And that's okay. But I'm just saying that you can get the sponsorship and you can lose it just as quickly. Right. And I don't begrudge them for that because I was a stepping stone and that's okay. Right. I didn't go into it to make friends with them. I'm like, well, I'll give this a try because this is clearly new for you. And it's new for me, so let me experiment. And then next time someone approaches me, I'll have better than a deer in the headlights look. Going, huh? What do you want me to do? What do I do? And I won't sound so rookie. It was good practice for me. But the sponsorship, like the whole point is, you can lose it just as easily as you gain it. And if you do, the sponsorship is even more pressure because you might be getting a product you don't want, and now you're making that video instead of something else. Like I was working on something else when I got that request, and I'm like, wait. You want me to review 3 figures? That's 3 videos. But I kind of want to I'm in the middle of making that right now. And sorry, you need it in what period of time? Right?
And I remember Irama has the same problem with Entertainment Earth. They send him stuff all the time and say, I need you to do a video for this. And he's like, I don't want to do this video.
Well, that's the thing. Like this happened to me like a week or two before Joe Fest. And I was like, well, I'll be at Joe Fest for that week. And so I was up till 1, 2 in the morning recording stuff. And it was not fun. Right? But I was like, well, I should keep this business relationship going. It went nowhere, right? But I gave it a try, right? Well,
like you said, you learn from it, and you'll know it next time to.
And it is hard because, like I said, it does. If you're working on something else, it does derail you, right? Because you're knee deep in something else is going on in your editor. You're doing photography on something else, and you suddenly get a message saying, "Can you do this?" Right? And you're hard pressed to say no. So what do? You take a day off work? Do you sleep late?
Don't sleep at all.
Yeah, right.
Hey, look, if 4 Horsemen ever contact me and say, "Hey, we'll start sending you some Mythic Legions or Cosmic Legions or Figure Obscura, if you're going to, review it," I'll be like, "Yeah, okay, I'll do it," because I'm still probably going to buy some anyway. So
I was going to go to Legion Con with a t-shirt that says, "We'll work for toys. We'll work for Legions."
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll show
for
figures.
Yeah.
The raffle, baby. Intern for a day. I'm coming. Take it from somebody who's done it. Change is good. It's therapeutic. As soon as I started doing stuff for me, I started enjoying it more. I don't get hundreds of views, but I get happiness and joy. And that's why I love your change up and doing the clubhouse, idea there, Zazel. It's so much better for you. And again, you're hanging out with your friends and you're talking about the stuff you guys are passionate about. And that's exactly
look,
like
as someone who's like Zazel's known me since I started my channel. Like I think I had something like 100 subscribers when I met him, right? And he just looks a lot happier doing this thing. It's not that he didn't look happy before, but it's more consistent. Like he's always smiling now. You know, when he's on the streams, when he does the Toy Biz one, when he does the one with Gaz, you know. Yeah.
Right. Sonny, put in the chat here just a verify. Are you talking about like anybody being welcome to join here for this? I don't do open mic nights where I just go and randomly invite, drop the link in the chat anymore. But people who hit me up on the IG, if I've viewed your content and, I know like you're a decent human being that's not going to pop up here and show a prolapse.
Keep all your clothes on.
Sonny, I know you're an actual person.
Well, at least
and you do actual content.
He's a person. Yeah, I'll never forget that prolapse night.
Your videos, so like you'd be welcome to come on and join. But like, occasionally we get the fun bot or troll that comes in talking about how they want to shave their head. They've had too much to drink, and they, they'd shave their head for ladies or whatever like that on live that ask for the link, whatever. I don't know. They pop up and everybody else, like it's weird. It's creepy. They've done it like 6 or 7 times and then finally just stopped showing up.
They haven't showed up in a while, actually.
No, we haven't had the trolls. It's funny. Suddenly it's like somebody got something better to do with their
the
time.
triple X69.
Yeah, those guys and stuff
I used
like
to
that.
get that. I used to get
Not
that weekly,
bots,
and then now it's gone. So yeah.
But yeah, like, people who tend to hit me up, I can send them a link. Now, I will say my messages on IG right now are not working on my laptop, and my phone died, which is why I left suddenly while I was still outside smoking. And it's not taking a charge from the charger, which is always a great sign. But yeah, if you want to join us for a Saturday night live stream, man, like you see a lot of familiar faces because these guys just come through already. A lot of guys like, hey, can I get the invite kind of thing? It's definitely always an open invite to anybody who wants to come on and have fun. Just hang out.
Sonny was kind enough to wish me happy holidays when I was sitting at home with COVID. So I remember that. I didn't tell him I had COVID, but I just welcomed him. It's like, oh, thank you. I'm sitting in the room isolated. And you messaged me.
Yep. So, Bud, you're awfully quiet since you've got back. What's going on, brother?
3 gummies and a cookie. Well, it's good.
Did you OD?
Actually, yeah.
Love you, Bud. Absolutely love you.
Bud, you make my night, man.
We will have to remind Tony that you got to come on and watch towards the end of the stream when Bud comes back because you just see this happy.
Well,
Bud
I
is
took the one.
Is that the vamp?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Awesome.
Bud, go ahead.
Did you get it, Ken?
Oh,
we'll talk in a bit. I got a lot to say about the vamp.
Go ahead, Bud.
Oh, I was just gonna say I took the one that I showed you guys before the stream started, and then by that time, it was pretty good. But then I always take one before I go to sleep, and then I took another one thinking, oh, it's time to go to bed. So I've had 2.
So you feel really good, right, Bud?
We appreciate you coming back, brother. We always love seeing
you.
Yeah. As for the vamp, have you seen the gridiron upgrades, Ed?
Yes, love them.
Yeah. Are you thinking to get them?
I'm gonna definitely get the roll bar. I'm not sure about the side gunner door because that's just not.
Really so can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What's the point of the roll bar cage at the back?
Well, mostly just looks.
Okay.
I mean,
yeah, because
ultimately,
I do know that you can hang backpacks and stuff off the back.
Yeah, they got it so they can hang their new backpack.
That's right. You can change the turret, but it'd be cool because like they're calling it like phase 1 is the roll bar at the back, and then phase 2 they split phase 2 into like an A and a B where they have the side gunner door and then the other driver's side, and then they'll probably do a phase 3, which I bet you anything is going to be. I'm guessing it's going to be a platform at the back. You could put a guy in the back and he can man the gunner.
Because that's the problem right now is there's no place for your figure to actually stand in the back to shoot the 50
I'm debating about just bundle buying all of it, which will cost me way more than a vamp.
Oh,
you know. At that point, you're paying, you know, I mean, and then just souping up the vamp. But then if I do that, is it still the vamp?
I'm not really using it as a vamp because I have no attachment to the vamp whatsoever. I never had one as a kid. I just like the way it looked, and it looks more in scale than the other truck that was out there right now. And then like the roll bar just looks cool.
No, the truck's not available yet, is it?
And well, the pre-order ends in 2 days, so.
Oh, so you're not a fan of the scale of that one? Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
But the roll bar with the backpacks hanging off it and the way where the fire extinguisher locks onto that just looks really cool. So.
Yeah, Tony was showing off earlier. Like he had like that full loadout on there. It was.
Yeah, he had like the doors that flip down on it. Remember the.
But those weren't Gridiron. I think those were another company. Like
they were another company.
Or yeah, he's really like Tony Romo's
Or
really
another
in tune
company.
with all of that stuff, right? Like I talk to him pretty often, and yeah, he loves all of that.
I mean, this thing is solid. I was
It
surprised
is. It's
for
so
$100.
good.
This thing is solid.
It's so good, and with a driver too, right?
Yep.
I'd love to
Yeah,
get a
Clutch is
second
badass.
figure just to throw the Steel Brigade helmet on something, you know?
Yeah.
Go get another grunt.
Yeah, no kidding, eh? I've already got 2.
I was telling the guys earlier when you weren't on, I just put Mutt goggles on Clutch for him to
Looks
try.
good.
Yeah. I don't like
Well-
the helmet that he came with. I might use Rock and Roll's helmet for him though, because I like Rock and Roll's
Get a
helmet.
Gridiron helmet.
Yeah, I probably will, because I'm gonna get the backpack set that they got out now for the new.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted to get the MPAC drones that the
that
Gridiron have,
thing is gorgeous
but they
too,
haven't
yeah.
made them. They
Yeah.
haven't made them in a while. I think it just takes a lot of bandwidth to make that. Thing.
Yeah.
Right, the throne looks really good.
They have some amazing stuff coming. I mean, they've upped their game in the last couple months from where they were.
I love Gridiron right now, man.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Not
and,
gonna
and they're
lie.
doing more 118 stuff too.
Yep.
Right. So
They have some
and,
nice Mythic Legion stuff too, like swords and things like that.
Mhm.
Yes, yes.
I've
they
noticed.
will cater to that sword and sorcery genre as well. So Mark and the boys are just brilliant.
Oh
You
yeah.
know? Yeah, they'll often tag me on their posts as well. And then I'm just like, oh my god, something else I want to buy. You know?
Yeah, like that interview Mark did with Lawrence was amazing, right? I mean, it was just, Mark was
Yeah.
just talking like a normal guy. He wasn't, being a dick.
You know what I'm really proud of? You ever go into your YouTube studio and see like other channels that your audience watches?
Yep.
And it'll show the 15 highest. Today Lawrence was number 2
Oh wow.
on
That's
mine.
awesome.
Right?
That's awesome.
Well, Lawrence,
Right.
going back to the GI Joe thing, Lawrence struggles with that same thing too, right? He'll put out a Motu review and nobody watches it.
I know.
I do.
I think he uploads every Monday night. He's
Oh, yeah.
everybody's gonna drop off. He's like, "You want to watch Motu?
He-
Go over to Cops channel."
He ended up
always
putting the
shouting
GI
out.
Joe channel, so that's what he did, right? He
I'm like,
created
thank-
that.
thanks for
Yeah.
giving me-
But if growth is your concern, GI Joe's fan base is only so big,
Yep.
right? I think that's why
That's
Secret
exactly it.
Galaxy went and rebrand and did his own rebrand, right? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
growth is always in the back of my mind, but I always tell myself, don't make it about that. And then I do, right? So, Anyway.
Definitely.
Lawrence is all about the growth right now. He's liking those numbers climbing.
But you know what though? His view count is just going up and up and up.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Right.
He's
Like I'll look and I'll be like, how did you get 9,000 views? You know?
I know. I'm like,
Yeah,
Even
his,
the Delta
his growth
17
count
review.
has probably tripled in the last 6 months from where it was.
Well, the thing is,
Like,
right?
regular
Even his Delta 17 review outdid almost everyone's except for Hooded Cobra Commanders. He always reminds me, he's like, yeah, I even outdid you, Ken. I'm like, you did, you know?
But like Lawrence said about you guys asking to do that, right? When Lawrence gives a review, he's the only guy I watch actually do figure reviews because he does it like from box, what you get, he slides it out on the table and it's just legit, right? If he doesn't like something, Lawrence will say, it's all right, but it's not great, or this sucks, or if he's really excited about it, he'll tell you he's really excited about it. It's just a genuine, real review. It's not shilling to anybody or anything like that.
Yeah, he's not pandering or trying to impress
Yeah.
anybody. That's
Yep,
the thing,
exactly.
right? So, yeah.
So, when you like look at countries that you're viewed in,
Yeah.
right? So, like, of course, number one, United States. 90% of my audience. Well, I'll put it 72% of my audience views within the U.S. and what is it here? Total numbers. Yeah, it's of course the most of mine is here within the US. Then my next biggest is Canada. Got a decent following in Canada from all my friends up north. Thank you, Ken. Adam, highly articulated. Nolan, I know you my channel from.
How's your split though? Do you say you're over 90% US?
Yeah, I'm over 90% US. It's honestly less than 10% is my Canadian viewership.
Weird, because like for me, it goes 65% US only, and then
Right.
like 6.6% Canada, and then 4% UK. So interesting to split.
I know I get views over in Ireland and the UK, but it's like one person here and one person there.
Yeah.
But I've got enough people viewing in Sweden. That is my third biggest market is Sweden.
That's because that one time he impersonated the Swedish chef. That's all it took.
That's exactly what it was.
I've got family over there. So.
Yeah, like I was going to say, lineage-wise, Denmark, Sweden, Germany, and then through Italy and Ireland. So, I'm really, really just, that's pretty cool because I've never actually, it's always been US and Canada, US and Canada. I don't have enough viewership in the UK for it to pick up a number. I don't have enough viewership in any other country outside of the US and Canada to pick up on the algorithm for their research. And just tonight I went and looked because Ken was mentioning that. I was like, let me take a look. And my next biggest viewership now, I've got another country on the map that I get viewed heavily in, and apparently it's Sweden. I'm okay with that. I think that's great. Thank you, Sweden.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think mine
the biggest
Germany and Mexico, I think, are my next biggest ones.
Which is a
Most
huge
big
Masters of the
ones.
Universe. Yeah, I was gonna say Masters of the Universe, huge in both. Next up will probably be Brazil. Like when you start getting in numbers, because Brazil is another.
Might be. I just don't check it enough. Might be already.
So my largest city that I get viewed in is oddly Houston.
Oh, you can check my city? I
Yeah.
gotta look this up.
Houston, St. John, Canada.
Really? That's in Newfoundland. That's like all the way up. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, United States, Germany, Mexico.
So, all right, here we go. My city that follows me from Sweden is Lund, Sweden. Whoever's watching me from over there, you guys are awesome. The 10 of you that are over there are amazing. Putting me on the map because I have 10 viewers. Love you guys.
I've actually jumped up to 20% female.
Nice. Very
Was
good.
like 1% forever. I told like Kayla and Carol, and I'm like, you guys are you guys right there. 1%.
Allison. Come on
Allison,
now,
yeah,
give yourself credit. Ray Black, Duchess. We've got a
I mean, I
pretty,
was just, whoever I'd be talking to, I'd be like, hey, look, that's you right there.
That's it.
Yeah,
So
20%. That's crazy.
Thanos, Europa Valley. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct.
That's where I live.
That's where you live, Cobb? Okay. Well, that's my fourth biggest city. Europa Valley,
It's
USA.
all the good I talk about you out here.
It's the good you're talking about me, and I'm sure it's probably a lot of your son too.
Right? No, he's
I love
he's
the
not even
fact
here.
that he always watches my stuff. But it's
Yeah, that's
just
fun.
fun to
That's
be able to see that.
It's actually
Yes, I can't seem to scroll, but my top where's the page down function? My top city is New York. I guess that's a good thing.
That's good.
You have to go on
Yeah.
like laptop to see cities.
Yeah, that's where you get all those statistics.
Yeah.
You don't get them as much from the phone.
There it is. My top 3 cities are 1, New York, 2, Los Angeles, 3, Chicago.
Those
I
are
don't
all
get
big cities.
How do I get the big cities in?
Hey, man, that's great though, because
Okay, I'm on the right
good
track, I
audience
guess.
pool.
Yeah.
My age range is strictly from, and I'll just lump it because they're right next to each other on their chart, 35 years to 54 years for people who have recorded their ages with YouTube. So from 35 to 55 basically is my entire age range. Nobody else. Nobody below.
I think that's the same. I think that's the same as me.
Yeah,
It should
35 to
probably
50.
going to be, I was going to say, it should probably be pretty uniform across the board for all of us. Well, I don't know. Thanos Copter gets all those kids saying that they are 18.
I don't even think I like have these. Like I'm trying to find this information you guys are talking about, and I'm just like blank on all my stuff.
It's because you probably haven't accumulated enough data yet. That's all.
Yeah. 3% of my audience is 18 to 24. 6% is 25 to 34. Obviously, no one in 13 to 17.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, 90% is 35 to 55. Or to 54, I should say. Yeah. Anyway.
I don't know. Out in California, me and Cobb are still buying a lot of toys.
Well,
Same brick.
the WonderCon event ate up everybody's money, right? So, you know.
It definitely
Speaking of which, Toy Habits was down there today.
Yes, they were. Oh man, they were. Ah man,
They were
I can't
having,
wait.
they were
till
having fun.
Monday.
Sorceress
Can't
was
wait
talking to me. Yeah, she was like, Michael's on the way here. We're going to have some fun. I'm like, all right.
I'm excited for the one day we can all meet at a con together.
A bunch of us can get to Joe Fest, but not all of us.
Not all of us, but most of us.
Yeah. Are you fixing to do accommodations?
I will be, yes. I will be making sure I get there.
Okay.
It's happening. Other stuff keeps piling up, but it's getting there.
Yeah.
Damn life.
It's going to be, yeah. Steve's reminded me I can't drink as much as I had last year. So, yeah.
Until after.
Well, look, you'll be hanging out with me and I'm sober, so you're good. And Punk will be there. Punk straight edge. You know, we'll keep you on the
other straight edge
on the
Punk.
limit. Yeah.
Man, get a little adventure of seeing where Ken gets lost.
Ken
mistakes a bus for a taxi.
Just picture him with like a strap with like flasks in each pocket.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
I'm pretty normal and pretty high strung until I have that first drop of alcohol, and then it's over. Oh, where'd that go?
Don't worry, guys. We'll be there to watch over Ken and make sure he's okay.
Yeah.
But you might stop him from getting a good score, like that turtle air.
No, I think you know what happened was I had made the deal earlier in the day, and then I must have just showed the cab driver on my phone where it was. But why would I do that if I thought I was on the bus? I don't remember. That was a really weird night. Yeah. Then I was gone for 2 hours and I semi sobered up. But by semi I mean I was like almost halfway functional. That was weird.
Last time I drank till I couldn't remember, I was told that I tried to jump out of a moving car on the freeway. So
my camera wasn't already set up that night. I would not have made it on that night. Yeah. So.
Nice.
Well, boys.
All right, guys. I was thinking we should probably get this wrapped up. So let's do round table. Cobb, what you got?
Got some stuff with Rick we're working on, finally getting down and working on kind of off camera. Gonna spend the next couple of weeks kind of playing stuff out a little more, collaboration on some Motu Masterverse stuff, a little kind of history on the line and things, go through the whole line, check it out. Just put a couple new videos out, like you got that Cyclone out there, the Dragul, just stuff I've opened recently, and a couple more things I'll probably do in the next week or so, but just Cobweb Collector here on YouTube, Instagram, same thing. That's it for me.
And then for me, I'm going to buy too many toys. In the morning, 7 o'clock will be the premiere of episode 30 of my Instagram retrospective. And then every day on Instagram. Go back AWOC, everybody. That's it.
Do it. Epic all ins.
All around.
Epic all ins. Invest in the future.
That elephant looks so friggin' awesome. I want to have that elephant.
I hope we make it. It's
I'm
going
thinking-
pretty good. Like,
Oh,
if
yeah.
it gets a good bump at the end, it could make it there.
Yep.
Well, they're doing a big press tour this week, so. All right, Ken.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure which video I'm gonna release next. But I've got a couple in the queue that I could pick from, I guess. Delta 17 has hit the fulfillment center. It's in New Jersey, where it needs exactly where it needs to be. So our fulfillment guy has all our stuff, and it was a game of whack-a-mole with the amount of paperwork we got. Every time Steve filled something out, there'd be 2 other sheets of paper, and he couldn't get the stuff across the border. It's now at the fulfillment center. One of the reasons I was late tonight, I'm usually late anyway, but I was going to try to get on a bit earlier, is I was actually on StreamYard with a bunch of people trying to get the fulfillment center hooked up to our site, because to get the inventory getting read. I wasn't actually doing it, but I was kind of in charge of kind of like getting everyone together. I'm like, web guy here, Steve there, another guy we know. But eventually we need to talk to the fulfillment center directly, and they don't work Saturdays. So yeah, but we're that close. Like, it's actually, like, it's physically there now. Nothing can stop us now other than technical glitches and your website not reading your inventory. So I'll launch a video, like a 30-40 second video, when it's ready to go. And yeah, otherwise just working on a lot of other stuff. Got other history videos in the queue, and we'll go from there. Zazel, if you're still in the chat, I did have to steal 10 or 15 seconds from an old video we did together to slide into a longer video I'm doing. I didn't think you'd mind, but anyway. Yeah. Bud.
Hi.
But what's up?
Yes, you are.
What are we doing?
You got anything coming up, bud?
Bud's still editing that video from 3 years ago.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
That one's going good.
Bud will be editing that video and getting it to us all in the next millennia.
Yep.
He'll be painting figs, and we'll get to see him though.
Yep,
So.
exactly.
It's actually now a race between whenever Bud finishes editing that video and whenever I get the first Legions class study guide video out.
Yeah.
There we go. It's a race. Or whenever I get the glow in the dark shelf set up. I got all the pieces now. I just really got to get everything finished, organized here so that I can get it up. Ed, what you got going?
So no show this week for Toy Elite. Luke is leaving early Tuesday morning, so I'm taking the day off because I don't know what kind of emotional state I'll be in that day with my son and best buddy leaving for the Air Force that morning. So
proud.
So Tuesday's no show. We'll be back next week with a new Toy Elite and every day on Instagram other than that.
Awesome. Well, this week, guys, you can guarantee I will be on The Frenzy over on Skelevator's channel Thursday night. Me and the guys will be hanging out, talking about all kinds of amazing stuff. I have no idea specifically yet, but we'll figure it out by then. And then next weekend, of course, you guys will catch us here all again. Probably most of the same people you see right now, maybe even a couple of new faces as well. And next week, we're going to run, provided all of my works show up, it's going to be a Horde special. We're going to talk a little bit about Warcraft and the Horde. We're going to talk about Arethyr and all the orcs and goblins and stuff he has. We're definitely going to be doing it up. So catch us live next week. And yeah, so
happy Easter.
Happy Easter, everybody. Oh, yeah, I forgot that